At CollectCo for Tuesday nights. This is Tuesday live Facebook record sale. We're also streaming live on YouTube, and I'm holding in my hand 3 restocks. They're going to be available for sale sometime within the next hour. So I hope everybody gets a good look at these and then get ready to claim them later. 3 big restocks there. I'm going to set them off the table and start getting this feed shared as soon as I see the first comment, and there it is with Craig. There it is with Craig. So thank you, Craig. All right, so let's go ahead and get the feed shared. I've got my email that we're live on YouTube. That's a good sign. That came in faster than normal. Let's close out everything and get started here. So, where are you, feed? Let's see. Feed makes me hungry. All right, let's get this shared. We're going to share it there and over here. All right. Now let's copy this link and get it shared also over here in the group where I've made a couple posts for tonight. Let's do this here and let's put it here and live now. This is live now. And where did I make another post? Yep, here we go. Let's comment here. If you haven't already, please go ahead and hit the thumbs up button saying you like the post. That would be great. Live now. And what else do we have? Let's go over here to our main page as well. All right. Jesse Rome, been a while. It has. I actually invited a few people tonight that I hadn't seen on in a while. Don't know if they got my messages or not. But invited a few people that hadn't been on in a while. And let's see, I guess that was the only post I made today on the... I just make that one post on the CollectCo page? Yep, I guess I did. Did I just comment there? I don't know where I just posted that. I guess I'll do it here. Here we go. Let's see. Excuse me. Also, let me go ahead, let me pull some of these books off the shelf because it is a sort of... it's like an opening, a soft opening for Grateful Dead night. So we have a whole crate of Grateful Dead records to auction. So soft opening for Grateful Dead night. I also have a ton of books that I marked a while back that have not been shown. They're over here on this case. Let me go ahead and pull a couple of those are. Lots of Jerry Garcia books. Books about the Grateful Dead. There's also some more in the back, I know for sure, that Paul had set aside for Grateful Dead night. And like I said, we really didn't really promote it as Grateful Dead night because kind of like Kiss night, we have a billion Kiss items. We do have a lot of Grateful Dead stuff, but nowhere near like Kiss. They do have a lot of merchandise, but let me get this posted on our story, and then I'll be ready to officially start to sell. Thanks for those that hop on early. Sometimes I go live and I have all this done in about 30 seconds and we immediately get into selling. But right now I'm in the process of sharing. And let me pull up our chat. Trying to find the rest of these Dead books. I've got a few. Looks like we may have actually sold one here in the store. These, it's getting a little thinner over here. Some people had commented earlier. They was like, Chad, I've enjoyed the new book section. And I can definitely tell there's some empty slots. And I sold some the other night, but I can definitely tell there's some couple Grateful Dead books missing that I saw just a couple days ago. So that's why we put stuff out for sale, though, because people buy it. Right, Tanner? All right. So here's what we're going to do. If you also, the giveaway. Did you see that, Tanner? I don't know if we're going to do that live or do it after the sale tonight because...
Well, we have to check to see if they...
Right. Yeah, so... Probably what we're going to do on the giveaway, I did say we're going to do it tonight, but I wanted to clarify, I doubt we'd do it live during the sale because the giveaway takes for us to do that accurately where we have to pull the name or get the comment picker and do all that, it's going to take some time, and I don't want to disrupt the sale. But we are going to give away the Kiss box set sometime tonight, and if I don't have it ready tonight during the sale, I'll do some kind of live stream either late tonight where people can go back and rewatch it, or... I'll do it in the group or something, where you can go back through and rewatch that live stream. So But yes, that's not going to be done live right now, but we will be doing that. That is correct. So, all right. You don't have to be watching. If we'll do it at some point live, and then we'll let everybody know that that's posted or whatever. Now, I'll definitely notify the person. We actually gave away that King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard record. We found it in the back. The person who won that never did contact us. I think we replied to them and everything, and I was like, what is this? I thought we gave this away. They was like, the person never did give us our information. So just like we have people who buy records, we never hear from them again. Same thing. The same thing happened with that giveaway. We have a lot of putbacks later this week where people's contacted or bought something from our page, and we've never heard from them again. So we've never heard from them again. That's what happens sometimes. So let me go ahead and get a few new Japanese auctions going. I'm going to go ahead and roll with some Japanese stuff and Grateful Dead records. I'm going to go ahead and go through new vinyl. And we have lots of stuff to do here tonight. So first thing, we're going to do our warm-up crate. I've got Grateful Dead records. If you're here for the Grateful Dead records, I've got about 30 or 40, maybe even 50. There's almost a full crate of Grateful Dead records I'm going to auction tonight. There's going to be a lot of Grateful Dead records that will be up for auction. And we'll have those in just a moment. I've already got one here. And we're about to start here. So yeah, let's go ahead and do the warm-up crate. First, we have Smashing Pumpkins, and I'll show this again later because we got even more copies in. But this is Smashing Pumpkins, Pisces Iscariot. That is $39.99. This is all new and sealed, just a random crate I'm going to go through here. May have missed some stuff that you didn't know we had in stock. Etta James featuring her song At Last. Etta James is $28.99. Pearl Jam's debut album 10. These are all new and sealed. Pearl Jam 10 is $28.99. Pearl Jam 10 and Neil Young Harvest Moon. This is actually on clear vinyl. 2 LPs on clear vinyl. It's a new reissue that came out a few weeks ago. I missed the pre-order on. But they've pressed that on clear vinyl. Neil Young's Harvest Moon. That's $44.99. Also, we have Wilco, Sky Blue Sky. Wilco is $46.99. So our first two auctions. First, let me do one of the first Grateful Dead. First is the first Grateful Dead record. And we have a lot of bootlegs. So as y'all know, historically, the Grateful Dead was a big band who they actually encouraged the recording and I don't know about the bootlegging of their records, but definitely the recording of their shows. So there's a lot of Grateful Dead bootlegs out there. This first one is from September 77, Raceway Park, Englishtown, New Jersey. It's called The Grateful Dead, The Music Never Stops, and that's a $35 start. And of course, a lot of these you can't buy and sell them on Discogs. Every once in a while, one will slip through on eBay, but they're actually kind of hard to come by, some of them, and a lot of these I've never seen before. I've had a lot of Grateful Dead bootlegs in the past, but a lot of the ones tonight are very unique, ones I've never seen before. So this is Raceway Park, Englishtown, New Jersey, September 1977. All of these, of course, have been cleaned. I listened to a ton of them, and they're all at least EX or EX Plus or better, and that's a $35 start on the Grateful Dead, The Music Never Stops. And that's Raceway Park, New Jersey. Our first Japanese auction is Cheap Trick, one-on-one. This is going to be a $35 start as well. It's Japanese pressing of Cheap Trick's one-on-one. The vinyl is near mint minus. That's a Japanese pressing. It also includes this Japanese insert, which is just like the insert I think that came with maybe the U.S. pressings. There's some foxing on the cover, nice Obi, no damage otherwise than that. $35 start on that. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and go through the rest of this bin. Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. That's the 2 LP, 45 RPM. Also includes a 24-page book. That's $49.99. Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You. That's on clear vinyl. Matchbox 20. That's on clear vinyl. $29.99 for Matchbox 20. 311 Music. This is a Record Store Day essential, expanded and remastered on orange vinyl. 311 Music, $44.99. That's a Record Store Day essential on orange vinyl. And we have Celtic Frost. Celtic Frost, Emperor's Return, 40th Anniversary Edition on green and black vinyl. For the longest, this album was not in print until they've done this pressing here. 40th Anniversary Limited Edition Swirl, green and black swirl, $36.99. Matthew is in on Cheap Trick at $36. Arm Lozelle wants Pink Floyd. I do have more of these if anybody else wants one. That goes to Arm Lozelle. First sell of the night out of this bin. Also, Merciful Fate, In the Shadows. That's on Blue Smoke vinyl. Merciful Fate, $39.99. And Death Angel Act 3. Death Angel Act 3, $39.99. That is a music on vinyl pressing. Also, The Darkness, Permission to Land, 20th anniversary, blue marbled vinyl, $31.99. And Pantera, Live at Dynamo Open Air, 1998. That's a 2 LP on colored vinyl, Pantera, $31.99. Cheap Trick one-on-one. Matthew has this for $35, final call. And if anybody wants to get in on this Grateful Dead boot, that is The Music Never Stops, unofficial press, September 77, looking for a $35 start. Also, we have now, that's what I call Halloween, purple and orange vinyl, 18 Halloween tracks, $29.99. Matthew is at 40 on, what was DA, Matthew? Was that something in the bin, or did I miss something there? Pantera sold to Shane Devers and also David Eberly. Those are both sold and sold. Also, we have Lou Reed Transformer. This is a 50th anniversary edition, Record Store Day Essential on white vinyl. That's $33.99. Has Walk on the Wild Side on it. $33.99 for Lou Reed. And we have Halloween. Halloween, this is a 40th anniversary as well. Keeper of the Seven Keys on blue and white splatter. $36.99. Yes, this is the same Halloween compilation. Very popular. We sold a lot last year. We've already sold a lot this year. And this is $29.99. Death Angel. No, Death Angel is a buy it now. Death Angel is available if you want it. Just let me know. It's $39.99. Act 3. That's a first come, first serve on Death Angel. Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill. $31.99 for Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill. $31.99. Matthew Krause says he will take Death Angel. That's Act 3. That's sold to Matthew Krause. And also, we had, did I just sow Alanis? I think I did. Alanis Morissette, $31.99. Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me. That's a Rocktober exclusive on blue vinyl. Rocktober exclusive on blue vinyl. 50th anniversary, Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me, $29.99. Also, Zach Bryan's new album. That's self-titled, $39.99. Zach Bryan. And Tom Waits, Frank's Wild Years, newly remastered Tom Waits, $36.99. Also, Now Yearbook 1973, that is on red vinyl. Now Yearbook 73, that's my only copy left. Triple LP compilation on red vinyl, $59.99. All right, Cheap Trick. If anybody, or actually this is sold to Matthew Krause for $35, and the Grateful Dead is a $35 buy it now if anybody wants in on that. The Grateful Dead, The Music Never Stops, that's a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants on that one. And that is Raceway Park, Englishtown, New Jersey. That's where that concert's from. $35 buy it now on that Grateful Dead. One of the few single LPs that we have tonight. So most of these are double and triple. This one's sold. First person on that is Jeff McMaster. And we have Jake, you were second, and Kevin, you were third. Jake, I would have answered that question if it came in just a moment sooner. That's already sold to Jeff McMaster, Tanner, $35. Primus Pork Soda is $39.99. Primus Pork Soda is $39.99. And Rodriguez, Code Fact, Rodriguez is $36.99. Also, Andy Warhol, or excuse me, I do that sometimes. It's not Andy Warhol. This is Velvet Underground and Nico. Andy Warhol produced it, but that's Velvet Underground and Nico, $36.99. And there's another Zach Bryan that got out of place. That goes right back here. Also, the Zombies box set, $139.99. That's the complete studio recordings by the Zombies. Everything. And we have a couple left, and I think there's a few more in the back. The Van Halen, Sammy Hagar era studio album collection. 5150, OU 812, Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, Balance, and a Demos and Rarities disc, $134.99. One of our biggest sellers of the year, actually. So that's sold. Let me go ahead and grab some of our next auctions. I'm probably going to be running Japanese and Grateful Dead stuff for most of the night. We have some really cool Grateful Dead stuff. A lot of these I listen to. I found a couple songs. You know, I haven't always been too into the Dead, but I have discovered several songs. Listen to these bootlegs that I like. I've experimented and I found a couple. So our next Japanese auction is the classic Foreigner 4 album. This is a Japanese pressing, also a $35 start. And the vinyl on this looks immaculate. Foreigner 4, Jukebox Hero, Urgent, classic rock album, $35 start. There's the Japanese lyric insert. There's the other Japanese insert. Really nice cover, obi. Just a couple spots on the back of the obi. Nothing on the cover. That's a $35 start. The next Grateful Dead, so Foreigner 4 is a $35 start. The next Grateful Dead record is the Felt Forum, New York City. Yeah, this is the one I listened to. One of the ones I listened to. Felt Forum, New York City. On On Discogs, it even says superb sound quality. They say some have a bad batch of pressings because I believe it was made in Taiwan. It's one of those, a lot of these boots, they're made in Australia, Taiwan, etc. This one's actually really nice, and it does sound really good. You can tell it's a soundboard recording, and this is a $35 start. $35 start. So that's Felt Forum, New York City. That's December 5th, 1971, and that's the Grateful Dead live, and that's the Felt Forum, New York City. That's a $35 start. So there's our next two auctions, $35 starts. The Halloween compilation is $29.99. Purple and orange vinyl, now that's what I call Halloween. The Halloween, Michael Myers theme, also Donovan Season the Witch, Beetlejuice is on here, NXS, Devil Inside, Blue Oyster Cult, Don't Fear the Reaper, Rob Zombie, Dracula. I've got 3 of those left. So quick recap of this bin. This was just a warm-up bin of new vinyl that was already on the table. I've got 3 crates of new stuff, and I got 4 crates of new vintage arrivals. When we get done with all those, I'll start going back through old stuff, buy it now, best offer, and on sale. So Smashing Pumpkins, Etta James. If you want prices again, just let me know which ones. Pearl Jam 10, Neil Young Harvest, Wilco, Sky Blue Sky. Matchbox 20 was $29.99. That's the new 75th anniversary clear vinyl. $29.99 on Matchbox 20. 311 Music, Celtics Frost. Also Merciful Fate, In the Shadows, The Darkness, Permission to Land. Now that's what I call Halloween. Lou Reed Transformer, Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys. Alanis Morissette, Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me. Also, we have Lanny Davis says he will take the Matchbox 20. That's so to Lanny Davis. These 2 auctions, we're looking for $35 starts. Zach Bryan, Tom Waits, Now Yearbook 73, Promise, Rodriguez, Velvet Underground and Nico, the Zombies box set, and of course, the Van Halen. Technically, Volume 2. There is another box set with their studio albums, Volume 1, which I think it was an exclusive through Walmart. We've never been able to get them, but now we can. But I never really understood, Tanner, I didn't print the waiting list. It's still on my laptop. So let's go ahead and go through our first crate of new vinyl. Our new vinyl. Thrasher wants the Celtic Frost and Merciful Fate, and Keeper of the Seven Keys was $36.99. So let me pull those. Celtic Frost and the, what was the other one? Merciful Fate, In the Shadows. And yes, Halloween is $36.99, blue splatter. Let me pull one of these each for Thrasher. Let's pull those for him. And we got new stuff here. Some stuff that was a waiting list, some stuff that's new releases. I think this is a lot of restocks and new releases, which is normally what our new vinyl is. It's either going to be a new release or it's going to be a restock. First is Black Sabbath, Mob Rules. This is a restock, $44.99. Mob Rules, 2LP, remastered album. And it has a bonus disc of rarities and live songs, $44.99. I have sold a lot of those. There's Mob Rules, $44.99. Also, Alice in Chains Freak Show. This is one of the records that we have a waiting list for. Alice in Chains Freak Show. Do you see that on there, Tanner? $44.99. This is red vinyl. This is Brian Arrigo. We had you down on a waiting list. I've got one extra to sell. So Brian Arrigo, we've already got one pulled for you. That's red vinyl. That's live Alice in Chains. And that's a 2LP concerts from 1990 and 1992. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make these buy it nows. If anybody wants 404, it's a $35 buy it now. And if anybody wants the Grateful Dead live, it's a $35 buy it now. Those are buy it nows, 404 and Grateful Dead, if anybody wants those. Shane Devers is going to get the Alice in Chains. And Jeff McMaster is going to get the Grateful Dead. Billy Underwood second, Paul T third, and Mel Webster fourth. Everybody's wanting them. Waiting for the buy it now. And Jeff got that one first, Billy second, Paul T, Mel, and Brian. 404 still available, $35 buy it now. We have Bruno Mars, 24 Karat Magic, $31.99. We had this the other night in a pre-owned bin. It was a sealed copy, but it was pre-owned from a collection, and we had it, and several people wanted it on the waiting list, and we got that down. Actually, it was just Walt Cruz. Walt Cruz on that one. So Bruno Mars, 24 Karat Magic, $31.99. Ozzy Osbourne, this is Memoirs of a Madman, $44.99. That's Ozzy's greatest hits. I'll tell you more about that in 1 second as soon as I grab our next auctions, which is going to be this copy of Terrapin Station. That's a promo, and I have a Japanese vest of Jimi Hendrix. Wow. Just fair warning on the auctions, there was 6 people that waited for the buy it now. That means 5 people didn't get it. If you for sure want an auction, I know if you bid, there's a good chance somebody else is going to bid. But if you sure want an auction, I would recommend bidding. That way you get it locked in. Or you can stand by for the buy it now deal, which if you're getting it for the opening bid, is going to be a pretty good deal on some of these Grateful Dead boots that I have, because I have priced them well under comps that I've seen on PopSykes. So if you for sure want it, you're probably going to miss out a lot if you're just waiting for the buy it now moment. So next is a 1977 US promo. This is a Santa Maria press from what I could figure out, but it is a promo copy of Terrapin Station. The vinyl's a solid EX. It does have a scuff here, has a scuff there. I have test bladed. It has no skips, and those were pretty much unaudible, but that is a white label promo of Terrapin Station. $35 start. $35 start on Terrapin Station. So there's the vinyl. It is a solid playback as an EX. It's a white label promo. It has the original under sleeve. It also has a gold stamp promo. It has the specially branded or specially banded for airplay sticker, and the cover is about a VG. It does show signs of shelf wear, maybe a VG plus, but it does show signs of use and wear. That's a $35 start on Terrapin Station. That's our third Grateful Dead record, and our next Japanese record is the very best, or the very best of Jimi Hendrix. The very best. Let's see, we got Hey Joe, Purple Haze, Wind Cries Mary, Burning of the Midnight Lamp, and Crosstown Traffic all on side 1. Side B is Foxy Lady, Stone Free, Voodoo Child, Gypsy Eyes, and Come On Part 1. That is some very best of Jimi Hendrix. That's going to be a $35 start. That's a red Polydor label, Jimi Hendrix Japanese compilation. This overall looks very nice. It looks like there's a little bit of fading right there on the obi, but there's nowhere on the cover, no foxing, nothing on the insert, and the vinyl is near mint. Japanese Jimi Hendrix, $35 start. Gary Samuels is in on the Grateful Dead. Now, I had got to Ozzy Osbourne. This is Memoirs of a Madman. This is Ozzy's greatest hit, 17 tracks, $44.99. There was somebody on a waiting list, and that was Kenny Cates Jr. Yep, Kenny Cates Jr. So I've got you down. This has tracks such as Crazy Train, Mr. Crowley, Flying High Again, No More Tears, Gets Me Through, I Just Want You. That's $44.99. Memoirs of a Madman. That's Ozzy's greatest hits. I've got 2, 4, 5 of those available. Queensryche is back in stock, which is Promised Land, $38.99. That's on, I believe, clear vinyl. Queensryche, I believe, is on clear vinyl, $38.99. The Zombies, Odyssey and Oracle, their classic album, that's a craft remaster, $31.99, featuring Time of the Season. I like this song right here, Care of Sail 44, the first track. Very typical zombie song, $31.99. We got bids on both auctions. They're now final calls. Gary Samuels has the promo copy of Terrapin Station for $35, and we have R.M. Lazelle was in first on Jimi Hendrix, Japanese pressing of the very best. Troy Robinson is at $37. So those are final calls. Actually, we just got a new bid on Jimi Hendrix, so that's actually back up for bid. Forrest Gump restock. This is Forrest Gump, 32 tracks on 2 LPs. This is the Forrest Gump soundtrack, and there was somebody waiting on this. I went ahead and ordered a few because I've been buying one, selling out, buying 2 more, selling out. This time I went with 3. Let's see if we can keep all these. This is the Forrest Gump, the soundtrack, $36.99. 2 LPs, $36.99. New bidders and new buyers. Here's how things are working. These 2 records in the back are at auction. All you got to do is bid in the comments. If you see right now on the screen how Jim Hickson just bid and R. Lazelle, just give me a clue on what you're bidding on, like Dead or GD for Grateful Dead or JH for Jimi Hendrix, and just bid. That's all you have to do, just name and price, like David just said. These are buy it nows. This is like live shopping right here, just like you're virtually record shopping. Just comment whatever you want. That tells me you're buying it, and I'll pull it for you. And these are all available. You don't have to put the price. You don't have to put I'll take. You just got to put whatever it is. If you want to buy Forrest Gump, just comment Forrest or Forrest Gump. That's how that works. So these are up for auction. These are buy it nows. If you're a first-time buyer, I will recognize you're a first-time buyer, and I'll give you instructions on how to get your information. So that's how that was. Christopher Morris, you was on the waiting list for Forrest Gump. You was. I've already got you one pulled. So back up to the top of where I was. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Grateful Dead got a new bid for $40. Matthew Krause wants the Zombies. That's the Odyssey and Oracle. That's sold to Matthew Krause. Jimi Hendrix has a bid for $38. Jimi Hendrix has a bid for $40. This is not the autographed one. I've got another one signed by Kreutzmann that I'm going to be auctioning later. When will we sell Led Zeppelin? That will be sold sometime within the next hour, probably. Jimi Hendrix is now at $41. So the classic Forrest Gump soundtrack, that's a must-have, $36.99. We did get more of these back in. Rush, Dreaming Out Loud. That's the Wisconsin broadcast from 1994. There was a waiting list for that. As y'all remember, I got Volume 1, and then we got Volume 2, and now I've got a restock of Volume 1. And that's a live Rush unofficial, Anthony Barone and Calvin Ward. I've already got you one pulled, and I have one extra, and that's Volume 1. Now, I think somewhere around here we still have Volume 2 if anybody wants Volume 1 and 2 together. They're $39.99 each. I did get more of these, the chilling, thrilling sounds of the haunted house, $31.99, the chilling, thrilling sounds of the haunted house. Two people was waiting on that. That was Cynthia Herdren and Vin Dandy. So I've got 2 extra copies to sell. That's the classic Disneyland record, the chilling, thrilling sounds of the haunted house. David Howard wants the Rush, Dreaming Out Loud. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. And I now need to do another final call on Grateful Dead. We had a new bid, Jim Hickson. And who was first? Gary Samuels. Gary, let me know if you want back in on the Dead, or you can say out, because Jim Hickson has that for $40. And this is the white label promo. This is the white label promo. I do have a copy of Terrapin Station later that's all autographed, but this is a white label promo. A solid EX on the vinyl, and the cover is VG, borderline VG+. Jimi Hendrix is now at $45. Dirty Honey, $28.99 for Dirty Honey. These are all new and sealed. We're going to do some vintage pre-owned stuff in just a second. And Stevie Ray Vaughan's Greatest Hits Live. This is $38.99. I actually showed this late last night. If you were watching last night about 11:30 p.m. Central Time, I actually showed this. It was behind the counter. It came in as a stray last week, and I forgot to show it. And there was a waiting list for this, one person, and that was Ryan Christie. There was one person, and then last night we tagged 2 people. Who was the 2 that got one, Tanner? Michael Nath and Rami Lou. Rami Lou C. They were watching late last night, and they went ahead and claimed one. Michael Nath. So you got one, Michael. I had extras, and I have this right here. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan's Greatest Hits Live. I've got one extra, and that's sold to Chris DeMoss. If anybody wants on a waiting list for that, let me know. And we have Nickelback. I haven't had this one in a while. The Long Road. We had one come in last week, actually, but there was one person on a waiting list, so I never get around to see it. But this is Nickelback, $33.99. $33.99. And that's Nickelback, The Long Road. Carole King, A Holiday Carol. Carole King's Christmas album, that's $29.99. All right, I think we're done on Grateful Dead. I never did see anybody else bid, so that's sold for $40 to Jim Hickson or Bill Hickson? Jim Hickson, I believe. Jim Hickson got that for $40. And the very best of Jimi Hendrix. The very best of Jimi Hendrix. That's at $45 of R.M. Lozelle. Bill Samus on the Stevie Ray Vaughan waiting list. We have Shane Devers on the Stevie Ray Vaughan waiting list. And Sherry Darnell on Nickelback, The Long Road. This one has, let's see here, Someday. Yeah, Someday. That's the big hit off that album. Nickelback, $33.99. Music from Sleeping Beauty. I have not had this one yet. Part of that Disney UK import, very nice jacket, colored vinyl Disney soundtrack series. This is Sleeping Beauty, $59.99. They're not cheap because they're UK imports, but I've actually sold all of them. I still got a couple Lion Kings left, and I think I got one Toy Story, and that's all I have on those. This was a pre-order, thanks to, I believe, Craig Thomas. He asked me to post this as a pre-order, and we've actually sold 4 already, and I've got 3 more. Joe Strummer and the Mescaleros. Hope I'm saying that right. This is actually on Dark Horse Records, George Harrison's label. Street Core, Joe Strummer, $31.99. It's a 20th anniversary reissue. Includes special edition archival print, $31.99. Where are we on Jimi Hendrix? I think Troy was out. That's a final call for $45. I'm going to go ahead and be wrapping up Jimi Hendrix because I think everybody's done bidding. In the meantime, I'm going to grab one of our next Grateful Dead records, and for some people, this may be at the top of their want list, Tanner. This is a MoFi pressing. I'm going to do that in just one second. First, the Joe Strummer. We had, the pre-order was Craig Thomas, Jason Walraven, Mike Massey, and Debbie Whited. Mike Massey, I've already got you down for one. Chris DeMoss says he's already got the Stevie Ray Vaughan, so we can give it to whoever was first on the waiting list. So actually, that means Bill Samus, you're going to get a Stevie Ray Vaughan tonight. Shane's at the top of the waiting list. Let's go ahead and sell Jimi Hendrix for $45 to R.M. Lozelle. And our next Grateful Dead record, and this sounds so good, of course, it's a MoFi pressing. This is a 1984 Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab MoFi pressing of the Grateful Dead from the Mars Hotel. I like that green MoFi strip at the top. Grateful Dead. This is near mint minus, $55 start. It's truly a near mint MoFi pressing. These are, by the way, all from that Pittsburgh collection. All these Grateful Dead records. That's a $55 start, near mint minus. And this is probably going to be part 1 of like 7 for Grateful Dead night, okay? I know we had 3 weeks of Kiss merchandise in a row. That's why we're not doing any Kiss merchandise tonight. We're probably going to resume Kiss week. We didn't figure we needed to do a month straight of Tuesday night Kiss because they're still actually packing up stuff from week 2 and some stuff from week 1. So we had so much stuff to pack and get boxes for, big items, delicate items. So we figured we'd take a time out for a lot of Kiss merchandise tonight and do some Grateful Dead records because we literally have hundreds from this collection. Japanese pressing of Christopher Cross. I just actually last night watched the interview with him and Rick Beato on YouTube. Very, very good interview. Christopher Cross, $35 start. This is his self-titled album, has the 2 hits, Sailing and Ride Like the Wind. This is a pristine Japanese pressing. $35 start for Christopher Cross. Near mint with Obi, $35 start on that. I don't remember putting my name on the Disney. You didn't put your name on the Disney. That was for Joe Strummer. Joe Strummer was the waiting list you just heard, Jason. And the next 2 records in here is Elvis Christmas album, $31.99. This is actually a reissue of Elvis's first Christmas album. If you can find an original of this in very nice condition, it's very desirable. It actually opens up as a gatefold. This one doesn't. It's a single pocket, but the original one from the 50s, very desirable. That is $31.99, $31.99. So there's Elvis. So let me make sure I hadn't missed anything. Grateful Dead does have a bid. Alan Totten's at $55. That's going once, going twice. And we're looking for a $35 start on Christopher Cross. Arthur Wyman wants Elvis. This is our first crate of new vinyl for tonight. I'm about to do some vintage and pre-owned stuff. Let me go through these one more time. And we have new arrivals and new restocks. Black Sabbath, Mob Rules, $44.99. Also Bruno Mars, 24 Karat Magic, $31.99. Ozzy Osbourne, Memoirs of a Madman, $44.99. 2 LP, that's an Ozzy Greatest Hits. Queensryche Promised Land, $38.99. Clear Vinyl. Forrest Gump Soundtrack, $36.99. 2 LPs. The Chilling, Thrilling Sounds of the Haunted House, $31.99. Dirty Honey, self-titled. They got a new album out. We have it up for pre-order, the indie exclusive in our group. Make sure you're in on that. Nickelback is $33.99. 1 copy left. Carole King, A Holiday Carol, $29.99. Sleeping Beauty's $59.99. And Joe Strummer, Street Core, $31.99. Autumn Betts wants one of those Joe Strummers. And we have 1 Elvis Christmas album left, $31.99. Bill Samus wants a Forrest Gump. And I never did really read the track listing. It would take me a couple minutes, but fantastic stuff. Craig actually may have posted it, but like I've always said, a great compilation of music from the mid-50s rock all the way through the 70s. That's so to Bill Samus, and Stacey Brown's going to take that last Nickelback. All right, that means we're now on a final call on the Grateful Dead. $55 for this MoFi pressing. Alan Totten has it. It's near mint, an original 84 MoFi pressing, and Jerry Stone has Christopher Cross for $33. Christopher Cross for $33. Let's go ahead and grab our first crate of new vintage stuff. We're going to be continuing with auctions all night. I got new Japanese stuff. I got new Grateful Dead auctions. And let's see what we have here. Let's go through our check condition bin first. Let's see what John has in our check condition first. What is this? Is this okay, there's that. There's this. And there's that. And okay, yeah, great. As usual, some great titles in the check condition bin. It's just about a half of a crate. Let's go through it right quick and see what we have. So these are check condition. So for anybody new, here's how the check condition stuff works. These are all graded, meaning they're not near mint copies. Most of the vintage stuff we put out is EX plus to near mint minus. To simplify a lot of things, they're very nice records. These are still very nice. Last night I listened to another VG plus record. It was a VG plus Yes album we had. Sounded great to me. Of course, I'm not extremely picky, but some of these VG and even VG Plus and even VG records sound pretty good. If you've bought check condition from us, you know that. We got new bids on the Grateful Dead. I was about to say, is that only going to sell for $55? New bids. We have 3 new bidders all of a sudden. Alan Totten is still on top. Jerry Stone has this for $35, and that's a final call. Let's go through the new check condition stuff. All first come, first serve. James Brown, It's a Mother, VG Plus, $29.99. James Brown records are extremely difficult to find in high grade. That's an OG James Brown Custom King label there. VG Plus $29.99. Van Morrison Tupelo Honey VG Plus condition $24.99. This is a gatefold on the White Warner Brothers label from the early 80s. That's a VG Plus $24.99. Van Morrison Tupelo Honey. And Leslie West Mountain VG $9.99. Leslie West Mountain. And of course, Leslie West was in Mountain, if that sounds familiar to you. That's in VG condition, $9.99. And the Eagles' greatest hits, EX, so EX is the top grade you'll see in the check condition bin, $34.99. That means probably it's EX just because of that one scuff right there. I don't know if that even comes through on y'all's screen, but that's probably why he put it in the check condition bin. The cover's in shrink wrap and has the hype sticker, $34.99. All right, Jerry Stone gets Christopher Cross. That's sold to Mr. Stone. $35. And we have Grateful Dead, Alan Totten. It looks like Darren Meyer was the second bidder. Alan now has it, $61, final call. We got to go ahead and wrap that up. Alan's still on top of that one. Let me go ahead and be grabbing our next auctions, which is going to be something out of the Japanese bin, and we'll do another Grateful Dead. Now, I do have some stuff in the Grateful Dead bin that's a buy it now, so what we'll do is when we have finalized all of the auctions, I'll see if there's any more of the buy it now stuff that I want to auction. If not, it's already priced and we'll show it first come, first serve. So there's the Grateful Dead item that's on deck. And let's do the Allman Brothers. This is going to be a third. And nobody, also, don't let me forget about the other stuff I posted, the Led Zeppelin boot and some of that other stuff. I got to do those as well. So this is actually a Japanese pressing of the Allman Brothers, Eat a Peach. An amazing album. This is actually a Japanese pressing. It doesn't have an obi. It's a 2LP. The vinyl is immaculate. This is an immaculate, and it's a Japanese pressing of the Allman Brothers Eat a Peach. It's weird seeing that on a green label because it was never pressed on a green label here. It was on Capricorn here in the United States, which I don't think Capricorn ever pressed in Japan. So there's the original insert. This is the Japanese booklet that came with it, and just unfortunate it doesn't have the obi, but it is a nice copy, and we're going to start that at just $35, and that is a Japanese pressing of the Allman Brothers Eat a Peach, $35 start on that. Okay, we got a new bid, Shakedown, $64 on the Grateful Dead. Alan says he's out, so that's going once, going twice to Shakedown now. And we have next record, The Beatles, Rock and Roll Music Volume 2. That's a VG copy, $9.99. VG copy, $9.99. So Alan is out on the Grateful Dead after Shakedown bid the $64. So now that's a final call again. And the Allman Brothers is a $35 start. Prince. This is a 2017 pressing with the poster, VG condition, and that is $19.99. This is the newest 2017 remaster with the poster, $19.99 on that. Christopher Morris gets the Beatles, and is Grateful Dead textured. Well, it's glossy. I don't think it's textured. No, I don't think it's textured. I had it as an 84 MoFi pressing, and I think it's only one. There was only one pressing in 84 in MoFi. So I don't know if this is. It kind of has a feel to it, but to me it just feels like a standard glossy jacket. Final call on that. Shakedown has it for $64. Christopher got the Beatles, and Arthur Wyman wants Prince. For anybody new watching, you see how things are going. Just bid on the back in the comments and claim in here whatever you want. Some things go very quickly. Sometimes you don't even have time to think. VG Plus, $14.99. Never seen this before. I've had a lot of Disneyland records. A Happy Birthday Party with Winnie the Pooh. And that's a storybook and record. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Iron Butterfly Ball, VG Plus condition on that, $14.99. And Jackson Browne for Every Man. Jackson Browne is VG Plus, featuring These Days and Take It Easy. His original Take It Easy. VG Plus, $14.99. Also, we have Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, VG Plus condition, $24.99. And that's on the original Columbia 2i label. First label for that, VG Plus, $24.99. All right, Allman Brothers has a bid. I'm going to go pull a Joe Strummer, and when I come back, I'm probably going to go ahead and end the Grateful Dead and do a final call on the Allman Brothers. So Joe Strummer is sold to Roger Ramjet, and the Grateful Dead, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, sold to Shakedown. You can tell he's a Grateful Dead fan. His profile icon is the Deadhead Skull. That's sold for $64. And now a final call on the Allman Brothers. Wolves Council has that for $35. Billy Joe, the nylon curtain, VG condition, $9.99. Debbie's at $40 on the Allman Brothers, so new bid on that. That's a VG copy of the nylon curtain by Billy Joe, $9.99. And the Beatles Help, one of my favorites. This is EX condition, $39.99. It's actually an original 65 mono Scranton press. And this has some of the score music on it too. So there's a Beatles track and then it goes into the score music. So, you know, like Help the night before, then it has some instrumentals, and then you've got the Hide Your Love Away. But these are some of my favorite Beatles tracks here. The Night Before, you've got the Hide Your Love Away, Another Girl, I Need You. And that's an original 65 mono pressing. $39.99. EX, very clean for a Beatles record. I mean, EX, you can't be too picky about these because they're normally completely trashed. That's EX condition, $39.99. New bids on the Allman Brothers, so that's still rolling. We'll keep ahead. We'll keep going ahead with the next Grateful Dead record. This is the Best of the Grateful Dead, which is actually has nothing to do with the best of. It's actually just a bootleg from Harper College in Binghamton, New York, I believe. Yeah, May 2nd, 1970. It is a soundboard recording, $35 start. And ignore all the Japanese lettering on there. This is not, it's actually pressed in Australia, I think. Yeah, I think it's pressed in Australia. So just FYI, if you're ever buying a bootleg, make sure you look it up on Discogs to really figure out what it is. Because, you know, you would look at this and just think it's other than it actually says right here, live at Harper Spring, 1970. Sometimes it's just completely misleading. You know, we've had some that say Queen, Budokan 1977, and it'll actually be a live show from Ohio in 1974. So, but this is actually live in New York, May 2nd, 1970. So this is pretty accurate here, and that's a $35 start. And all the vinyl, unless I say otherwise, all the vinyl on these bootlegs, keep in mind they're bootlegs, so it's not like you're dealing with MoFi super vinyl here. So I'm going to call them all EX, even if they look new, because they are bootleg quality. I mean, some of these are pressed pretty crudely in Australia, New Zealand, Taiwan, so just keep that in mind. But the ones I've listened to hadn't sounded too bad. I mean, some of them have sounded really good. Allman Brothers at 42, Henry's Choice and Debbie, let me know if you're done bidding. And the Grateful Dead has a bid already at 35. Christopher Morris wants help. Great decision there. Next is The Clash, Combat Rock, VG Plus condition, $34.99. VG Plus condition, looks like it has the original inner sleeve. And that's on the blue or black and bluish Epic label. VG Plus $34.99. Combat Rock. VG Plus $34.99. Lizzie Borden. Terror Rising. We should have saved this for Metal Night Thursday. VG $19.99. That's Lizzie Borden. Terror Rising. Terror Rising or Terrorizing. VG condition $19.99. Just looking ahead. Tomorrow night is going to be a night very similar like tonight. We're just going to have a lot of great auctions. We're going to have stuff from all kinds of different collections. The collection we just bought in Nashville, the collection from Pittsburgh, and the ones we got in New York and Massachusetts. So it's going to be all kinds of mixed auctions tomorrow night, new vintage arrivals, and new Japanese stuff. Thursday is going to be, the auctions are going to be metal heavy metal. Kind of play on words there. Lots of metal auctions Thursday night. I don't know if we're going to have like bins completely full of metal. That's going to be pretty tough to do as usual, but we can at least probably have 50, 60, 70 really good high quality metal LPs up for auction. We got a lot of Metallica stuff in the back from that Nashville collection. Those are going to be auctioned. So keep that in your mind for the next two nights. Thursday or Friday and Saturday will be just like tonight. It'll be all kinds of different stuff. So we have Japanese all night. This is actually a Japanese pressing here, and it just got a new bid. Henry's Choice is at $43. So Wolves Council, you're out on that. Henry's Choice has bid $43 on that. Tom Sullivan first to Lizzie Borden. Autumn was second. So there's the schedule for pretty much the rest of the week, and the forecast is records every night. Just tune in, and you're going to see some cool stuff. The Tubes, EX condition, $22.99. We had a Tubes bootleg last night. This is the Tubes, EX condition in shrink wrap, $22.99. And we have Frank Sinatra, Adventures of the Heart. Don't see that one as often. That is a mono pressing. The top seam does have a split right here. And that's EX condition, $12.99. Final call on the Grateful Dead. This is kind of quietly laying back here. Nat Reynolds, Nat Reynolds has that for $35, and that's a final call. Michelle Baker Miller wants the Winnie the Pooh record. Michelle, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you. I don't think I've said your name before, but I may have. Make sure you contact our page. We need your email address and your mailing address. We do $7 in limited shipping. Three Dog Night, naturally. This is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Three Dog Night, naturally. Wolves Council's back in on the Almond Brothers at $45. Henry's Choice, let me know if you want back in. And Cactus, this is hot and sweaty. Cactus, hot and sweaty, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Jetstream wants the Frank Sinatra. And we have Michael Jackson, Remember the Time. Never seen that before. VG, $14.99. That's a 1992 12-inch single. It also has Black or White, the Underground Club mix, another one of his hits. But that's a VG, $14.99. Jeremiah Stachet's on Cactus. That's sold to Jeremiah. Let's go ahead and sell the Grateful Dead for $35 to Nat Reynolds. If anybody's a first-time buyer, make sure you message our Facebook page. That's all we need from you. A message with your email address and mailing address. Let's go ahead and do one of the really cool records. I've actually got another autographed Grateful Dead that was not really featured, but y'all have seen this autograph before. It's part of the Pittsburgh collection. And Dale, who we got this amazing collection from, at some point or another, he met Sam Andrews, who was a guitarist. He worked with Jefferson Airplane, and he played on a lot of albums. This is Mickey Hart's Rollin' Thunder album. It's actually a white label promo, Mickey Hart Rollin' Thunder. It does have a slight warp to it. I played it. It does not affect playback. Mickey Hart Rollin' Thunder. That's a white label promo. So keep in mind it has a light warp to it. It's a 1972 promo. And the guitarist that played on this, of course, Mickey Hart was one of the drummers of the Grateful Dead. Sam Andrews signed it. He played on this album on guitar. And he signed here Sam Andrew. I keep on wanting to say Andrews, but it's this Andrew. He signed it twice. He signed the cover. And he signed on the insert. This is the original insert that came with it. And he signed next to his credit where he played guitar. So he was known for being the guitarist in Jefferson Airplane. Like I've said before, if you listen to Jefferson, or not Jefferson Airplane, Janis Joplin, Big Brother and the Holding Company. So that's, sorry, not Jefferson Airplane. Big Brother and the Holding Company was Sam Andrew. If you listen to A Piece of My Heart, that opening guitar riff, that's Sam Andrew. This is going to be a $45 start. It's actually got two signatures on it. So it's signed on the front and it's signed on the cover. The vinyl does have a light warp to it. No condition notes on the vinyl. Autographed twice, and it's a white label promo. $45 start on that. Back up to the top, Jake Zerbel wants the Three Dog Night. That's sold to Jake Zerbel. Henry's Choice was out on the Almond Brothers, so let's go ahead and sell that to Wolves Council for $45. That's gone. There's the Mickey Hart white label promo, autographed. Not by Mickey, but by Sam Andrew. $45 start on that, and that's a white label promo. He signed it twice, actually. There's Michael Jackson, and one more before I grab the next record. This is Miles Davis, VG Plus, $39.99. This is Miles Davis, Big Fun. I don't know if I've ever had a copy of this. Surely I have, but I don't recall seeing it too many times. VG Plus condition, $39.99 for Miles Davis. Looks like it's about a VG or VG Plus cover. And let me go ahead and grab our next Japanese auction. We're rolling through these. We have Bob Seger, Against the Wind. So lots of Japanese tonight. I have a full crate over here, and we have even more behind the counter if we need to get to them. So Bob Seger, Against the Wind, $35 start on this. The vinyl is, like most of these Japanese pressings, I'm going to say near mint and pristine, which if you're not familiar with these Japanese records, these are Japanese pressings. They're a higher quality vinyl. They're always so well taken care of. They're just amazing, and we've sold thousands of them over the last couple of years here, and the people who own them will tell you they're a step above U.S. pressings. They're actually pretty much the best you can get when it comes to OG as far as quality. Now sound, some people say they have different mixes, which they do, so that's all debatable, but for me, I really like them. I collect them. They are really, really nice. And Paul T. wants Miles Davis, so Against the Wind's a $35 start. Everything right now is sticker price. So we'll talk later, but right now everything's sticker price. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, that has the insert with it. That's VG Plus $24.99. And Lenny Bruce, 2 is a preposition, come as a verb. That is VG plus $14.99. All right, let me recap what's left in there, and I'm going to grab our new crate. We do have new vinyl to get to. First, there's the James Brown record that was just asked about. This is It's a Mother, VG plus condition, $29.99. Van Morrison Tupelo Honey, VG plus $24.99. Leslie West Mountain, VG $9.99. Also, Eagles, their greatest hits, 71 to 75, EX $34.99. Julian wants LB, which was Lenny Bruce. That's sold to Julian. Sherry Darnell wants Tupelo Honey. That's sold to Sherry Darnell. And our two auctions is Mickey Hart White Label Promo with the Sam Andrew autographs on it. And that's a $45 start. If it doesn't get a bid pretty soon, I'll make it a buy it now. And final call on the opening bid on Bob Seger for $35. Iron Butterfly Ball, VG plus $14.99. Jackson Brown for Everyman, that's VG plus $14.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, original label, VG plus $24.99. Billy Joel, The Nylon Curtain, this is VG $9.99. The Clash Combat Rock, VG plus $34.99. The Tubes is EX $22.99. Michael Jackson, Remember the Time, VG $14.99. And Fleetwood Mac Rumors is VG plus $24.99. VG plus $24.99. So let me grab our next crate. Newer Japanese records. I would, but the problem is they're very expensive. New Japanese imports are, some of them are well over $100, like MSRP for a 2 LP. So a lot of them aren't cheap. Let's see what's in this crate. There's no bid on the autograph, actually. No bid. We're looking for a $45 start. So I'm about to make it a buy it now, but first let me go ahead and end Bob Seger. This is a $35 buy it now. If anybody wants the Bob Seger Against the Wind Japanese pressing, $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. And this is available. First come, first serve. And also, if you missed it earlier, I still got Foreigner 4, which I can't believe is still available for a $35 buy now. I'm going to put it back in its sleeve. I didn't get to do that earlier. I was struggling with it, so there it is. That is a $35 bid on that. And Henry's Choice is first. Henry's Choice is first, and that's Bob Seger, and that is a $35 buy it now to Henry's Choice. If anybody wants the Mickey Hart Rolling Thunder, it's a buy it now, $45 buy it now on the Mickey Hart Rolling Thunder. It's autographed by Sam Andrew, and it's actually autographed twice. It's autographed here, and it's autographed on the insert as well. That's a $45 buy it now, and that is sold to Shakedown. That is sold to Shakedown. $45 buy it now. Mickey Hart Rolling Thunder White Label Promo. Just FYI, when I have something up for auction, it's pretty much not negotiable. So I'm just now seeing where Nat Reynolds says, let's make a deal. So when I have something up for auction, it's pretty much, I'm never going to be negotiable on the price because there's a really high possibility, as you've seen, that somebody's going to buy it for the opening bid, even if it doesn't get a bid. So if you see something on the auction block and you want it, like I've said before, you might just want to go ahead and bid because there's a slim possibility it's not going to be any cheaper. So just FYI for future reference for that, because there's people literally standing by ready to push the button to go ahead and buy it, and then it's just whoever's first, like Shakedown was. So there is that, Tanner. That's sold for $45. We have another Grateful Dead record. This is a 1973. Paul got this one ready for us yesterday. This is a 1973 White Label Promo. He has a note, very nice condition, of the history of the Grateful Dead. And this is a $35 start. Check that out. White Label Promo, and it is extremely nice. $35 start. It has the original Warner Brothers inner sleeve. $35 start. Has a promo sticker. $35 start on that. That's a 1973. Actually, he said $45 start. We'll say $35 start. History of the Grateful Dead on that. And our next Japanese auction is Cheap Trick, their first album. Cheap Trick, orange epic label, Japanese pressing, extremely nice vinyl. This is going to be a $45 start. I don't get this one as often in the Cheap Trick catalog, whether it's a U.S. pressing or Japanese pressing. Really solid cover too with Obi, and that is a $45 start on that. Debbie's at $40 on the Grateful Dead. So yeah, that's just a couple auction rules. Make sure if you want to bid, make sure to go ahead and get it in before I call it as a buy now, because then it's going to be whoever's first come, first serve. Also, when you say you're out, you can't bid again. So if you're bidding, let me know if you're done by saying out, but do not put that 3-letter word, O-U-T, until you know for sure, because if you say out, I can't let that back in. I will put Led Zeppelin on deck, Edwin. I will put that on deck. The first record I'm going to show y'all is probably going to be a sellout. I hope it is, and then we're going to have to take a waiting list. I don't even have it in a crate. And if you're, I know I'm going to get more, but let's go ahead and get a list started. And that is Kiss Unplugged, $44.99. They have done a new pressing. Fantastic. $44.99. This is the 2014 remaster. 2014 remaster of Kiss Unplugged, $44.99. These go out of print, and they get really pricey, and then they come back in print, and then they don't have enough made, and then they come back in again. So that's Kiss Unplugged, $44.99. Kiss Unplugged. So the way this is going to work is I've got, 4 copies there? 4 or 5. The first 4 people who claim those will get it. And just like Psycho Circus and everything else, they'll press more. And by the way, I finally got it. Was amazing. I had 8 people left on Psycho Circus, and I got 8 copies in today. So here's the Psycho Circus list. It has now been 100% filled. It's took 3 weeks. I think 3 or 4 weeks of getting Psycho Circus here, there, a little bit at a time. Here's everybody who got one. Bill Samus, Todd Tipton, Patrick Carter, Eric Smalley, David Hesse, Chuck Wilson, Alan Johnson, Jamie Butler. Now, they just shipped more to me, so I'm going to have some more that for the first time I think I can show them live unless we take down names right now. So if you're Bill Samus, Todd Tipton, Patrick Carter, Eric Smalley, David Hesse, Chuck Wilson, Alan Johnson, Jamie Butler, you got a Psycho Circus on this week's invoice. $49.99, and we'll hopefully have some more. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. Let me know. This has the hop sticker. It says double LP and poster. This is all part of the 2014 remaster. So back up to the top, we had a $35 bid on the Grateful Dead, and then we had a $40 bid on the Grateful Dead. Led Zeppelin's on deck to be auctioned, and another Japanese pressing. Jerry Stone gets a Kiss. Before that, Joseph Felicetti, Jerry Stone got one. Arthur actually asked last night, and I said, Arthur, we have a surprise. Tune in tomorrow night. So he gets one. He's number 3, and Fred Carnell gets one. He gets the 4th one. So Denise Harrison, you'll be first on the list, and anybody else, just let me know. And I have a bunch back ordered because we have never had this in our bin. I've never just had this sitting in our bin. There's always a waiting list, and then we don't get enough, and they stop pressing them. And I think there's 3 people on my spreadsheet, but that was from like 8 months ago. I don't even think it was this year when we had this back in stock. So there's number 4. So Denise was first, Paul Brothers second, Travis McLarty, John Smetzer. There's 4 people on the waiting list, and I have more on the way. Jake Zerbel's back in on the Dead at $41, and Cheap Trick is a $45 start. We're looking for a $45 start. Final call before I make that a buy now. Did you answer my question about James Brown? Yes, I said everything is sticker price for right now. Sticker price. Joey Begley on the Kiss Unplugged. Yeah. So the way the waiting list works, very quickly, we're going to put your name down. I could have more show up tomorrow, Thursday, or Friday, which means you're going to be invoiced this upcoming Monday. So if one comes in, you're going to be billed for it. You're not billed for it until I actually have it on hand. So if you're on a waiting list, there could be more come in next week. And if it's kind of like Psycho Circus, it could be, this list started a month ago, and I'm now just finally getting them all in. That's how allocated and in demand that record's been. So new bids on Cheap Trick. All right, let's get back to this bin. We have a unofficial from Black Sabbath, Sydney, 1980. That's going to be Ronnie James Dio on vocals. $44.99. Black Sabbath, Sydney. And this should be on colored vinyl. $44.99. This is Black Sabbath, Sydney, 1980. $44.99. Jamie says he doesn't need on the cycle. Jamie, you might have got on that list twice, actually. So let's scratch Jamie's name off that list, and I'll bring that over here. So I have one to sell tonight. Let me go ahead and show everybody what that looks like, because I'm surprised no one else said add me to the list, because I'll probably have 10, 15, 20 show up randomly now that they're finally getting them all out. So I have an extra Psycho Circus if anybody wants it. $49.99. $49.99. That is Kiss Psycho Circus. Okay. Unplugged is $44.99. Unplugged is $44.99. I didn't check Discogs, but I have a feeling that's probably a really good price based on what they've been selling for. Stacy, the Carole King Christmas album is $29.99. Black Sabbath Live in Sydney, that's a new unofficial we just got in, and that is $44.99. That should be on colored vinyl. Carole King is $29.99. The Shakedown signed by Mickey Hart. Yes, it's signed, or it's sold. Yes, it's sold. He got it for $45. Okay, Black Sabbath, we got more Smashing Pumpkins Gish, $39.99. And Rob Zombie, finally. I've got several Hellbilly Deluxe to sell. Usually there's only like one or two where they allocate these things. Rob Zombie, and there's been one person waiting on it a long time, Jonathan Roberts. So I have Rob Zombie Hellbilly Deluxe. It says audiophile black vinyl. I've actually listened to a used copy we got before, and it does sound really good. That's Rob Zombie Hellbilly Deluxe, $36.99. That has Dragula on it. Stacy Metternich wants the Carole King album. That's sold to Stacy. We had new bids on Grateful Dead. Jake Zerbel bid $41, and that means Debbie Whited, you are outbid on that. Debbie Whited, you're outbid. Jake Zerbel bid $41. Arthur Wyman wants a Rob Zombie, and I have several of those, as you can see. Looks like Brent and John Lill are bidding on Cheap Trick. Brent's back in at $50. John Lill, you're out. And we have more copies of Smashing Pumpkins Pisces. That is $39.99. Pisces Iscariot. One copy of this, Music from the Elder, $38.99. This is the 2014 remaster, but this is the Euro version. So they print these Kiss albums in U.S. and in Europe, and you know, just like when you get on Discogs, it'll be like Europe and it'll be U.S. This is the Europe version. It still has the regular S's. It's not the German import. Music from the Elder, that's $38.99. I only have one copy of that. Megadeth, Rust in Peace, $38.99. There was somebody waiting on a copy of that. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Did I transfer that over? Yeah, Kenny Cates Jr. Kenny Cates Jr., I've got a Megadeth for you, $38.99. And two more copies of AC/DC, Jailbreak, 74 Jailbreak, $33.99. So AC/DC's $33.99. Okay, Cheap Trick. Final call. Waiting for maybe John Lill to bid again or let me know he's out. We'll go ahead and call that sold. Grateful Dead is a final call now. Waiting for Jake Zerbel has that for $41. That is a white label promo. Extremely nice. Seeing if Debbie wants back in. If not, we're going to go ahead and sell it. Wolf's Council wants a Rob Zombie. That is Rob Zombie. That's sold to Wolf's Council. Megadeth is $38.99. We also have the band. Last Waltz, $59.99. The Kreutzmann Terrapin, that has not been auctioned yet, Mark. No, we still have it. We still have it. And Soul Digging, Soul Music Gems from Vinyl Diggers. This is actually like a deep cut soul compilation of rare tracks. It's called Soul Digging, $29.99. Soul Music Gems from Vinyl Diggers, $29.99. John Lill's backing on Cheap Trick at $51. And we have a new bid on the white label promo at $45. Christopher Brusher. So Jake Zerbel, you've been outbid, and the Grateful Dead, and this is a white label promo. White label promo on that. Got Led Zeppelin on deck. I'm waiting for one of these to end so we can get a third auction started. And let me go ahead and the Terrapin Station, I'll do that very soon. I'll do that very soon. So first is Black Sabbath, Sydney, 1980. That's a live unofficial. Ronnie James Dio, Black Sabbath, $44.99. Smashing Pumpkins, $39.99. Still got Rob Zombie, $36.99 for Rob Zombie. We have Smashing Pumpkins, another one, $39.99. Pisces. Also, Kiss is $38.99. Megadeth is $38.99. AC/DC, $33.99. The band Last Waltz, $59.99. And the Soul Digging compilation, $29.99. So now we did hear from Jake Zerbel. Never did hear from Debbie. And Christopher Morris has that for $45. And Brent Robley, you're outbid on Cheap Trick. John Lill has that for $51. So let me grab a new crate. Let's go through vintage, some more vintage stuff, new vintage stuff. If anybody decides they want anything out of there, those are all available. Those are all available. Let me take a look at this next bin here. Looks like this next bin is EX Plus Near Mint minus stuff. Let's see here. Let's see. Ooh, that's a great, I hadn't seen one of those in a while. That's a great compilation. Got a compilation in here that's always a great seller. Wow, there's a lot of fantastic stuff in here. A lot of unique, a lot of different genres. Lots of different genres on here. So lay that out, and here we go. All right. Let's see here. New bid on Jake Zerbel. Jake Zerbel has the Grateful Dead. What were the prices for Rush Dreaming Out? Those are $39.99. $39.99 each. And Bill Samus wants a copy of the new. This is a new Rocktober. This is the band, The Last Waltz. This is a new Rocktober reissue of that. 45th anniversary, triple LP, $59.99. $59.99. Okay, we have B.B. King live at Cook County Jail. That's $29.99. That's in shrink wrap. B.B. King live at Cook County Jail. That's $29.99. B.B. King and Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor cover variant C, $34.99. Cover variant C, $34.99. Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor, $34.99. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. Hadn't seen a vintage copy of this in a while. Very clean, $34.99 for Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. That's $34.99. And we have the Best of the Doobie Brothers. That's near mint and shrink wrap, $14.99. The Best of the Doobie Brothers, $14.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell Cheap Trick to John Leal for $51. Christopher Brusha has the Grateful Dead. They're still bidding on that. We had a few new bidders pop in, and now we're at $50 on that. Now I'm looking for the stack of auctions. Here they are. I'm looking for this stack of auctions right here. Where is the Led Zeppelin? Here we go. This is Led Zeppelin. This is Destroyer. This is live at Richfield Coliseum in Cleveland, Ohio, April 27th, 1977. A 4LP rare Led Zeppelin bootleg box set. Pretty sure it's the complete concert from that night. April 27th, a very desirable Led Zeppelin boot. Comes in a box. Nice box too, Led Zeppelin Destroyer. Look at that. Look at Jimmy Page. That's a $145 start. $145 start. Led Zeppelin Destroyer. The night we do the Led Zeppelin stuff like we're doing with the Grateful Dead, it's going to be insane when we have all the Led Zeppelin boots. That's now up for bid. There's been several people message us and ask, when is that going up for bid? It's up for bid right now. These bootlegs, it's really limited on how you can get them because you can't sell them on eBay and Discogs anymore. So Edwin has it for $145. He's been one of the people waiting on it. Christopher Brusha is at $50 on the Dead. Jake Zerbel says out, so that's a final call. Christopher Brusha has that for $50. The Doobie Brothers is sold to Scott Jokumstaller. In this bin, we still got Janis Joplin, Led Zeppelin, and B.B. King. Can't believe those are still there. The Crazy World of Arthur Brown, that's $39.99. This is a 1968 pressing. The Crazy World of Arthur Brown, that is $39.99. And I said a cutout because it has a saw mark right up here, but it is in shrink wrap, very clean. R.M. Lazelle wants Janis Joplin. First time I listened to this, I was blown away by that track, Down on Me, because on the studio album, it's really like a slow, soft-moving song, and then this live version is incredible. That's sold to R.M. Lazelle, and Mark Querim wants B.B. King. Now we just need to sell Arthur Brown and Led Zeppelin. Those are still available. This is Cliff Classics. What do we have here? There's a picture of John Lennon on the front, 1999. Cliff Classics sealed. I don't know anything about that, but that's $19.99. And Walter Carlos Clockwork Orange, that's $19.99. Walter Carlos Clockwork Orange, that's in shrink wrap, $19.99. All right, the Grateful Dead is sold to Christopher Brusha for $50. Final call on the Led Zeppelin, only one bid to Edwin Blom, $145, and that's a final call. We're about to sell it. Waiting for somebody else that had asked about it to pop in. Don't know if they're watching or not. I know we had I saw at least 2 messages come in possibly, or 2 comments, that is, on that. Okay, so next Grateful Dead record. This is live in Paris, and yeah, this is live in Paris, France, September 1974. It's a 1988 French pressing, $65 start, and this is the Grateful Dead. This is live in Paris, 1974. It's called Crazy Fingers. Crazy Fingers is a 2LP, not Led Zeppelin, Grateful Dead bootleg. This is by Amazing Stork. Amazing Stork is one of those more well-known bootleg labels that did higher quality recordings and jackets. As you can tell, glossy cover, has a really cool picture of Jerry there on the front. Glossy shot of the band there playing live. That's a $65 start. All right, 3 new bidders all of a sudden. 3 new bidders on the Led Zeppelin. We're at $146, $150, $150, and now a 5th bidder. Patty's at $152. So the Led Zeppelin bidders have shown up. And Clockwork Orange is $19.99. If you want to bid on the Grateful Dead, make sure you put your bid. It's a starting bid of $65 to get in on that. $65 to get in on the Grateful Dead. Elvis Presley for LP fans only. $19.99 for Elvis Presley for LP fans only. Black RCA label, $19.99. Luke is in on the Grateful Dead at $65. And this is reggae music. This is a reggae compilation, $24.99. It's in shrink wrap. Very nice. This is reggae music, $24.99. Cynthia's on Clockwork. Edwin's at $155 on Led Zeppelin. So Edwin's still on top of that. Speaking of Led Zeppelin, one of the few official compilations that has Led Zeppelin music. This is a 2LP UK pressing, and this is $34.99. It's a very good bootleg, or not bootleg, compilation, excuse me. This is by invitation only. It has Led Zeppelin on it, the Rolling Stones, Stephen Stills, Average White Band, Buffalo Springfield, Heavy Metal Kids. Yes is on here. Roberta Flack, more Yes, more Led Zeppelin, more Stones, more Delaney and Bonnie, and that is called By Invitation Only. By Invitation Only. That's sold to Chris DeMoss. Tanner, that one was $34.99. That's sold to Chris. And the Kinks, One More From the Road, $24.99. The Kinks, One More From the Road. And this is a 2LP live Kinks album. Very nice condition. If I can grab one of the LPs, $24.99 on that. If you're done on Led Zeppelin, that's Thomas O'Brien, John Lane, Chris DeMoss, or Patty Kay. Let me know, because Edwin has that at $155, and that's now a final call. Grateful Dead has one bid with Luke Shellbauer, and Luke has that for $65, and now that's a final call. So if you want to bid on those, now's the time. Charlie Parker, Miles Davis, Giants of Jazz. That is $16.99. Charlie Parker, Miles Davis, Giants of Jazz, $16.99. Patty's back in on Led Zeppelin at $157. Santana Lotus. We don't get this too often. This is $44.99. This is a 1975 Holland pressing of Santana Lotus. And that's from 1975 Preston Holland, $44.99. Chris DeMoss wants the reggae compilation. The Kinks, I don't think it has the poster. It felt awfully heavy, but I don't think the poster's in here. It's supposed to come with a giant 40 by 60 poster. I don't think it's in here. No poster with the Kinks. $24.99. Chris DeMoss is out on Led Zeppelin, so is John Lang. We do have Jetstream on Miles Davis. Romelu was second on that. So we had Jetstream first, Romelu second, and Fred Carnell third. B.B. King, Blues on Top of Blues, $29.99. That's in shrink wrap. I don't know if I've had this one before. B.B. King, it's on the Blues Way. Very nice vinyl, though. Let me fix this. The original inner sleeve is a little crinkled, just the standard paper inner sleeve. That's B.B. King, $34.99 in shrink, $29.99 in shrink wrap. Very cool. All right, let's go ahead and sell the Grateful Dead. No one else bid on that. Luke Shellbauer got that. Luke, that's surprising. One bid. So do you. If anybody else wants in, or it's too late. I was about to say, if anybody else wants in, let me know. That's sold to Luke. Luke, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you, and make sure you message our page. Is he a first-time buyer? Possibly. And Tanner's going to check right now, and I'll give those instructions in just a second. Jetstream gets the Kinks. Let me make sure Jeffrey Heff doesn't want it. If not, that's sold to Jetstream. And Chris DeMoss first on B.B. King. Christopher Brusha, you were second on that. All right, I see a lot of people out on Led Zeppelin except Edwin. Edwin, let me know if you want back in, because Patty Kay has it for $157. $157, and I'm going to sell it. I think everybody else has said out. So that's now pending. Santana's still available. The Kinks' Greatest Hits. This is $19.99. The Kinks' Greatest Hits, $19.99. Well-Respected Man. Lola's on here all day and all of the night. That's a great comp, $19.99. And we have, this is $12.99. Def Jam. Who is this? This is Slick Rick, Teenage Love. Slick Rick, Teenage Love, 12-inch single. That is $12.99. Edwin's backing on Led Zeppelin for $160. Thank you, Luke. And yes, if you're a first-time buyer, just make sure you contact their page. We just need your email address and your mailing address, and we'll go from there. All right, let's go ahead and put up another really incredible Dead album. How about one signed by one of the original and founding members of the Grateful Dead? This is going to be, I'll go ahead and let you know, a $95 start. This is signed by Billy Kreutzmann of the Grateful Dead. And this is going to be a $95 start, one of the drummers. I guess the Grateful Dead, I was watching them live. I was really trying to get up to date on my Grateful Dead knowledge and history, but I was watching them play live, and I noticed they have like two percussionists or two drummers, Mickey Hart and Billy. So this is a $95 start. This is from the Pittsburgh collection, and anytime we sell a higher priced autograph, I'm going to go ahead and do a disclaimer. So we bought a collection in Pittsburgh where this guy met and interacted with a lot of these celebrities and musicians. I guarantee this autograph to be authentic. That's Collecco's COA. I guarantee it to be authentic. If you ever have it authenticated by a reputable company, PSA, JSA, Beckett, and they say it's not authentic and it's this record that you bought from us, we'll give you your money back. So essentially, you have nothing to worry about. I guarantee it to be authentic. If you do go ahead and have it authenticated, sometime we are about to have a ton of autographs authenticated. Some of these that I know that's real, and I'm going to go ahead and sell them as is. I wouldn't do that unless I was 100% sure. And there's other Grateful Dead autographs in this collection. I hadn't found the rest of them. I just have this one ready for tonight. Guaranteed to be authentic. So, and I've looked at it, examined it. It's 100% real. So that's now up for bid. Autographed Terrapin Station there. And it's actually a really nice copy of the record as well. I've cleaned it, got an anti-static. It's a really nice copy of the record as well. So it's an OG Santa Maria press. I didn't write that down. I just wrote the starting bid. But yeah, I think it's OG. It was tough for me to find just a Billy Kreutzmann autograph. You know, I was looking and looking. I found some signed posters, but actually an original Grateful Dead signed LP. It was hard just to find his signature. And by the way, if you ever do find a Grateful Dead record that's signed by all of them, especially Pigpen or the one of the original members that died in '72, man, those are expensive. That's like a $8,000 record. Some of them sold for over $10,000 before. So, okay, back up to the top. Led Zeppelin was at 160. Shakedown got Slick Rick. Chris DeMoss was second. Troy third. Paul T fourth. Patty bid 162 on Led Zeppelin. Terrapin Station autograph 95, 100. Led Zeppelin 161 and Terrapin Station 101. Terrapin Station 103. Back to the bin. Nagy Steen, $9.99. Also, Winton Marcellus. This is $14.99, and this one's called J-Mood, $14.99. 1988 Summer Olympics album, $14.99. This has Whitney Houston on it, the Four Tops, the Bee Gees, the Bunberries, John Williams, Taylor Dane, $14.99 for the 88 Summer Olympics. And this is Air Supply, the one that you love, that is $12.99. Edwin's at 165 on Led Zeppelin. Patty's at 167. 165, 167. Looks like we have our two bidders on that one, 165 and 167. And the Terrapin Station autographed by Billy Kreutzmann. That is between two other people right now. Mike Vandergits gets Winton Marcellus. That's sold to Mike Vandergits. Alan Parsons Project, Eye in the Sky, in shrink wrap with the original inner sleeve, $19.99. In shrink wrap with the original inner sleeve. And of course, this has Cirrus on it, the instrumental, which is, you know, the Chicago Bulls song, $19.99. Cirrus, Eye in the Sky, Alan Parsons Project. Amazing compilation here, $34.99. This is called Heavy Metal, 24 electrifying performances. Allman Brothers, Black Sabbath, Blues Image, Buffalo Springfield, Alice Cooper. This is $34.99. Yes is on here, War, Uriah Heep, T-Rex. That's an amazing compilation, $34.99. Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, Greatest Hits Volume 2. Volume 2 has some of the best tracks on it, like The Tracks of My Tears and I Second That Emotion. $19.99. This is on Tamla Motown. Very nice. Original Tamla Motown label. Smokey Robinson and the Miracles. Terrapin Station's at 105. That's with Jake Zerbel, Jeff McMaster, you're out. And the Led Zeppelin's at 167. Edwin, you're outbid on that. You're outbid on that. Next is Romy Lou first on Smokey Robinson. Scott Jokumstaller is second. Edwin is at 168 on Led Zeppelin. And this is the Groupies. The documentary study of the groupie phenomenon, $24.99. From 1969, The Groupies, $24.99. I guess this is a spoken word record. Yeah, it's a documentary study of the groupie phenomenon from 1969, $24.99. Edwin's at 168 on Led Zeppelin. He says he's about to have to go. He said he had to attend a meeting. Elvis is sold to Arthur Wyman. Final call now on the Grateful Dead, autographed by Billy Kreutzmann. That's an autographed copy of Terrapin Station. That is with Jake Zerbel at $105 right now. That's $105. Patty's back in on Led Zeppelin at $170. Hair, the American Tribal Love Rock Musical. Hair is $19.99. Hair is $19.99. Mark Fallon is at $135 on the Grateful Dead. And Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits. That's in shrink wrap, $9.99. ONJ's Greatest Hits. Olivia Newton-John, $9.99 on that one. And Blues is King, another B.B. King I don't think I've ever had before. Don't Answer the Door in shrink wrap, $24.99 for B.B. King. Sean Holford wants the Groupies record. That's sold to Sean Holford. And Mark Fallon's at $135 on the Dead. So both Jeff and Jake Zerbel's outbid now. Edwin's out on Led Zeppelin. So the Led Zeppelin box is at $170 with Patty K. I don't try to say her last name. I could get close, but it's a lot easier saying Patty K. $170 with Led Zeppelin. Sean got the Groupies. Romelu first on Olivia Newton-John. Roger Ramjet second. Jetstream first to B.B. King. Thomas second. And Romelu, you did get Olivia Newton-John. The Staple Singers. Wow. In shrink wrap. $39.99 from 1971 with hop sticker. Wow, that's pretty incredible. On stacks and shrink wrap and hop sticker, the Staple Singers. $39.99. Really nice copy. New bid on the Terrapin Station autograph. $136 with Jake Zerbel. And so Led Zeppelin's at $170. If you were waiting to get in, it's a final call. That's Cleveland, Ohio. It's a 4LP box set. Richmond Coliseum, a full concert from Led Zeppelin. That's never been officially released. That's what's amazing. Led Zeppelin doesn't have a lot of official music out live. The first official live music was from Madison Square Garden, 1973, which came out, Song Remains the Same, 76. And then after that, there was pretty much nothing up until the 90s when they did BBC sessions and How the West Was Won. And then there was nothing for another 20 years until they did the Celebration Day, which was the reunion concert. So it's amazing. For a band like Led Zeppelin, they hardly have any live albums. So that's why these bootlegs are so desirable. You get to hear Led Zeppelin. You know, for me, a fan, putting these on and listening to them, it's like new stuff, which is hard to come by with Led Zeppelin. Billion Dollar Babies, Battle Axe, $24.99. Billion Dollar Babies. You may have heard them. That was the members of Alice Cooper's band, $24.99. And this is $24.99. Ginger Baker from Cream, Horses and Trees. Ginger Baker, never seen that one before. Ginger Baker, Horses and Trees, $24.99. And the Association. And then along comes the Association with Cherish, and along comes Mary, $14.99. All right, let's sell the Led Zeppelin box. Patty gets that for $170. That's sold to Patty for $170. Nice there. We have a lot more. If you're interested in Led Zeppelin boots, I think Patty already knows this, but anybody else watching that may was going to bid on that, we have an entire collection of them. We're just waiting for the right night to sell all those off at once, or at least, like the Dead, at least part of them. Dr. Ice, this is a 12-inch single. It's sealed from 1989, $12.99, and we have a new bid on the Grateful Dead. New bid on the Grateful Dead. Okay, I know we're in vintage right now, but before it gets too late, I'm going to go ahead and show the other Kiss record we got a surprise restock of. There's no waiting list, and these are all first come, first serve, and then we'll start a waiting list. Kiss Alive 3, 2014 Remaster Series, $44.99. Kiss Alive 3, $44.99. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 copies of it. Kiss Alive 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Haven't had those in a long time. Alive 3, $44.99. That's what I have in stock, and then like I said, we'll probably take a waiting list on that. So go ahead and try to lock in one tonight. And just like all the other Kiss records, those just came in, so I'll probably get more. And then eventually they'll probably just disappear for I think it's been 6 or 8 months since we've seen these, so you just never know. Very interesting the way these reissues work and restocks. So that's Kiss Alive 3. Next we have Grateful Dead. So we had Terrapin Station, 136, 143 on Terrapin Station. Jake bid 144, and then Kiss Alive 3. Arthur Wyman gets one. Tanner Wayne Carr gets one. Pete Weisgarber gets one. James Raynor's going to get an Alive 3. Ron Duffield gets an Alive 3. Andre gets a Alive 3, and that was the next name on my list. So those are all sold. Shakedown gets Dr. Ice. That's sold to Shakedown. Mark Fallon's at $150 on the Grateful Dead. And Ryan Christie, you will be named number 1 on the waiting list. Ryan Christie, you will be named number 1 on the waiting list. Next is Donna Summer. Walk Away Collector's Edition, the best of Donna Summer, 1977 to 1980. This is a Japanese pressing. Donna Summer Collector's Edition, the best of Donna Summer. This is going to be a $35 start. It is a Japanese pressing. This is a solid EX. It has a little bit of a scuff right here. Has one, looks like a needle drop or something on track 1. Does not affect play. That's Donna Summer. That's a $35 start. That LP is now up for bid. There's the cover with Obi. There's the Japanese insert. That's a $35 start. That's Donna Summer. That's up for auction. So Ryan Christie will be first on the waiting list for Kiss Alive 3. If anybody else wants on there, let me know, because that's always a desirable record in the Kiss catalog. Jake Zerbel says he's officially out on the Billy Kreutzmann autograph. Mark Fallon has that for $150. If anybody wants in, now's the time, because it looked like it was down on those two. Final call. Craig just posted the track listing for Donna. The Partridge Family, and check this out. It has the shopping bag. It has the shopping bag, $29.99. The Partridge Family album with the shopping bag that's always missing. Partridge Family album shopping bag, $29.99. This is Cut and Move, Get Serious. That's a full album from 1991, $19.99. Cut and Move, Get Serious, $19.99 for Cut and Move. And B.B. King live on stage. Another B.B. King record in shrink wrap. This one's on the Kent label, $39.99. $39.99. New bid on the Grateful Dead record. Jeff McMaster is at $155. Mark Fallon, you have new competition. Jeff McMaster is at $155. Next is, we have Troy Robinson. We did that. Romulu's at $35 on Donna. Brian C. gets the Partridge Family. Tanner, that was $29.99 on the Partridge Family. I've never seen a shopping bag either. Well, actually, is it the shopping bag or was it the Christmas insert? Yeah, I think maybe just one other time, if ever. That shopping bag is rare. Grateful Dead's at $155. Christopher Brusha first on B.B. King. And Donna Summer is at $35 of Romulu, going once, going twice. Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. This is a Presswell press. We had a nice one the other night. This one's even nicer, $49.99. This has the gatefold insert book, $49.99. The Empire Strikes Back, $49.99. Star Wars, original Empire Strikes Back. That is $49.99. Yeah, the ELO with the spaceship. That's always missing too. That was a great crate of new vintage. There's not a lot left in there. We're going to recap them. That's the OG Empire Strikes Back, and that is a really nice copy with the book. Now, let me show you another long out-of-print record that we got a restock of. Also, there's another random Kiss Unplugged. Do we have a waiting list for that? That was on the bottom of my stack. Who was at the top of that list? Denise Harrison, you're going to get a Kiss Unplugged tonight. There was one at the bottom of my stack, so... First come, first serve on these. Megadeth, Euthanasia. That is $49.99. Megadeth, picture. Now, this is only in print as a picture disc. This is not in print on black vinyl. It only comes as this picture disc. Megadeth, $49.99. Euthanasia, picture disc, $49.99. I have never had that before. I've had those back ordered for years. And what happens is, I think sometimes I've been so far down the list, they've printed some, they've made some, and then I've just been always so far down the list, I've never got any. And actually, last week, they only sent me one. And I was like, wow, that's back in print. And I ordered a ton of them, and this is all that I've been sent so far. So always anything with that name on it. Megadeth technically has a lot in print, but they just never press them. It's not like their catalog, you can't back order it. You can back order pretty much every album, but they just don't ever press them. It's not like they'd have them pulled. They're just awaiting repress, but I guess they're just well down the list. So $49.99. Okay, so Sean Holford gets one. Mark Fallon's back in on the Grateful Dead Terrapin Station. That is at $160. Patrick Carter also wants a Megadeth. Shane Devers wants a Megadeth. Paul Beal wants a Megadeth. And we have 2 copies left. Euthanasia, $49.99. Jeff is back in on Grateful Dead at $161. Dr. Ice is going back in the bin. That's $12 featuring Full Force and Cheryl Pepsi Riley. That's $12.99 and that's sealed. Donna Summer is sold to Romulu for $35. We can go ahead and sell that. I'll put up a new Grateful Dead record after this one's done. But in the meantime, they're still bidding on that. So I'll put up a new Japanese record. One of our all-time biggest Japanese sellers and one of the bigger albums I think ever sold in Japan. Billy Joel, The Stranger. It has to be, because just like here in the U.S., there was a lot of copies of this sold. We have the vinyl's very nice. This is Billy Joel, The Stranger. There's no marks. It's near mint and pristine. Typical on that. This is a $35 start. The cover does have a little bit of foxing. Foxing is a humidity discoloration. You'll sometimes have spots. It's very common from records in Japan. It's just like records over here don't do this, though. They just kind of yellow if they're like in a high humidity or stored in an attic or something. You know, like if you put a comic book in a high humidity attic over 50 years, the pages yellow. In Japan, they're just like little spots on their records. It's very odd how their records, when they have any kind of this humidity, but really doesn't affect it too bad. I mean, the vinyl's fine, and the cover has a little bit of fading on it. So if you can overlook that, and this record sounds really good. It's very quiet. All the Japanese Billy Joel records are very quiet sounding. Bob Riger says he'll take a Megadeth. Bob Riger gets Megadeth. Christopher Brusha says he's going to pass on B.B. King. He says pass on B.B. King, give to Calvin. So whoever was first on B.B. King, that was Christopher. So Calvin Ward, you're going to get the B.B. King Live. Grateful Dead was at 161. So new bid on that with Jeff McMaster. Bob Riger got a Megadeth. And Roger Ramjet wants the Empire Strikes Back. That's sold to Roger Ramjet. Sam Squanch, 67 on Megadeth. That was my last Megadeth picture disc. If anybody wants on that list, let me know, because I'm definitely going to be getting more. I'll probably have like 50 back ordered. So that's a Megadeth title I've never had before. I don't think I've ever had any kind of original either. 35 on Billy Joel. Grateful Dead's at 165. Donna Summer sold. Here's what's left in this bin. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, C cover variant, $34.99. Crazy World of Arthur Brown, $39.99. That was in shrink wrap. Kilf Classics, also Santana Lotus, $44.99. That's a triple LP. Don't get that one very often. The Kinks' Greatest Hits, Nagy, Summer Olympics from 1988, Air Supply. Alan Parsons Project, Heavy Metal Comp is still available. That's surprising. In shrink wrap, does have a cut corner, $34.99. Hair, the Staple Singers, Billion Dollar Babies, The Association. Still got the Ginger Baker record, Cut and Move, and Dr. Ice, Sealed Jive. Mark Jeff's back in at 165. Final call if you want to get a bid in on Billy Joel, The Stranger, before I make that a bite now. So I've got more new vinyl for us here tonight. These have not been gone through. A lot of new releases and restocks in here. So let's see what we have. New releases and restocks. And I think for those that have similar interest in what Doug listens to, I think this is an order that Doug had put in. So got a lot of different stuff in here that normally I wouldn't order. So a lot of new titles here, restocks and new releases. First is Run the Jewels, $49.99. Run the Jewels special 10th anniversary edition on 2LP. That's Run the Jewels, $49.99. That's Run the Jewels instrumentals, $49.99. Run the Jewels, the originals plus instrumental album, gatefold sleeve with split colored vinyl, $49.99. We have a new bidder on the Grateful Dead. We have 3 bidders now. Roy Emmons is at $170. Jeff's outbid and Mark Fallon. I'm going to go ahead and make Billy Joel a buy it now, $35, if anybody wants to jump in on that. Just a couple discolorations on the cover. The vinyl is near mint minus, and that's a Japanese pressing of The Stranger. Great songs on that album. $35 buy it now. Also, we have Killer Mike. This is Michael, Killer Mike. This is a indie store exclusive on metallic gold vinyl, $44.99. Killer Mike, Michael, $44.99. Looks like a 2LP on gold vinyl. We have Skillet. This is Victorious, $29.99. Skillet Victorious, $29.99. And Mac Miller. This is Good AM. Exclusive spring green vinyl. This is Mac Miller, $44.99. Roy Evans is at $170 on the Dead. Jason Kenton wants a Killer Mike. I have one left. That's so to Jason Kenton. And we have Splint Spiderland, limited edition dark blue vinyl. Splint is $29.99. There's like 5 different Mac Miller albums in here. So if you're looking for Mac Miller, this may be the crate for you to keep your eyes open. Our next Japanese pressing is going to be Styx. Kilroy Was Here. This is going to be a $35 start. Styx, Kilroy Was Here. This is near mint and pristine. Near mint and pristine Japanese vinyl. This is Styx. Let me take a look at it to confirm that. It is. That's a $35 start. It has a 2-page Japanese flip with it. That's just the centerfold piece that goes in it. So there's the Japanese insert booklet. And we have Sticks, Kilroy was here, gatefold cover with Obi. That's a $35 start. Roy Edmonds has the Grateful Dead for $170. That's now a final call. Final call. Jeff's out and Mark's out. Roy has it for $170. Jason Kitten got Killer Mike. We have Craig Ruth wants Skillet. That's so to Craig Ruth. Micah Santo wants, let me make sure here. Killer Mike, Skillet. Micah Santo wants Mac Miller. Micah gets Mac. Christopher Brusha got the Billy Joe for a $35 buy it now. Greg Dishmaker on Slint. And I hope I'm saying your last name somewhat close. And if you're a first-time buyer, thank you. I may have to start calling you Greg D. I'm probably going to butcher your name unless I get some phonics on that one. Tanner says he believes you've bought from us before. So thank you and welcome back if that's true. Thank you and welcome back. That's so to you. If you haven't, message us with your information. Paul Bill gets Slint. That's so to Paul Bill. Sticks is a $35 start, and we have a new bid on the Grateful Dead for $175. $175. So new bid on that. We also have, this is Mac Miller NPR Music. Mac Miller NPR Music. 33. I've never seen that one before. Mac Miller, $33.99, NPR Music. Shock, Terror, Fear, Frankenstein and His Ghouls. Shock, Terror, Fear, Frankenstein and His Ghouls. And this is the 1965 rock classic. And like I said earlier, or I guess last week when I had these, first time this kind of vintage horror record's ever been reissued, they made 900 on green vinyl, $33.99. Micah wants the other Mac Miller. That's sold to Micah Santo. Paul Bill wants Skillet. He got Slint and Skillet. And we have Grateful Dead, Jeff Masters at $175. Roy Edmonds is out and Mark Fallon's out. So Jeff McMaster is the high bidder on the Billy Kreutzmann autograph, one of the original and founding members of the Grateful Dead. He was one of their drummers. And that is at $175. It's an OG copy of Terrapin Station 2 autographed. That's at $175 of Jeff McMaster. That's a final call. We got 2 Shock, Terror, Fear records. These are sold to Cynthia Herdren and Autumn Beth. Jeannie Pinnell, you were third. I only had 2 of those. Final call if you want to get it in on Sticks. I still got 2 copies of Mac Miller left. And we have the Breeders Last Splash 30th anniversary, $66.99. The Breeders Last Splash. That's a weird price. I don't remember marking that one $66.99. I think I ever used the price $66.99. The Breeders 30th anniversary, original analog edition, the 1993 album remastered from the original half-inch tape, cut at half speed at Abbey Road Studios, pressed at 45 RPM, includes a bonus one-sided 12-inch of 2 previously unreleased album sessions. Wow. So this is not only a half-speed master, but it includes a bonus disc, and that's a 30th anniversary edition of the Breeders Last Splash, $66.99. Final call on the Grateful Dead. We're about to sell that. When I sell that, I'm going to go ahead and end Sticks. What do we have here? $44.99. The Divine Feminine. The Divine Feminine by Mac Miller, $44.99. Paul Bill wants a Breeders. I've got 2 of those left. And B Smoker wants the Heavy Metal album from the last crate. You got it. That's the Heavy Metal comp. Heavy Metal comp. Let's pull that right to now. So in order, well, first, Paul Bill got a Breeders, B Smoker got Heavy Metal, and Micah wants Mac Miller. All right, let's go ahead and end the Grateful Dead, $175 to Jeff McMaster. Congratulations on that. That's a piece of rock history. And if anybody wants Sticks, it's a $35 buy it now. Mr. Roboto, Kilroy was here. That's a $35 buy it now if anybody wants that. Let's do another Grateful Dead. Let's do another, I think if you're a collector, and especially if you're into audiophile stuff, this should be at the top of your list. And what I could tell, this is like one of the ultimate versions of this album. But first, let's go ahead and tag Sticks to G.C. Colleton for $35. Cynthia, you were second. Brandon. This is sealed. This is from Audio Fidelity. This is sealed from Audio Fidelity. $145 start, Blues for Allah. Audio Fidelity. This is a limited edition. It's mastered by Kevin Gray at Coherent Audio. It's numbered to 5,000. It's on pure virgin vinyl. It's numbered. number 1517, analog, and it's sealed. Blues for All of the Grateful Dead. So a top quality audiophile pressing of this. Limited edition, long out of print. It's mastered by Kevin Gray. It's sealed. That's a $145 start, Grateful Dead. That's up for your consideration. $145 start on that. I actually had that tagged to sell as a buy it now, but it was the next record in the crate, so went ahead and I figured something like that, there may be some people interested if they saw the hot picture. Very, an out-of-print record, audiophile, and it's sealed. I thought it was really hard for me to find a comp on it sealed in the United States. Mac Miller, $49.99. Mac Miller Circles, $49.99 for Mac Miller Circles. There's another Mac Miller, $49.99. And I did not post a pre-order for this now. This is one of the new Now compilations. This is Millennium 2000-2003 compilation, $54.99. Let me go ahead and get our next Japanese auction as well. We just sold the sticks. Let's put up Bryan Adams Reckless. Japanese pressing of Bryan Adams Reckless with Obi. $35 start on his huge album. Has a Run to You Wanted Heaven. This is a $35 start. Summer of '69's on here. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has a 2-page Japanese flip. It has a near mint cover of Obi. Top quality Japanese pressing. $35 start on that. John Dorsey is our first bidder on the Grateful Dead. He has that for $145. Micah Santo wants the Mac Miller album. And it is, let's see, Jerry Stone on Now. Jerry and Stacy Brown. Jerry Stone and Stacy Brown both on the Now compilations. I've got one left. And that should be on blue vinyl, just historically like they've been doing all the others. And this is a compilation of hits, pop and rock hits from 2000, 2003. So, I'm seeing everything from Oasis to George Michael to Elton John to the Black Eyed Peas, Christina Aguilera, Electric Six, REM's on here, Celine Dion. Eric Church, back in stock, Chief, blue vinyl, $34.99. Eric Church Chief, third pressing, limited edition blue vinyl. Eric Church's catalog is really good about letting you know exactly what press. I've never seen a lot of people do that. They'll be like third pressing blue vinyl, and they're very limited. They'll sell out, and then eventually they'll press more, and it'll be probably a different color with a different hop sticker, but that's Eric Church Chief, $34.99. The first pressings are very expensive. The earlier you get, the more it goes up. Mac Miller, Swimming. This one's pretty pricey, Micah, $96.99. $96.99, Mac Miller Swimming, 5th anniversary edition, $96.99, Mac Miller Swimming. I've got two of those, $96.99. The Honey Drippers is $19.99. New and sealed, Page and Plant, Honey Drippers Volume 1, $19.99. And the Jesus Lizard Goat, $31.99. Exclusive, limited edition, white vinyl, $31.99. All right, let's go ahead and wrap up this. John Dorsey has the Grateful Dead Blues for Allah for $145. That's a final call. I'm about to sell it to him, and no bid yet on Bryan Adams, looking for a $35 start on that. Micah says, I'll take the other Mac Miller. That's sold to Micah. We have 2 copies of Motorhead, Lemmy Larry Wallace, the boys of Ladbroke Grove. That's $33.99 for the Motorhead. NSYNC, Home for Christmas. There's NSYNC's Christmas album. There's Justin Timberlake. $33.99. NSYNC Home for Christmas. 311 Music on orange vinyl, $46.99. And Sarah McLachlan? Yeah, Sarah McLachlan, Surfacing. An original Grammy Award-winning album, $31.99. $31. Yeah, the Mac Miller albums are usually hard to get. You are absolutely right on that. Tom Sullivan wants the Motorhead, and Stacy Brown wants NSYNC. Only had one of those. All right, let's go ahead and sell Mr. John Dorsey, the Grateful Dead. John, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. You get that for $145. That was much less than what I had it originally stickered for, but there was only one bidder, and that was you. And if anybody wants Bryan Adams, it's a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on that. Romelu wants a Sarah McLachlan. That's sold to Romelu. Let's get a new Grateful Dead. Let's put up a vintage bootleg Let's put up a vintage Grateful Dead bootleg, and let me grab something else out of the Japanese bin. Let me go back to the front where we have a Van Halen Japanese record in the front of the bin. I got some other stuff over here, Elvis bootlegs, Little Feat bootlegs, all kinds of stuff like that. So, all right, next is Ramu got Sarah McLachlan. Sandra Jimenez also wants a Sarah McLachlan. Sarah McLachlan on Sandra Jimenez. And Ron Phillips is going to get the Bryan Adams. Ron Phillips gets the Bryan Adams for a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. That's Bryan Adams. That is sold to Ron Phillips. Darren Wortman, I only had 2 copies of Sarah McLachlan. So if you want on that, let me know. If you want on a waiting list, Darren, let me know. I'm probably going to reorder more anyway. And let's go ahead. There's the sleeve for that Audio Fidelity record. Or, yeah, Audio Fidelity. There's the sleeve for that, Tanner. All right, and those are sold. Our next Grateful Dead record is the Grateful Dead Come Alive. This is a 1980 Australian pressing. The concert is from New York, 1980. Now, like I told you, it was very interesting. I've been looking up a lot of these on PopPsych, and PopPsych is a record database archive out of France, and they have software where they archive any record sold on eBay. It goes back to the early 2000s. You can look up any record sold on eBay going back to like 2001. I've even seen some stuff on there like 2000, but they've had some kind of software built for a long time. Any record sold on eBay for I think over $40 or $50, they've archived it. It may be over $25. They have a huge database of records. So obviously sometimes these get slipped through on eBay. And the last one sold on eBay for $153 back on January 24th. One they sold on eBay for $153. Before that, the last one that slipped through and actually got sold was 2 years ago. And then before that, it was 2 years before that. So it looks like these only really come up for sale about every couple years as long as they're able to get slipped through on eBay. So with that being said, $85 start on this. And also, I was looking up a lot of these Grateful Dead bootlegs, and I have it set where the newest one is first. And you could just tell prices have kind of increased. Like it was like $55, $99, and then $153. It's like every one I've looked up, they've went for more and more every time they come up for sale. This is an $85 start, and $85 start on this, and this is Grateful Dead Live. Grateful Dead Live. You can list bootlegs. Sometimes they'll get slipped through, and you can sell them. I think a lot of people try, but what happens is they'll flag your account, and I think if you get a couple strikes, they'll give you a stern warning, and then when 3 strikes, it's out because they really don't like these being sold. But you can get some slip through sometimes. This is the Grateful Dead Live, the vinyl's EX, EX Plus. Evidently, from what I saw on Discogs, a desirable bootleg. Another thing on Discogs, you can see how many people have it in their collection versus how many people want it. And if there's a lot of people, like into the hundreds, that still want it, then it's a very desirable bootleg. Of course, they're just never going to come up for sale on there unless something changes. So that's an $85 start. Jake Zerbel's in. Our next Japanese record is going to be Van Halen. This is a Japanese pressing of Van Halen's self-titled debut album, and I will say it is nice. This is going to be a $65 start. Van Halen, self-titled Japanese pressing. One of the better versions of this record I've ever listened to is this Japanese pressing. I think it even sounds better than the new analog reissues that are out. Japanese Van Halen 1. This is self-titled debut with Obi. $65 start on that. Running with the Devil. Sounds amazing when it kicks in. Jake Zerbel's at 85 on the Dead. Paul T's at 90. There's our next 2 auctions. Here's what's left in this bin. Run the Jewels 10th Anniversary Edition, $49.99. Killer Mike, $44.99, gold vinyl. Skillet, 1 copy left, Victorious, $29.99. Mac Miller, Good AM, $44.99. Slint, Spiderland, limited edition dark blue, $29.99. Mac Miller, NPR Music, $33.99. Got 2 of those left. The Breeders, Last Splash, 30th Anniversary Edition, $66.99. Mac Miller Divine Feminine, $44.99. Mac Miller Circles, $49.99. Now Millennium 2000-2003, last copy left, blue vinyl, $54.99. Eric Church Chief, $34.99. Mac Miller Swimming, 5th Anniversary Edition, sort of a box set here, $96.99. The Honey Drippers is $19.99. Jesus Lizard Goat, $31.99, white vinyl. Motorhead is $33.99, Haze Splatter vinyl, and 311 Music. 311 Music. This is $46.99. $46.99. What's their hit? Freak Out? Is it Freak Out? And that is on orange vinyl, expanded and remastered on orange vinyl. New bids, Grateful Dead, $85.90, $91.93. Paul T has it for $93, and Thomas Hujar is at $65 on Van Halen, and David Howard also bid $65. Thomas Hujar was in first on that. All right, let's go through some new vintage arrivals, pre-owned records. Let's see what we have here. Let me take a peek because I hadn't got to look at them myself. Make sure, there's not like any, you just never know. I don't know what could be in here. I'm taking a peek first, though. There's some great titles, for sure. Some great titles, for sure. I see a couple things we'll probably auction. John always lets me know to, he says, you might want to take a look. Hey, I just saw somebody was at this play last night, or Sunday night. So I think it's at T-Pack. All right, so let's see. Cycle Circus is $49.99. That's my only copy. Everybody that was on a waiting list has been filled. I have one copy on hand, $49.99. Van Halen's at $70 and the Grateful Dead's at $100. I don't have any more new vinyl to show. I'm going to go through more new vinyl from last week and previous weeks, but I don't have any more new vinyl to show. And here's how the Grateful Dead stuff's going to work. I've got stuff to auction, and then I have a bunch of stuff that's just like sticker priced. Whenever we get later in the show, whatever hasn't been auctioned, whether we didn't auction it or not, it's all going to be buy it now. So we're going to have Grateful Dead stuff pretty much up until it's all gone or until the end of the show and we've ran out of time. Sean Mankle wants Cycle Circus. If anybody wants on the waiting list, let me know because there's more being delivered. We got multiple bidders on Van Halen, and we got new vintage arrivals. This looks like a great crate. James Taylor, Walking Man. Great song. I love anything early by James Taylor. Nothing against his later stuff, but his early stuff, of course, is just amazing. I like his later stuff. One album from the 90s has Copperline on it. That's a great album. That's a great album, too. James Taylor, 1999. The Excellence, Go Bob, Bobbing Along. The Excellence, that's $12.99. Also, Humble Pie's Greatest Hits, starring Peter Frampton and Steve Marriott. That's a white label UK pressing of Humble Pie's Greatest Hits with Peter Frampton, 1999. We have MC Rail and the House Rockers. This is sealed, $9.99. We are live here usually until Chad has to go eat, which is usually around 11 o'clock. No, around 11 o'clock is when we wrap up. By 10 o'clock, we're usually doing a review of anything that's left, and we're doing on-sale stuff. Some nights we don't do a review of what's left. We just go ahead and, we go into vintage stuff. We go into on-sale stuff. So sometimes we don't do a review. Last night we did a review, and we sold almost everything once we went back through it again. Some nights I don't do a review, and we go right into on-sale stuff. And that's usually from 10 to 11. But usually we're done showing new stuff by 10 o'clock. And then that last hour is either a review or on sale. Speaking of Grateful Dead, I've got books over here. I'm going to go ahead and show the first one. I know we got Dead fans watching. This is sealed. This is Jerry Garcia, the collected artwork by forward word by Mickey Hart. It's a sealed book featuring Jerry Garcia's artwork, 1999. 1999. This is Jerry Garcia, the collected artwork. It's actually a sealed book from the same collection. This guy in Pittsburgh had literally a music library of informational coffee table type books, reference books. Jerry Garcia, the collected artwork. That's sealed, 1999. Okay, so Van Halen was at 72 with Thomas Hujar. Grateful Dead was at 105. Next comment was Arm Lazelle, Humble Pie. Arm Lazelle gets Humble Pie. No, Copperline is not on this one. That's on New Moonshine. That's the name of that album. New Moonshine. That's the one that the James Taylor track's on. Great song if you've never heard that one. It was amazing. Jason Kenton wants the Jerry Garcia book. Tanner, that's so to Jason Kenton. And Arm Lazelle wants NPR Mac Miller from that last crate. NPR Mac Miller from the last crate. Pulling it right now. Here's some stuff that I have for auction that's not Grateful Dead albums. I've got Stevie Ray Vaughan in step. I have a Roger Waters. I have a Roger Waters Hitchhiker, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking. I have a Tubes unofficial. I have a Doobie Brothers unofficial radio show. And I still got the Little Feat and the other records I mentioned earlier. So there's NPR, Mac Miller for R.M. Lazelle. Jason Kitten got the book. And Van Halen is at $80. And Grateful Dead is at $105. Who else was bidding on that? Jake Zerbel. Jake Zerbel, let me know if you want back in on the Grateful Dead Comes Alive. Wicked. Music and lyrics by Stephen Schwartz. This is $74.99. It's a 2016 pressing on green vinyl. This is Wicked. Music and lyrics by Stephen Schwartz. That's on green vinyl, $74.99. Jake Zerbel's at $111 on Grateful Dead. The Best of Wilson Pickett in shrink wrap, $19.99. The Best of Wilson Pickett featuring In the Midnight Hour and Mustang Sally. That's $19.99. Cynthia Herdren wants Wicked. I saw a lot of people, that's at T-Pack right now in Nashville being performed. I saw a lot of people was there, I think, on Sunday night. Cynthia Herdren got Wicked. And Run DMC, it's over. Ed might even be there. Or Ed might even went and seen it. I hadn't got to talk to him, but he usually goes and sees everything at T-Pack. Run DMC, it's over. That's a 12-inch single, $9.99. That's sold to Jeff McMaster. And Boogie Nights, a Ronco disco compilation. Now, that's what I'm talking about. $9.99. Disco compilation, Boogie Nights from Ronco, $9.99. They're still bidding on the Grateful Dead. We have 111, 112, and we were still bidding on Van Halen. Jason Walraven's at 80. Thomas is out, and I think everybody else was out. So now that's a final call. That's a final call. $80 with Jason Walraven. We had Run DMC. Jeff McMaster was first. Shakedown, you were second. Krista Moss gets Boogie Nights. Roy Edmonds, you were second. The Flock is a 1969 Pittman press. $19.99 for The Flock. Still got Best of Wilson Pickett. And Monty Python, Matching Tie and Handkerchief. That's a double grooved B-side. $19.99, Monty Python. Leonard Skinner, One More From the Road. A 2 LP German pressing. One More From the Road. That's on German vinyl. German's up there as far as quality with Japanese pressings. Does have some tape on the cover. $34.99. So, yeah, if you ever hear me say German pressing, it's up there as far as quality with Japanese records. Really, really high quality stuff. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. Thank you. I feel better now. Monty Python is sold to Autumn Betts. Jake Zerbel, Balls in Your Court. If you want to bet on the Dead, let me know. This is the Grateful Dead Come Alive. 2 LP bootleg, live 1980. Last one sold earlier this year for $153 on eBay. The last one sold before that was 2 years ago. And it was over $100, I'm pretty sure. So, final call on that. We pulled Monty Python, Leonard Skinner. We have Faces long player. This is the OG press on the Green Warner Brothers, and this is how it come. It looks like an inner sleeve, but that's how it came. Faces long player, Green Warner Brothers label, $34.99. Faces long player. Laverne and Shirley Sing, $19.99. This is in shrink wrap. Laverne and Shirley Sing. Jake's out on Grateful Dead. Final call on that. I've already done a final call on Van Halen. So let me go ahead and sell that to Jason Walraven for $80. Jason, you get the very nice Van Halen self-titled. And Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits, $26.99. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits, $26.99. Laverne and Shirley is sold to Christopher Brusha. Sold to Christopher Brusha. Let me show another Grateful Dead book. This is $19.99. It's called Garcia by the Editors of the Rolling Stones. Garcia by the Editors of the Rolling Stones. Hardback book, $19.99. If y'all were watching the other night, it was late. I showed some amazing books. I've got hundreds more. I've pulled out all the Grateful Dead books I can find, but I know we have more. But there's another Jerry Garcia book, Garcia by the Editors. Looks like a very informational book. And pictures with that, $19.99. We pulled Laverne and Shirley. Christopher Brusha, you're either second on Laverne and Shirley, or if you want Leonard Skinner, it's still available. And let me go ahead and sell the Grateful Dead to Paul T for $112 so we can get new auction started. We have Sandra Jimenez on the Garcia book, and this was all shipped with your records and everything for $7 and limited shipping. That's sold to Sandra. Our next Grateful Dead, I thought this was wild looking. It's called the Warlocks 20th Anniversary, which the Warlocks was the name of the band before the Grateful Dead. But essentially, it's just a Grateful Dead bootleg. It's called the Warlocks 20th Anniversary, though. June 4th, 1985 in Berkeley, California. $75 start. 2 LP. This is got a really cool cover on it. The Warlocks 20th Anniversary. I've cleaned it. Vinyl is very nice. Got it in new MoFi inner sleeves. Actually, Big Fudge inner sleeves. One of our top brands we sell here. $75 start on that. $75 start on that. Christopher says, I want the girls' cake. Oh, that was Laverne and Shirley. Okay, Brian C. was first. He already beat you to it. He already beat you to it on that. All right, here's a Stevie Ray Vaughan record that we don't get too often because of just when it was pressed in 1989. This is actually OG Stevie Ray Vaughan In-Step from 1989, and this is going to be a $55 start. Very clean vinyl, Stevie Ray Vaughan In-Step, $55 start, a 1989 US OG pressing of that. It is in print with, I think, Music on Vinyl. We have it available. And, of course, I think Analog Productions does it. But this is a $55 start. $55 start. If you have a Breeders' Star, I will take it. Okay. So, let's tag one of these here. And the Grateful Dead is a $75 start. Okay, we have Pilot, Second Flight. Pilot was known for their one-hit wonder, Whoa, 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 It's Magic. It's not on this album. It was on their first album. This is a 1975 UK pressing, 1999. And Jay Ferguson, Thunder Island, a white label promo. Jay Ferguson, Thunder Island. He was known for his hit song, Thunder Island. He was also on Spirit. This is a white label promo. We have two bidders on Stevie Ray Vaughan, as I expected, 55 and 55. The Firesign Theater, Fighting Clowns. I've had a lot of Firesign Theater albums. I've never seen the Fighting Clowns. This is a 1980 Rhino copy, $14.99. Firesign Theater, The Fighting Clowns, $14.99. $14.99 on that. Bee Gees, Rare, Precious, and Beautiful, $19.99. Bee Gees, Rare, Precious, and Beautiful. One of those earlier Bee Gees albums. Look how nice the vinyl is. Rare, Precious, and Beautiful, an original Atco pressing. Make sure I didn't miss anything. We're looking for a $75 start on the Grateful Dead bootleg. That's the Warlocks 20th Anniversary is what it's called. It's live in Berkeley, 1980. Michael Nath is at $55.55. If you want to bid on the Grateful Dead, make sure you put your bid in there. Looking for a $75 start. Cynthia Herdron wants Fighting Clowns. That's sold to Cynthia Herdron. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $65 and now $65. The Coasters' Greatest Hits, a 1959 harp label. OG. I saw this laying in the back and I looked at the label. That's one of the first Atco labels there. I know y'all have seen me show probably 5 or 6 different Atco labels. That's one of the early ones there with the harp. And that's the Coasters' Greatest Hits, featuring Charlie Brown, and it's in extremely nice condition, $29.99. That's the Coasters' Greatest Hits, $29.99. That's sold to Brent Robley. Greg is in first on the Grateful Dead at $75. Greg is in first at $75. The high bidder on Stevie Ray Vaughan, Michael Nath, is at $65. Michael Nath is at $65. Shane, you came in second. So both auctions have bids. And we have Harry Chapin, Living Room Suite, $9.99. Harry Chapin, Living Room Suite, $9.99. Megadeth is a waiting list. I don't think anybody's technically on it yet, but it's a waiting list. Okay, I have another Grateful Dead book. Oh, before I drop them. I think this is the same book. What is this? Is this the same book with a... Okay, yeah. It's the same book. It's just a different printing of it. So I've got two. They're $19.99 each. It's called Jerry Garcia, Paintings, Drawings, and Sketches. And I've got two of them. They're pretty much, I think they're just different printings. Jerry Garcia, Paintings, Drawings, and Sketches. And this is $19.99. Jerry Garcia. I've just got two different versions of it. So pretty much the same book. Whoever's first, I guess, can pick which one they want. This one has like an Obi strip still on it. And they're both like new, though. Most of these books are very, very nice. Okay, Coasters, that went to Brent Robley. It looks like Bob Riger was second. Grateful Dead's at $80. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $66, now $67. We have Mike Bloomfield and Al Cooper. Yep, $26.99. Mike Bloomfield and Al Cooper. That's on the original Columbia 2i label. $26.99 on that. $26.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan's now at 70. Got 2 bidders on that. Robert Palmer, $19.99. Bad Case of Loving You. Robert Palmer, OG with the original inner sleeve, $19.99. Jason Kenton wants the Garcia book that has the photo. Yeah, this one's pretty much like brand new. It has like a strip around it still. So that's sold to Jason Kenton. And I still got one more, Jerry Garcia paintings, drawings, and sketches. We can actually look at this one. But yeah, his artwork. Man, he did a lot of paintings, didn't he? Wow. Not only a prolific musician and songwriter, and I guess I think I've seen a book before of Jerry Garcia poetry. That's $19.99. Paintings, drawings, and sketches. Okay, info again. Alice Cooper still available. This is Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits, $26.99. $26.99. It has the original inner sleeve, and that's the original label, 1974. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits, $26.99. Michael Nass out on SRV. So that means Shane has it for $70. Final call. That's an OG copy of In Step featuring Crossfire. That's one's on here. One of my favorites from Stevie Ray Vaughan. And Jason said, without photo. Without photo. I'll see that. Without photo. Yes. So let's swap those. He said without photo. W-O. So if anybody wants the one with the photo, it's still available. If anybody wants it. And I think it's pretty much, I don't think this one's maybe, if he's unglued this, then he put it back on there, but it's still got that original strip on it. Yeah, there's, speaking of those tie, I have some of those tie boxes. That's what those metal tins are over there, Tanner, on the showcase. Those red metal tins, those are Jerry Garcia tins. And I think there's still a Grateful Dead bear over there, too. Speaking of Grateful Dead, this bootleg is a final call. Greg D, let me know if you want to bid again, because Paul T has that for $80, and I'm about to sell it to him. And I'm about to sell Stevie Ray Vaughan. I Just Can't Stop, the English Beat, a 1980 Jacksonville press, $34.99. I Just Can't Stop, the English Beat, $34.99 for that. Also, The Who's Happy Jack, and I remember looking at this is from that new collection we just got in Nashville. Me and Paul was looking through it. I was like, could it be nice? Could it be? Because this album's always beat, and look how nice it is. Happy Jack, The Who, an original Decca pressing from 1967, $49.99. No condition notes. No condition notes. $49.99. Fred Carnell wants the English Beat. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Jake Zerbel's in on the Grateful Dead, though. Jake Zerbel has the Grateful Dead for $81. So, new bid on that, Jake Zerbel. Looks like Jake and Paul are going to be bidding on that one. So, Jake Zerbel's at $81. The Who. This album's so hard to find in high grade. Believe me. Took me forever to find a high grade copy of Happy Jack. Very scarce. $49.99. 1967. Rick Wakeman, White Rock, $14.99. Rick Wakeman, White Rock, $14.99. And Peter and Gordon, Lady Godiva, that's in shrink wrap, $9.99. First, let's do this one. A 2018 pressing of the Beatles' Magical Mystery Tour, $29.99. It says cover damage. There's some damage right back here to the back. The vinyl's near mint. That's a 180-gram remaster of Magical Mystery Tour. Paul T's at $84. Let's go ahead and sell Stevie Ray Vaughan. Shane Devers gets that for $70. Let me do one of the records that I had in the hot picture. Heart. I've got John Prine autographs too. Don't let me forget about those. We got a lot to auction all of a sudden, Tanner. Heart. We're going to start going faster. This is live. I listened to it last night. Los Angeles Universal Amphitheater, 1977. I don't see a lot of Heart bootlegs. It's called Barracuda. There's live. It's actually what it says on the cover. Live at Los Angeles Universal Amphitheater. Now, what's weird is I think I listened to, I listened to side 2. Crazy on You sounds great, and then it kind of cut out on Soul of the Sea, and then it got better. So some of these bootlegs, the sound quality's kind of up and down, but for the most part, great, and it was really cool to hear a live vintage recording of Heart. They were very good live. $35 start, vintage bootleg. It's actually still in shrink wrap. $35 start on Heart. Side A is, let me make a clarification. Side A is Universal Amphitheater 77, and Side B, the one I listened to, was Inglewood Forum. Inglewood Forum. So actually 1976, Inglewood, and Los Angeles, 77. So 2 different concerts. Grateful Dead was at 81. Grateful Dead's 84. I got a lot of Grateful Dead, so if you're still waiting to bid on some of these, I've got a lot more to get to. Christopher Morse, first on Magical Mystery Tour. Greg, you're second. Grateful Dead 85, Grateful Dead 90. Hearts at 35 and now 40 with Chris DeMoss. Marillion, Script for a Jester's Tear, a 1983 UK copy, $34.99. Marillion, Script for a Jester's Tear, $34.99 for Marillion. Ray Charles invites you to listen. Ray Charles is $19.99. Ray Charles invites you to listen, $19.99. That's in shrink wrap. That's in shrink wrap. Heart 40. Jake Zerbel's Out on the Dead. So final call on the Grateful Dead. Paul T has that for $90. Paul T has that for $90. That's a final call. So Cynthia first on Marillion. Darren Meyer back in on Heart at 45. Thomas Hujar, you were second on Marillion. Interesting. Eric Clapton featured with John Mayall's Blues Breakers stepping out. Early Clapton here, one of the first groups he was with. He worked with John Mayall and the Blues Breakers. That's $24.99. That's a German compilation of Eric Clapton with John Mayall and the Blues Breakers. Hearts at 45. Chris DeMoss, you're out. When I come back, I'm going to sell the Grateful Dead, and never mind, Chris is back on Heart. Let me be pulling the next Grateful Dead record. I've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got at least 10 or 12 more tagged for auction. So let me do this one. It's pretty cool here. We'll put up this one. And I still really don't know what year it's from. So maybe there'll be a true deadhead that knows. Chris DeMoss is at 50 on Heart. Eric Clapton is sold to Jetstream. And let's go ahead and sell this Dead bootleg to Paul T for $90. And by the way, if you're watching and you're a Grateful Dead fan, this is like part 1 of many to come when it comes to Grateful Dead records. Now this record, I'm not really sure. It says on the back, Jamaica, the Grateful Dead Jamaica, and this is one I hadn't got to listen to. It was one of the last ones I just tagged a couple hours ago. The cover says the Grateful Dead Crazy Fingers, Paris 1974. Now, I know earlier we just sold another boot that said Crazy Fingers, and I'm pretty sure it was in Paris 1974. So I don't think this has anything to do with Jamaica. I don't think anything this has to do with Jamaica. I think it's from Paris 1974, even though that image is from probably the 80s. $55 start, but what I could tell though, there was a lot of people had it in their Discogs want list. The vinyl, like I said, very clean. I'm considering all the vinyl tonight. Even though they look EX, just because they're bootlegs, I'm calling them, or just because they look near mint, I'm calling them EX. So $55, but I'm pretty sure this is 1974. I don't actually think it's live in Jamaica like it says. I think it's from Paris in 74. So Grateful Dead. There's Mr. Garcia. So that's now up for bid, $55 start. I think the name of the boot is just called Jamaica. You know, sometimes they give them a name. So I think it's live in Paris, though, 74. $55 start on that. Heart, we have several new bidders. Chris was at 50. Cynthia, you bid 47, but Chris is on YouTube, and he's already bid 50. So here's the back cover with the... Now, I guess that's the tracks. That's another thing about these bootlegs. Sometimes you can't trust the covers. But yeah, that's how I used to narrow down Led Zeppelin bootlegs. People would be like, what year? And I would look at the track listing, and they would just be doing stuff off their first and second album, and I'd be like, well, it's got to be at least 1970 prior, and then there would be stuff like Nobody's Fault But Mine, and I'd be like, okay, well, it's probably from the late 70s then. So that's one way to use clues on that. Frank Zappa's 200 Motels, $39.99. This is a 1971 pressing with poster, and John has cover damage. It looks like they clipped the corner. It looks like it's a cutout where they clipped the corner, and it looks like this one got messed up and it got ripped off. Other than that, it looks like it's very nice. Frank Zappa's soundtrack to 200 Motels, nice gatefold, and it has the poster, $39.99. The Grateful Dead does have a bid. Jake Zerbel's in at $55. Chris is out on Heart. Cynthia's at $53. We're going through a great crate of new vintage stuff here. Yes Tormato, $19.99 on Yes Tormato, and The Members. This is $14.99. The Members at the Chelsea nightclub. The Members, $19.99. Jake Zerbel's at $55 on the Dead. Here's those Jerry Garcia. I think these are tie boxes. I don't have the ties. $6.99. They're metal tins. They're empty. But I think that had a tie in it. I think when that was new, it probably had a Jerry Garcia tie. $6.99. I got 3 different ones. They're all different. This is Drummers. It has his artwork on the bottom. Drummers, Northern Lights, and what's this one? Drummers, Northern Lights, and Capillaries. So there's 3, and they have the artwork kind of on the top. I don't know if anybody wants those or not, but if you do, they're $6.99. I have a feeling somebody does. I mean, it has the word Jerry Garcia on it. By the way, his autograph has gotten really expensive lately. If you have a Jerry Garcia autograph, you're basically sitting on a great investment because they have done nothing but rise over the last several years. Peter Frampton, this is a white label promo, $24.99. Peter Frampton, white label promo with the original inner sleeve, $24.99. Disturbed should be in this week. They hadn't come in yet, Arthur, but I'm definitely getting them. They'll be in this week. Final call on Heart. Since Krista Moss is out, Cynthia has that for $53. We're about to sell it. New bids on the Grateful Dead, $55, $60, and now $66. We also have England Dan and John Ford Coley, Nights of Forever, featuring the hit single, I'd Really Love to See You Tonight. It has promo stickers, and that is $12.99. $12.99. ELO, a new world record. ELO, a new world record. With the original inner sleeve, this has telephone line on it. Do Ya, So Fine, Living Thing, $19.99 for ELO. And Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run. OG pressing, $19.99. Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run. We also have Eagles, The Long Run. That is $24.99. Eagles, The Long Run. And Ella Swings Lightly. Ella Fitzgerald, $24.99. That's an original on the Black Verve label, $24.99. Carlene says she'll take all 3 of the Jerry Garcia tins. Those are sold to Carlene Rollins, $6.99, $6.99, and $6.99. Before that, Colin Butler asked the price on the members. Colin, that is $14.99. Tom Sullivan wants ELO. That's a new world record. Let's go ahead and sell the Heart bootleg. This is sold to Cynthia Herdron for $53. Final call on the Grateful Dead. John Dorsey, James Lester, or anybody else, you've got to outbid Jake Zerbel. He's at $66. He's at $66. Craig, thank you for all your help. Thank you for all your help, Craig. We'll see you tomorrow night. We'll be here needing more track listings. Let me run this John Prine autograph that I posted a picture of. I'll go ahead and get the bad news out first. It is personalized to Dale, who's the person we bought this collection from. Unfortunately, it's personalized. But I will say this. I don't see this record too often. And this is John Prine live. This is an original 1988 U.S. pressing with both original inner sleeves, and it's from Oh Boy Records. So let me show you all that first, but let me get you the autograph. I don't know how he done this, but Dale was a master at taking shrink wrap off records and putting it back on, because obviously that's not signed on the shrink wrap, but we have so many records that are autographed and they're underneath the shrink wrap, where he took off the shrink wrap and was able to get it back on. I just want to show you that it's not on the shrink wrap, but I do not see John Prine autographs anymore very often. Now, there are professionals that can remove this. I've seen it done. Actually, there's a lot of professionals that can repair jackets on expensive records. I don't know if John Young's watching right now, but we sold him a butcher cover. I don't know if y'all remember that, but we sold him a butcher cover that had a tear in it. He sent it off to this professional, and they cleaned it, and they repaired the rips and the tears, and it looks like he's got a mint butcher cover now, and it has greatly increased the value. But there are professionals that can remove this personalization. They can take out that word Dale where it just says, "Thank you, John Prine," which will exponentially increase the value. Now, we could do that ourselves and send it off, but the time mostly to do that, because we have several that are personalized to Dale. But just saying, if you want to look into that, it's possible. So it's autographed by John Prine. I guarantee it to be an original, authentic autograph. This is on Oh Boy Records. It includes inserts. Like I said, this record's not too easy to get to begin with. It has inserts from John Prine's Oh Boy catalog. This is going to be a $175 start. $175 start. Autographed John Prine. I don't think I've ever had an original copy of this album. If I have and somebody watching has bought it from me, remind me. But I don't think I've ever had this record before. $175 start. The vinyl's a solid EX. It's very clean. Got both original inner sleeves. It's got Oh Boy catalog inserts. It's in shrink wrap, and it's autographed. So it's very possible. That's a $175 start. John Prine. Okay, let's get back to the top of the comments. We had ELO. Jerry Stone wants England Dan. Jerry Stone gets England Dan. The Eagles. It is the Eagles. That's true. I did find a 45 label that said the Eagles. Christopher Morris says he'll take the promo Peter Frampton. Brian Seed wants the Frank Zappa 200 Motels. And let's go ahead. No one else bid on the Grateful Dead. I think some people said out. Let's go ahead and sell that to Jake Zerbel. Jake, you get that one for $66. And John Prine is a $175 star. John Prine live. 2 album set, shrink wrap. There's all the notes from Paul. It is autographed. And yes, it's possible to remove. That's a glossy cover. It's really tough when it's like a textured paper or cardboard cover. But those glossy covers are actually, you can remove Sharpie. I've removed it off shrink wrap before. So here's our next bootleg. Actually, we need a Grateful Dead record. I was about to put up something not Grateful Dead. We got to keep the Grateful Dead train going. Next is Farewell to Winterland. This is the Grateful Dead. This is Winterland, San Francisco, California, the famous Winterland. New Year's Eve, 1978, triple LP, Grateful Dead, Farewell to Winterland. That is a $75 start. The Grateful Dead, Farewell to Winterland. That's a triple LP live at Winterland, the famous Winterland, San Francisco, California. Very nice vinyl. This looks very nice. I don't know if this one's been played too much. $75 start. $75 start. New Year's Eve, 1978. There's the back of the cover. Sugar Magnolia. Terrapin Station. Casey Jones. Very cool. That's now up for bid. Look at that. $75. Oh, and this is a very interesting. Look how they did the labels. The labels are like reproductions of old. It looks like stacks. They do that a lot on bootlegs too. They use labels that have nothing to do with the album. Yeah, this one's very, I could tell once again, this is a very desirable bootleg because of the sound quality. Somebody even left a note on Discogs. It sounds incredible. Roy Emmons is in. I'm going to leave John Prine up for a few more moments if anybody wants to lock it in for $175. If not, then I'll make it a buy now. Autographed by John Prine. The record itself is pretty incredible. It has all the inner sleeves and inserts with it. Here's what's left in this bin, and then I've got another bin of new vintage arrivals. So here's what's left. We have the Excellence. If you need prices, let me know. We have MC Bell and the House Rockers. James Taylor Walking Man still available, $19.99. The Best of Wilson Pickett still available in shrink wrap, $19.99. Grateful Dead's a 75 of Roy Emmons, Final Call. The Flock is $19.99. That's a 69 Columbia 2i. Leonard Skinner, One More From the Road, a German pressing, $34.99. Faces Long Player, $34.99 for Faces Long Player. Pilot Second Flight, 75 UK, $19.99. Jay Ferguson, Thunder Island. That's a white label promo, $19.99. And the Bee Gees, Rare, Precious, and Beautiful, very nice copy, $19.99. Harry Chapin, Living Room Suite, $9.99. Al Cooper and Mike Bloomfield. Robert Palmer, one of his original studio albums, Secrets, has the hit song Bad Case of Loving You on it. 2 new bids on the Grateful Dead, $77 and now $80. Alice Cooper, somebody's got to grab this. There's been way too many people ask about it. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits, $26.99. Let's go ahead and sell John Prine for a buy it now if anybody wants it for $175. It says, thank you, Dale. Just pretend your name's Dale. I'm waiting for a record collector to come around whose name is Dale. If you know anybody named Dale, I can really hook you up because I have several records personalized, and that's so to Brent Robley. I had a feeling somebody would get that. I mean, it's too cool. John Prine held that record and signed it. That's pretty cool in itself. When I look at these autographs, that's the way I look at them. I'm like, it's like, wow, you know, that John Prine held that record and signed it. I was like, that itself just blows my mind. Happy Jack The Who, $49.99. Also, Rick Wakeman, White Rock, $14.99. Rick Wakeman, White Rock. And Peter and Gordon, Lady Godiva, $9.99. Grateful Dead's now at $81. Colin Butler says he'll take the Members. That's up here in the front. Let's sell that to Colin Butler. Ray Charles invites you to listen. We also have Yes Tormato, Bruce Springsteen, The Eagles, and Ella Sings Lightly. Little Feat bootleg. Let's do that. Kevin's asked and been very patient. I do have another John Prine autograph. So it's personalized, but I'll run it again. I do have one more to do tonight, and I don't think I have any more. Paul found those. I didn't even know they were in the Pittsburgh collection. I'm telling y'all, we crack open a crate every night and find something else back there. And by the way, I wasn't in on that deal, but they negotiated, I think, for a long time. This guy, obviously, 60-year collector, and I'm going back up there November 4th to even buy more stuff. So it's an incredible archive of music and autographs and memorabilia. I've got to go back up there 1st of November to buy the rest of it. This is a February 14th, 1976 live recording. It was originally an FM broadcast, so you know it's going to sound really good. KSAN FM, EX. We call all the bootlegs EX. Nice condition, though. Look how nice the jacket is. And a really cool, typical Little Feet Rampant Cinco Patio. Cinco Patio. 1976, $35 start. Little Feet, very cool. That's one of those trademark of qualities. $35 start on that. Grateful Dead is at 81 with James Lester. We got 3 active bidders, I think, on the Grateful Dead. James Lester is in at 81. Most of these you cannot get. Cannot get unless you, I don't know. I've never been in many record stores and seen like a whole section of Grateful Dead bootlegs. That would be incredible, but I don't see too many in my exploring either. But like I said, I'm kind of like y'all. I think a lot of people that watch our sales are kind of like me. You never have time to record shop, and you don't get to go out to a lot of stores, and that's why you tune in to Collectco every night. You get to shop from home, and luckily I'm a record store dealer, so I get to see records every day. But if I had to get records elsewhere, I don't get to go in a lot of stores, but I've never seen a lot of bootlegs like this. I mean, they're just rare. Little Feet's at 35, and now 45. It looked like the insert on that John Prine, insert is signed on that John Prine. It may be. Let's look at that John Prine again. He's saying the insert may be signed as well. That'd be pretty credible. That's been known to happen. I pulled out that Sam Andrew earlier, and that insert was signed as well. I got another Grateful Dead book. This is A Long Strange Trip, Dennis McNally. An Inside History of the Grateful Dead, hardback book, $19.99. And that's one of the few, or I guess that is the last, unless there's more on the bookshelf, which there could be. There's another Grateful Dead book, $19.99. And looks like the insert signed on that John Prine. Wherever that is, it's over there. I'll look at it in just a second. Seals and Croft. This is $9.99. Seals and Croft, $9.99. And welcome to the Late Show. This is the Eagles with Joe Walsh, live in Sydney, January 1976. This is $39.99. It's an Eagles bootleg. We auctioned one of these not too long ago. This is Welcome to the Late Show, the Eagles of Joe Walsh, live in Sydney, January 1976. I usually auction all of our bootlegs. That one slipped in there, $39.99. And Joni Mitchell, Dog Eat Dog, $19.99. Dog Eat Dog, $19.99. Ray Charles live in concert. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Ray Charles live in concert. Let's see if Brent got a bonus autograph. Let's see here. No, it's just written on the photo. Thank you, John. I see what you're talking about. No, but I was like, Brent might have got a bonus autograph, but it just says, thank you, John Prine. That's actually printed on the photo. Very cool there of all those Oh Boy catalog inserts. Never seen any of that before. Never seen those before, so. All right. Next is, where are we at on the Grateful Dead? James Lester bid 81. Greg D bid 85. Greg D bid 85. Greg B bid 85. Greg D. So he's the high bid on that. Little Feet's at 45. Jetstream, let me know if you want back in. Brent Robley got the Eagles. That's so to Brent Robley. Fred Carnell got Ray Charles. So Brent Robley on Eagles. Chris second. Fred Carnell. I would have auctioned that Eagles if I knew it was in here. When I flipped through these earlier, I'd even realize that was in here. The Charlie Daniels Band, Million Mile Reflections. The Devil Went Down to Georgia. That is $24.99, and Live Cream is $34.99. I need a drink of water. Let me mute my mic right quick. Thank you. My Sonic cup is almost empty. I'm going to need a refill soon. Christopher Brush is at 50 on Little Feet. Waiting for some people to say out on Dead. We got more Dead boots to get to. The Trio, Oscar Peterson, Ray Brown, and Ed Thigpen. That's a 1961, $14.99. $14.99. What do we have here? Looks like Japanese anime. Story and music from the anime series Triton of the Sea, a 1978 Japanese pressing, $34.99. The Little Feet boots at 50, 55, and 55. We got 3 active bidders on that. Joyce Manor, all things I will soon grow tired. Joyce Manor, a 2014, $26.99. It says it's on colored vinyl. Blue and black swirl vinyl. That is $26.99. Joyce Manor. REO Speedwagon, REO 2, $19.99. REO Speedwagon, REO 2. Little Feet's now at 60. 2 people at 60. Christopher was in first. Focus Stan Jets. Focus Stan Jets. That's a 1961 pressing, $29.99. And OK Jazz. This is a compilation of jazz music from the famous OK label, OKEH. That's a various artist compilation, $12.99. All right, no one else has bid on the Grateful Dead, but no one else has said out. I've got to sell it, so sorry if you maybe were going to bid on that because it's sold now to Greg D for $85. If you're done bidding, make sure you let me know. It will really speed up the auctions, but also if you're thinking, you can't think too long because if I don't hear from you, I've got to sell it. Right, Seth? Seth, what are you chewing on over there? Was that a roll? Gum? Pineapple Seth's eating pineapple casserole, folks. And I'm over here. Seth, that's strike 2 tonight. Hollywood Palladium. This is Hollywood Palladium, Hollywood, California, June 8th, 1971. It's called The Grateful Dead Out West. Grateful Dead Out West. This has a feelable mark on it. I was test playing it and it actually jumped on me. So it's only on one side. That's why I'm only going to start this one for $15. I'm only going to start this one for $15. Side 2 here has a feelable mark right here. And when I test played it, it did jump on us. So I'm only going to start this for $15. I'm only going to start this one for $15. The other sides are clean and nice. It's just unfortunate about that one side. By the way, the last 2 that slipped through and sold were, I think, a couple years ago, and they brought $75 and $85 on eBay, and that's the Grateful Dead Out West, if that's the same one I'm thinking about. So, yeah, the last couple of those sold for like $75 and $85, and it's been a couple years. So that's a $15 start. It does jump on. It did jump on us when we listened to it. It does have a feelable mark, so keep that in mind. Little Feet's at 60-60. Kevin's out on Little Feet. John, your bid on Grateful Dead came in late. How was your chocolate pie? It was unbelievable. I actually took a picture of it. I meant to post it to get everybody's attention that we were having a sale tonight, but I think I'll use that tomorrow for social media ammunition. I've took pictures of food before and posted it, and it's like it catches people's attention. It's like, what in the world? They'll see Coletco and it'll be a big plate of chicken and dumplings, and they're like, what in the world is this? Little Feet's at 65. Grateful Dead 15, Grateful Dead 15, Grateful Dead 15, Grateful Dead 20, 18, 22, and Little Feet's at 70 with Christopher Brusha. Traffic is $19.99. Traffic is $19.99. That's self-titled, $19.99. Steve Winwood and Traffic, $19.99. Let's check the label on that one. This is on the, wow, I don't see that one as often. There's a lot of different United Artists label. That's the one I don't see very often for this album. It's got kind of those multicolor circles up at the top. $19.99. Lots of bidders on Grateful Dead. Jefferson Airplane, 30 Seconds Over Winterland. Live Jefferson Airplane, $19.99. Where are we on the Little Feet? Brent's at 65. Who else was bidding? That was, I think, Christopher. Is that right? Christopher, you're outbid on Little Feet. No, Christopher's in at 70. His bids got mixed in with the Grateful Dead. Christopher's at 70 on Little Feet, and Jetstream wants Traffic. Jetstream gets Traffic. Brent's back in on Little Feet at 75. Janet Jackson, When I Think of You. Janet Jackson's a 12-inch single, $9.99.
Darren Meyer on Jefferson Airplane. High bid on the Grateful Dead is $25 with James Lester. Chicago, $9.99. Chicago's $9.99. Craig Weatherford wants Janice Jackson. That's so to Craig Weatherford. The American Graffiti soundtrack, $24.99. So Christopher, you're back out on Little Feat. Brent has that for $75. This is the 41 hit song compilation from the American Graffiti movie, $24.99. George Lucas. Jetstream wants Chicago. Jake Zerbel's at $33 on the Grateful Dead. Hotel California. Wow, I haven't seen this in a while. It's on green vinyl. It's a Holland pressing. They did this in Holland on green vinyl. Holland, they did a lot of really cool colored vinyl. The Stones have a lot of colored vinyl from Holland. This is a 1976 Holland press on green vinyl, $49.99. Now that's cool. Grateful Dead's at $33, $34, $35, $40. Craig Weatherford wants American Graffiti. Final call on Little Feat, $75. Christopher Brusher, let me know if you want in. Krista Moss gets the Eagles. That's so to Krista Moss. And Mahavishnu Orchestra, Apocalypse, $19.99. I got two more random Grateful Dead items to show you. I've got a Grateful Dead bear. It's not a Beanie Baby. It's just a regular bear. Black Peter, limited edition, 8,127 of 30,000. It's new with the tags, and it's even in an acrylic case. $24.99. $24.99 for the Grateful Dead bear. And I've got a Jerry Garcia Christmas ornament. Christmas 1996. And the Jerry Garcia Christmas ornament is $14.99. So there's a couple of Grateful Dead items. Black Peter and the Jerry Garcia Christmas ornament. Let's see here. Jake's out on the Grateful Dead. We have James Taylor, Sweet Baby James, an original 1970 pressing, $24.99. Sweet Baby James, Green Warner Brothers, OG pressing of that. It also has the original Warner Brothers Company sleeve, $24.99. $24.99. A classic album. A classic album. Greg D first on the Christmas ornament. So Greg D gets the Jerry Garcia ornament, and Jake Zerbel wants the bear. Darren Meyer, you were second on the ornament. Greg was first. Jake Zerbel gets the bear. I never did hear back from Christopher on the Little Feat album. I've got to, actually, he did say out. My bad. He said out. Feet, he put fest out. That's maybe why I missed it. He's out. So sell that to Brent Robley Tanner for $75. I've never seen, I don't know if I've seen a bootleg in that nice of condition. That's very nice. The vinyl matches it as well. So Grateful Dead. So keep in mind, this was VG minus. It has one fillable mark. It is a 2 LP. The rest of it plays fine. Luke Schellbauer has that for $40. He's the high bidder. He's the high bidder on that at $40. The James Taylor OG pressing of that from 1970, $24.99. That has Fire and Rain on it. It has Country Road. It has, of course, Sweet Baby James. I've got another bootleg that I don't think I have seen before. This is pressed in 1974 in the United States, live at Winterland in California, Santana. And the concert is from 1969, right around when they were playing Woodstock. Trademark of quality, live in concert, Santana, $55 start. Another artist, I don't have seen a lot of bootlegs before, and this is really common. See how this is just a loose sheet? They didn't tape it or glue it to the cover. I've had so many bootlegs that just look like this, in a plain jacket, because this sheet has been lost. These are sometimes actually, his collection is just so amazing because there's no telling how many bootlegs. And then the only thing you have is the disc, which has nothing written on it, and you have to figure out what it is by these very obscure matrices, which aren't very helpful usually looking these up. So don't lose the sheet is the story of that. That is Michael Naff's at $55. I'm about to sell the Grateful Dead. Luke Schellbauer has that for $40, and then we'll put up another one. More American Graffiti. This is Volume 2, $24.99, or I guess it was a completely different film. More American Graffiti, $24.99. 2 LP, another great compilation of music. I think this one has just as good, if not even better, tracks on it. Supremes is on here, Strange Brew, Bob Dylan, Just Like a Woman, Respect, Aretha Franklin, 96 Tears, She's Not There, The Zombies, Bobby Vinton, Percy Sledge, Hang On Sloopy, like a Rolling Stones on there. Christopher Morris gets James Taylor. Let me make sure Corey Gaston didn't want it. He asked about it. If he's passing, that's sold to Christopher Morris. The Rolling Stones Tattoo You, or as I like to call it, Start Me Up. Original inner sleeve, very nice vinyl, $34.99 on the Rolling Stones Tattoo You. And the Beach Boys Endless Summer. This has the poster with it. Does have the poster. Endless Summer is a 2LP Beach Boys compilation, $26.99. Fred Carnell wants more American Graffiti. Corey passed on James Taylor, so that's sold to Christopher Morris. That's sold to Fred Carnell. This is sold to Luke Schellbauer for $40. That's the Grateful Dead. And Santana, high bid on that is with Michael Knapp for $55. Final call. Let me go grab the next Grateful Dead record. And like I said, we're getting to the point in the Dead stuff where I do have some stuff just sticker priced. And I may actually go ahead and start showing some of that at the conclusion of this crate. But I do have several more to auction. Let me get all those up front here. I've got actually a box set here. This one looks really interesting. Paul got this one ready. Yeah, this one's very desirable. This is live at Raceway Park, English Town, September 3rd, 1977. It's a 4LP soundboard recording. The Grateful Dead, Good Lovin'. 4LP box set, $145 start. This is one of those that are very desirable. It is actually, it says made in Venezuela, and yes, it is actually made in Venezuela. Live at Raceway Park, September 3rd, 1977. 4LP box, that's Grateful Dead, Good Lovin'. That is $145 start. There's all four of the LPs. There's all four of the LPs. And this is the box, the Grateful Dead, Good Lovin'. $145 start. John Dorsey's in. Grateful Dead Raceway, $145. The Santana title. Is called Flaco D57 Sport Shirt Live in Concert. SBO para San Juan Ojos. And that is live. Where did I say that was from? That was, I don't know where my sticky, I've already said exactly where that was from, or is it still on the back? Nope, yeah, it's still on the back. That was live in Winterland, 1969. And Michael Knapp has that for $55. So Henry, if you want to bid, let me know pretty soon, or say out if you don't want to bid. I'll go ahead and sell that to him. Alan Parsons Project, Eve, 1999. Alan Parsons Project, Eve. Stevie Wonder, In Square Circle. $24.99 for Stevie Wonder in Square Circle, and Jimi Hendrix is $39.99. That's the Cry of Love. Jimi Hendrix, $39.99. I'm going to go ahead and some of these Grateful Deads, it's a buy it now. I'm going to ask for a keyword because I'm going to be showing multiple. They're all Grateful Dead records, so it's going to be hard to. If you want this one, comment Dark Star. This is $124.99. $124.99. Grateful Dead Dark Star. It is sealed. Grateful Dead Dark Star from the legendary Europe 72 tour, limited edition of 4200. It's a 40-minute version, first time ever on vinyl, mixed by Jeffrey Norman from the original 16-track. This was originally a Record Store Day release, and when I looked it up, I was just shocked at how desirable it is and how pricey it is. This is sealed and it's never been opened, and it is sold to Thomas Hujar. Thomas Hujar, yes. Thomas Hujar, John Dorsey second. Also, John Dorsey has this for $145. John Dorsey has that for $145. And that's a final call. And Henry passed this, so this is sold to Michael Knapp for $55. Yes, my bad. This is not trademark. Trademark equality is the one with the pig usually smoking the cigarette. This is the Corny Phone record label. Yes, the Corny Phone record label. That's that symbol there, and usually this symbol on the label. Yes, thank you for that. I've been calling that trademark quality. Corny Phone. That's another very well-known bootleg label. Also does very high-quality recordings. Okay, so that's one of the Grateful Deads that was about now. We have a slot for the auction. I'm going to show the other John Prine autograph. This is John Prine Bruised Orange, a 1978 specialty press white label promo. Both John Prine records. He had great ones autographed. If it wasn't the other one, which was already hard to get, this one's a white label promo. So this is 1978 specialty press white label promo with an original inner sleeve. It's signed, autographed by John Prine. Now this one doesn't say to Dale. This one says, thank you, John Prine. No personalization on this, but it is on the back. $175 start. $175 start. This one doesn't have any personalization, but I guess the con, it's not on the front. Thank you, John Prine. And down here on the bottom, it says featuring Sam Bush electric guitar. And that is $175 start, John Prine. And Jeff McMaster's in at $175. This also has a some kind of magazine cutout. He did a he printed out like a obituary here from John Prine that was in a magazine. It looks like John Prine and also Honor Blackman, who was in James Bond, Goldfinger. This is got the original inner sleeve with it. White label promo, Bruised Orange. It's autographed on the back. Thank you, John Prine, Bruised Orange. It says feature. Someone also wrote on the bottom featuring. And didn't we have a Sam Bush last night, and it looked very similar to that, maybe? All right, let's go ahead and sell the Grateful Dead box to John Dorsey for $145. Jeff is in on that John Prine at $175. Bruised Orange. Okay, and that means we have another slot for another Grateful Dead. Let's do this one. It's actually Mickey Hart. Nope, let's do this one. It's the Grateful Dead. Nope, let's do Mickey Hart. Mickey Hart and the Heartbeats, Grateful Dead, Living on the Edge, 1968, California. So let me read the information that's on it. I've actually printed this straight from Discogs. This is a bootleg from the 70s and has no markings or real track info. The back cover lists the tracks as He Was a Friend, Man, Hard Times, etc., etc. None of those are correct as I've tried to identify the correct track names. Much of this material can be found on the releases Heartbeats 1 and 2 on the Anthology label. The total running time is 160 to 165 minutes. So very thankfully, somebody's put some information there on Discogs, but basically they said this is a pretty, there's not a lot of information out on this bootleg. So this is Mickey Hart from the 70s. It lists these tracks are from the 68. Just take it what it is. It's definitely Mickey Hart of the Grateful Dead. $45 start, so it's kind of a mystery record. $45 start on that. Mickey Hart and the Heartbeats, $45 start on that. Jeff McMaster is got the John Prine for $175, and that's a final call. And I didn't even, this one here, I hadn't even flipped it over when we had it. I knew it was autographed, but I thought it was the insert. I didn't realize it was even signed on the back. I knew it was laying over here, but I thought we had the stuff on the back of it, and I thought it was the insert that was signed. So didn't even realize that was autographed on the back. I thought it was going to be an insert or something. So first time I'm really looking at those tonight. This is nice. $64.99. Almost pulled it out the auction. Near mint in shrink wrap. Exodus. OG press, or I should say a 1977 pressing. I know there's some different variants on these labels. It is a 1977 pressing. The vinyl is immaculate. It has the original inner sleeve, and it's in shrink wrap. Exodus, $64.99. So this Mickey Hart boot is a $45 start. Let me know if you want to bid pretty fast, or I'll make it a buy it now. This is also in shrink wrap. Big Brother and the Holden Company featuring Janis Joplin, $34.99. Big Brother and the Holden Company, Janis Joplin. That's on the Columbia, which is a repress label for this, $34.99. John Prine's at $175. $180 and now $185. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits with the poster, $39.99. Smash Hits with the poster, $39.99. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. I do have a Grateful Dead record that I priced for buy it now. This is, if you want this one, comment For the Faithful or something to that. This is a official from Arista. This is actually an official Grateful Dead record. $49.99. It's called Grateful Dead For the Faithful. $49.99. 2 LP on the Pear label from Arista. That is near mint. Very clean. $49.99. And that is recorded live at Warfield Theater, San Francisco, September, October 1980, and at Radio City Music Hall, New York, October 22nd through the 31st, 1980. That's sold to John Dorsey. John Prine, still getting bids on that. Aerosmith in shrink wrap, rocks, very nice copy. Original inner sleeve, super clean vinyl, 27. These last 4 records should have already sold. Aerosmith, Hendrix, Big Brother, and Bob Marley, all top copies. A K-Tel compilation, Starflight, original stars, original hits. K-Tel Starflight, $9.99. K-Tel Starflight. Bananarama, Deep Sea Skiving. In shrink wrap, that's a full album. In shrink wrap from Bananarama, $24.99. We have Craig Weatherford on the Starflight. I'm going to go ahead and make the Mickey Hart a buy it now for $45. If anybody wants on that, that is Mickey Hart and the Heartbeats, Grateful Dead. It says Living on the Edge, 1968, but they said they believe it's from the 70s. We don't really know. I hadn't really took time to figure out the tracks either, but it's a $45 buy it now, and that's sold to Christopher Brusha. Mickey Hart and Tanner, that was a $45. Christopher, I'm going to include this information. I printed off Discogs as well. So that's Christopher Brusha. Roy Edmonds, you were second. And John Prine's at $176 with Jeff McMaster. Tony Bennett, just one of those things, $9.99. I will do a Japanese after John Prine's done because we have to keep the Grateful Dead rolling. And I have another one to put up. This one's called Grateful Dead, Double Dead. I like the artwork on this one. This is a $55 start. This is Double Dead. I've also printed out some information on this one. Double Dead, there's a lot of information here. It looks like it's recordings from 1971. That was an FM broadcast. Also, Disc 2 is previously released live at the Felt Forum, 1971. So a lot of information I've printed out about this one. $55 start. This is the Grateful Dead. It's called Double Dead. Slipped Disc Records, 2 LP. Vintage Dead bootleg, $55 start. It's actually still in shrink wrap. Double Dead, Grateful Dead. That is a $55 start. $55 start. Can I see the holding company again? Next comment. By the way, John Prine, Brent Robley, Jeff has that at $196. I was just about to sell it. Rhonda says, can I see holding company? Big Brother and the holding company is in shrink wrap. It's on the second. This was originally on a label called Mainstream. It was a subsidiary of Columbia. This is the second label where they pressed it back on Columbia, and that is $34.99. Next comment is Smash Hits price. Jimi Hendrix is in shrink wrap. It's it's near mint, $39.99. Really nice cover. It has the poster too. Mark, if you don't want it, Chris Ferrara has claimed it. So that's pending to Mark Cunningham, or that's pending to Chris Ferrara, unless Mark Cunningham wants it. Next, we have Jimi Hendrix. And then Grateful Dead. Brian bid 55. John Dorsey bid 56. Is Rocks an OG? Yes. Aerosmith Rocks has the original inner sleeve. Very clean. $27.99. Seems like a great price for that. Near mint OG and shrink wrap. Roger Ramjet's going to get the Exodus. Mark Cunningham is going to take the Jimi Hendrix. So he gets that. Roger Ramjet gets Exodus. Rhonda wants Big Brother and the Holding Company. And Aerosmith goes to Jetstream. I figured all those would sell. I think everybody fell asleep on me there for a second. Those were like incredible near mint records and shrink wrap. And I've got to count this down. I lost Brent there for a second, but this is Jeff's 196, 543, 2, and so did Jeff McMaster, 196. The Grateful Dead is at 56 and now 57 with Thomas Hujar. The Who Face Dances, $17.99. There is some cover damage. The Who Face Dances. This has got the original inner sleeve with it, and this is $17.99. The Who Face Dances, $17.99. Has the original inner sleeve. The Who Face Dances, $17.99. Okay, Japanese. We are going to pull one. Let's see. I have, David, I will even read off what's in here. The Nashville soundtrack, Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, Michael Jackson Thriller, Billy Joel Innocent Man, Beach Boys compilation, Billy Joel The Stranger, Footloose, Jeff Beck Wired, ABBA Arrival, Night Ranger 7 Wishes, Boston Third Stage, John Denver, JD, Stevie Wonder, Original Musicarium, Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits, Beach Boys Light Album, Joe Jackson, Night and Day, John Lennon, Shaved Fish, Asia, Alpha, Queen, Night at the Opera, that's a good one, John Denver, Gold Deluxe, The Beatles' Greatest, and John Lennon, Milk and Honey. I think I'm going to pull the Joe Jackson Night and Day. I don't know if we've ever had a Japanese pressing of that. $35 start for Joe Jackson Night and Day. And let me see which David has. David requested John Denver. I've pulled Joe Jackson. We'll run it first, but now I know what you're looking for. $35 start, Joe Jackson Night and Day. $35 start. This is now up for bid. I don't know if I've had a Japanese pressing of this. Has a 2-page Japanese insert, near mint all the way around with obi, and that's a $35 start. Next was Nicholas ABBA. I will run that for just a second, and Rod Stewart. The Grateful Dead's at $57. John Dorsey, you're out. Brian Arrigo, you're out. Thomas Hujar has that for $57. That's a final call if anybody wants in. Also, here's some new vinyl I hadn't shown. These are from De La Soul, the new 7-inch singles. De La Soul, The Magic Number, and De La Soul, Me, Myself, and I. Those are $16.99. $16.99. Those are new. I hadn't shown those tonight. De La Soul, 7-inch singles. Me, Myself, and I, and The Magic Number, $16.99 for De La Soul. New bids on the Grateful Dead. Let me see what I've got over here. And this one's pricey. Yeah, most of, I think this is, here's another audio file, though, that is sealed. First come, first serve. $224.99. Terrapin Station, 200-gram sealed Analog Productions QRP, $224.99. That is a 200-gram sealed, long out of print, pressed at QRP, $224.99. Grateful Dead, 200-gram. That is first come, first serve on that. And that is sold to Christopher Brusha. Christopher Brusha, Terrapin Station. He gets that, $224.99. It's stickered on the back, Tanner. The Grateful Dead, by the way, the Grateful Dead was at 57, then 60, and then Thomas Hujar was at 61. Brian's out, so this is between Thomas and Roy. Roy, let me know if you want back in. Thomas has that for 61. Webster Vance wants the De La Soul, Me, Myself, and I, 7-inch single. That is sold to Webster Vance. Thank you, Webster. That's sold to you. And I'm going to go ahead and make Joe Jackson a buy it now. If anybody wants this, $35 buy it now for Joe Jackson Night and Day. Joe Jackson Night and Day. Roy Evans is back in on the Dead. So is Christopher, 62 and now 65 with Roy. Joe Jackson's a $35 buy it now, Night and Day. That's sold to Henry's Choice for $35. There's only been one Japanese pressing that has not sold tonight, and that's Foreigner. This is the only auction tonight that has not sold. Foreigner 4, $35 buy it now. And also a reminder of the books here. Grateful Dead, A Long Strange Trip, and the Jerry Garcia books are still available. This is Jerry Garcia, Paintings, Drawings, and Sketches. Paintings, Drawings, and Sketches. That is still available for $19.99. And A Long Strange Trip, An Inside History of the Grateful Dead, that's $19.99. Still bidding on this, Thomas Hujar is at 66. Let's do the John Denver Gold Deluxe compilation. I saw, actually, I think 2 people asked for that one. An amazing compilation of John Denver music on Japanese vinyl. And Brent, I think I lost you there for a second. I had a feeling I did, but I lost you for about a solid 5, it may have even been longer than that, maybe 10 minutes. I had to go ahead and sell the John Prine. Your bid just now popped up, so sorry about that. We had to go ahead and sell that. $35 start for John Denver Gold Deluxe. Gold Deluxe John Denver, $35 start. 2 LP, Japanese compilation. We have this insert, John Denver Gold Deluxe, an amazing compilation. Take Me Home Country Roads is the first track. Rocky Mountain High's on here. I'd Rather Be a Cowboy. $35 start. This is an immaculate condition. The cover, the obi, the insert, everything. The books are $19.99 each, Roy. That's my last 2 Grateful Dead books. Now, I think I have more on the shelf. I'm just going to have to flip through them and find them. But those are $19.99 each. Here's what's left in this crate. Seals and Croft, Joni Mitchell, Charlie Daniels, Live Cream, The Trio, the Japanese anime record, Joyce Manor, REO Speedwagon, Focus Stand Jets, the OK Jazz compilation, Mahavishnu Orchestra, the Rolling Stones, the Beach Boys' Endless Summer, Alan Parsons Project, Stevie Wonder, Jimi Hendrix, Bananarama, The Who, and Tony Bennett. Live Cream, label, and price. Roger Ramjet, $34.99, and that is the RSO label, $34.99. Roy Emmons says he'll take the Jerry Garcia artwork book. That's sold to Roy Emmons. That is still available. A long straight trip. Let's go ahead and sell the Grateful Dead. Thomas said he was out. That's sold to, actually, time out. Let me make sure Roy Emmons, he never did say out. I thought it was down to those two. So this is Christopher Brushes. This Grateful Dead boot is at $67. Thomas said he's out, and I'm waiting for Roy's word on that. So final call on that. We have no Kiss Alive 3s left. That's a waiting list. Roy says he's also out. All right, let's go ahead and sell that to Christopher then for $67. John Denver is a $35 start. If no one bids pretty soon, I'll make that a buy now and move on to the next one. Roger Ramjet said he will take Live Cream. That's sold to Roger Ramjet, and price on Joyce Manor. Joyce Manor was $26.99, Sean. 2014 blue and black marbled vinyl. Christopher Morris is in on John Denver for $35. Final call. Would you look at the time? It's exactly 10 o'clock. Time for tonight's recap. That goes in that. Double Dead. Okay. Did you run the Beach Boys Dead album yet? I'll run it right now. The Beach Boys Dead album. Also, what's going on out here in the parking lot? I'm not for sure. It's the police, so we're safe. Looks like they're looking at something on the hood of their car. Okay, let's do some condensing here. Let me do a little bit of condensing. Let me do this first. Quick timeout while I get set up for the last half of the show, or the final leg of the show, I guess I should say. It's time for a recap and reconsideration of everything we have left from the night. And I think all 4 bins of vintage can almost fit into one. I don't want to make it too tight, but I'll go through these first. So first I'm going to recap the vintage stuff here. And this is one of the very first crates I went through. And just like any night, these are new arrivals. So I'm not ready to discount them heavily. These have never been put out. They've been in collections for years. They've not been put out for sale. We haven't shown them here in the store. You're looking at them for the first time tonight. So we're not really in a hurry to heavily discount them. But if you want to make a fair offer, go right ahead. This is our first crate. That was what was left with check condition stuff. I'll go through those one more time. So John Denver, we had a $35 bid. Roger bid $40, and Christopher set out. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Roger Ramjet for $40. That's sold. Our next Dead auction is the Beach Boys meet the Grateful Dead. This is live at the Fillmore, New York, April 27th, 1971. Paul did the research on this one. He said, yes, they really do some songs together. $65 start. This is the Beach Boys meet the Grateful Dead. $65 start. That's live at the Fillmore in 1971, and they actually do songs together. That's now up for bid. Here's with the vinyl and the labels, just generic bootleg white labels. That's a 65 of Luke Schellbauer. That has a bid. There is an Elvis bootleg too. Yes, let me run that other John Denver. And someone asked, did I see somebody ask about Led Zeppelin? Led Zeppelin boot already sold. It sold for $100, and I think it sold for $197. But let me run that other John Denver that was requested, and then we're going to do a big recap of this bin. The next John Denver was the JD album. Yeah, I don't see that one as often. I don't know if we've ever had it. Let me do another Grateful Dead for a buy it now. If you want this one, it's $29.99. Comment the word smiling on a cloudy day, or you can go ahead and comment dead, I guess, but just so there's not any confusion. That is sealed. I remember when this came out. This is on from the Rhino Summer of Love, Grateful Dead colored vinyl. That's sold to Roy Emmons. That is sealed, $29.99. Y'all are going to like when we do the buy it now bin. There's not much in there, but they're really cool records. A lot of them sealed limited edition stuff. Our next Japanese pressing is John Denver JD, $35 start. Near mint, pristine, absolutely nothing wrong with it. The vinyl is near mint minus. It has a Japanese insert with it. It has an original inner sleeve. And this is a, wow, very nice cover for it to be black. I mean, almost no signs of wear. $35 start on that. The Grateful Dead's at 65, 75, 80. Roy got Smiling, Shakedown second, Sandra third. Roy got The Dead. We have a waiting list for Kiss Alive 3. So those 3 records, if you're scrolling down and you see our thumbnail, there was 2 Kiss records, Unplugged and Alive 3, and Megadeth, Euthanasia. Those are all a waiting list. There'll be more, hopefully, all in. Sandra, you were actually third. It's Roy Edmonds, Shakedown, and then you. It's actually still on the screen right now. It's right there. On your Facebook chat, it's always going to look like you're first, but it all depends on what happens here on Restream, which is the embedded feed you see on your monitor. Okay, we have It's a Mother, James Brown, VG Plus condition. This album contains Mother Popcorn, VG Plus $29.99. Bob Riger needs to put back the Exodus from last night. That's okay. He didn't expect that to come in. That's all right. No problem there. We'll resell that probably Thursday on Metal Night. Leslie West Mountain, VG $9.99. Eagles, their greatest hits, or I should say the Eagles, right? I'm in the habit now of dropping that the off of there, thanks to Rob Damon. Eagles' greatest hits, EX condition, $34.99. Very clean for EX, has the shrink wrap and hop sticker, $34.99. I'm going to leave that one out of the jacket. $34.99. Roy Edmonds is going to get the James Brown. That's sold to Roy. John Denver, Final Call to David Johnson, $35. If anybody wants on that waiting list, just say Kiss Alive 3. There could be more copies in tomorrow, which means you're going to get one, $44.99. If you don't get on a waiting list, then we're going to show them live. They're going to get claimed, and you can miss out again. Final call on Grateful Dead. Grateful Dead is at 80 with Luke Shellbauer. Roy Edmonds, let me know if you want back in. He has that for $80, and it's a final call. Iron Butterfly Ball, that's a VG Plus $14.99. Iron Butterfly Ball, VG Plus $14.99. Jackson Brown, For Every Man. I used to never see this album, and I think we now have 2 or 3 in our bins. Jackson Brown, For Every Man, VG Plus $14.99. 2 new bidders on Grateful Dead. Roy's at $82, and then we have an $85 bid. I also forgot about this stuff over here. I got a Black Sabbath OG press and shrink wrap and hop sticker, or shrink wrap and original label. I got Roger Waters. I got this Tubes. I got the Bowie. Let's do this Elvis though. I got another Little Feat. I don't know if Kevin's still watching, but whoever else was bidding, maybe Brent Robley. I got another Little Feat bootleg. It's a picture disc too. All right, let's sell John Denver to David Johnson for $35. This is Elvis. Actually, that's not the one I had on the Facebook post. Let me do the one. Here's the one I had on the Facebook post. This is a 1988 Italian unofficial. Check out the color of the vinyl. This is going to be a $55 start. Check out that. Incredible. That's from 1988, Italian unofficial colored vinyl. It's called 50 Million Witches and Wizards Can't Be Wrong, Elvis Witchcraft Album. Recorded in Nashville, May 26th, 27th, 1963. So this is live, it's recorded in Nashville. It's a $55 start, and I believe it's studio sessions. It's studio sessions, $55 start. Witchcraft, Never Ending. Please don't drag that string around. That's a $55 start. Really cool Elvis unofficial. I should have took the hot picture like that. That would have caught some attention. I remember looking at it last night. I just don't know why I didn't do that. Elvis Witchcraft album. That's recorded in Nashville, 1963. And, of course, that was a single he put out, Witchcraft. And this is some of the previously unreleased takes and sessions from that recording in Nashville. $55 start on that. Okay, back up to the top. Grateful Dead, 83, 86, 87. Jetstream offered 10 for Jackson Brown. Let's go ahead and sell that. And the Grateful Dead's now at 87. Luke Shellbauer is at 87. Roy Edmonds or Christopher Brusher, let me know if you want back in. Luke has it for 87. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99, that's a Columbia 2i. There is no difference between a bootleg or an unofficial. Actually, there's some definitions. A bootleg is there's actually a way to really figure out. I actually have that wrote down somewhere. I saw how somebody. A bootleg is an unauthorized release of unreleased music. A counterfeit is an unauthorized copy of released music. That's a great way to word it. So a bootleg is unreleased music. That would be like live music. It would be like Elvis here, unreleased sessions. And then a counterfeit is like, and unofficial could be called both. That's an unofficial bootleg. Those are interchangeable. But like, if you have, there's some albums that's never been released. Like there's bootlegs of like Tool albums, like 10,000 Days. You can get a bootleg of Tool 10,000 Days. That's a counterfeit or an unofficial or a bootleg. You can use any word you want. But that's technically, something that's just like a copy. Somebody has copied that. It's never been released on vinyl before. That's a counterfeit or a bootleg or an unofficial. But usually bootleg is unreleased music. And the counterfeit or unofficial is a copy of an album that's never been pressed on vinyl. If you want to get really technical. Grateful Dead is at $90. No bid on Elvis. We're looking for a $55 start. Billy Joel, the nylon curtain, VG, $9.99. Nylon curtain. The Clash is still available. Combat Rock, VG Plus condition, $34.99. Rush is an unofficial or bootleg. Yes, that is an unauthorized release of unreleased live music. That is Rush playing live. Geddy Lee, Alex Lifeson, Neil Peart, rest in peace, and Anthem Records did not authorize that release. That is something somebody made in Europe. They pressed it, and they're selling it without Rush's permission. But in Europe, they can do that. Kind of. It's a loophole in the laws over there. The Tubes, EX condition, $22.99. The Tubes, self-titled EX condition. So when I say unofficial with these live recordings, it's unreleased music that is being pressed on vinyl and released without the permission of said artist or label. Michael Jackson, Remember the Time. That's a VG copy for $14.99. And Fleetwood Mac Rumors is a VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors. That's on the White Warner Brothers label. VG Plus condition $24.99. Now we have Christopher Bruscia as 90 on the Grateful Dead, and now Luke Schellbauer, you're out. So Christopher Bruscia, let me know. So this is a prime example of a bootleg. This was made back in the 70s. Now the Grateful Dead is one of those bands, they almost encourage this. They encourage people a lot of times at their show back in the days to record it. I've even seen t-shirts that said like, thank you for the tapers, or God bless the tapers, or something like that. People who taped all these Grateful Dead shows. I don't know if they really encourage like manufacturing it and selling it, but they always like for their fans to. You could plug straight into the soundboard at their concerts, from what I understand. Christopher, we've already sold Jackson Brown, but Carlene, you're going to get Michael Jackson. Luke, you're out. Christopher Bruscia has it for $90. And if you bid $95, it didn't come in. So Luke is at $95 on the Grateful Dead. Luke is at $95. Christopher Bruscia, you're back out. Kelly Gabney wants to Clash. I had a feeling somebody had to get that. That has Rock the Casbah on it. And Should I Stay or Should I Go? And that is sold. That's sold to Kelly, and now the Dead's at $100. Let me make Elvis a buy it now. $55 buy it now on the Elvis Witchcraft bootleg. $55 buy it now. And that's the one that had the really cool multicolor splatter vinyl. That's a first come, first serve. $55 buy it now. Elvis Witchcraft album. That's sold to Arthur Wyman. $55 buy it now. Let me grab another crate of stuff to recap. But first, I've got this Little Feat bootleg here. This is Little Feat in concert live at Sausalito, California. And this is a rare live bootleg picture disc. Well, Paul didn't write it's unofficial, but I'm pretty sure it is. 55 on Elvis. 55 on Elvis. Little Feat in concert live 1975, Sausalito, California. I'm pretty sure it's unofficial. This is a $55 start. $55 start. Live Little Feat, 1975, California picture disc. Wow. Never seen a bootleg picture disc recording. $55 start on that. Let's see here. Grateful Dead's at 101. Is the label on the Grateful Dead spelled correctly? Probably not. I don't know if it even has labels. There's no labels. This don't have labels. Well, it has labels, but they're just written in pen. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a, what was the year on this one? This is April 27th, 1971. This is a bootleg recording. The Beach Boys meet the Grateful Dead. There's no writing on the labels at all. That's at 101 with Luke Schellbauer. They're still bidding on that. So this crate had Leslie West Mountain, the Eagles' greatest hits, Iron Butterfly Ball, Bob Dylan's greatest hits, Billy Joe Nylon Curtain, The Tubes, and Fleetwood Mac Rumors. If you want any prices on those, let me know. Now I can condense those with this last crate. Let me go ahead and show the Grateful Dead stuff that's a buy it now. And keep in mind, you can't comment. You're going to have to give me some kind of key word to identify what you're buying. And it may get complicated, but we'll figure it out. But I have about 10 or 15 records here, and I've still got about 7 more auctions. And we're going to try to run them all tonight before we sign off. If not, we'll save them for the next Grateful Dead night, which will probably be sometime next week. And, of course, we're always going to slip in. I mean, about every night we show some kind of Grateful Dead. About every night we show some kind of Grateful Dead record. So for those that's watching for the first time tonight, we do something every night. Michael, the other one's very similar. I don't want to sing these songs. I'll run that in just a second. It's a 1991 Hilton Hotel Las Vegas. That's a live recording. I'll run that one next. It's another Elvis boot. And what is this one? And I have Procol Harum. I have a Procol Harum bootleg. Very cool. Okay, ABBA Japanese. I'll put that on deck, Nicholas. I'll put that on deck. Thank you for the reminder. It is spelled wrong. Grateful Dead on the cover, yes. It is on the cover, on the actual cover. Oh, yes, it is spelled incorrectly. Okay, Luke is at 106. Looking for a $55 start on the Little Feat. Keep in mind, I'm going to try to show these records. I'm going to try to tell you the price first and then let me know kind of a key word. Don't comment Grateful Dead because they're all Grateful Dead. This is sealed, $39.99. American Beauty. Very easy, American Beauty. This is a 2011 180-gram pressing of American Beauty. Sealed, $39.99. 2011 180-gram pressing of American Beauty, $39.99. This next record is $39.99. It's a 1989 German pressing. Wow. I feel like we need to auction this. This is really cool looking. White vinyl, $49.99, Mars Hotel. And this is a German pressing on white vinyl, $49.99. That's really cool looking. Take a look at that. Grateful Dead, from Mars Hotel, $49.99 on that. First come, first serve. Okay. Christopher, you're back out on Grateful Dead. Let me know if you want back in. Luke has it for $106. Final call on that. Let me go ahead and make Little Feat a buy it now. If anybody wants it, $55 buy it now. $55 buy it now on the Little Feat picture disc. John Dorsey gets Mars Hotel, and Tanner, that was $49.99 on that one. Mars Hotel. All right, let's see what we have here. This is sealed, $59.99. Sealed, $59.99. Working Man's Dead. Barnes & Noble Gold and Brown Swirl Vinyl. Sealed, colored vinyl, 2015 pressing. Working Man's Dead from Barnes & Noble. $59.99. Barnes & Noble exclusive. Luke's right back in on the Grateful Dead, $110. Let me do that. I was going to do the Elvis and the other boots I just mentioned, but I do have somebody waiting on the ABBA. And that was ABBA Arrival. With this very cool obi, it says ABBA featuring the hit record Dancing Queen. This is a near mint Japanese pressing. $35 start. $35 start for ABBA Arrival. $35 start for ABBA Arrival. There is the LP. There's the Japanese inner sleeve. Very high quality. Very high quality on that. There's a solicitation. There's the obi. $35 start on ABBA if anybody's interested on that. Christopher, you're back out on Dead. Luke has it for $110, but Christopher was first on Working Man's Dead. So that's so to Christopher. Next is $64.99. This is on multicolored vinyl from 2016. And that's another Barnes & Noble exclusive. Grateful Dead, the album I've yet to figure out how to properly pronounce. AOXO. Multicolored vinyl from 2016. That is $64.99. Christopher Brusha is back in on the Grateful Dead for $115. He's back in. So this is available. However you want to let me know you want to buy that, but it's sealed for $64.99. This next record is $124.99, and we'll call this one Houston, Texas. It's sealed, Record Store Day RTI pressing of the Grateful Dead, Houston, Texas, November 18th, 1972. RTI pressing, Record Store Day of the Grateful Dead. Over 80 minutes of music from the legendary Fall 1972 tour, 2 LPs. That is sealed. Awesome artwork on that. And that is $124.99. If you want that one, comment Texas or Houston, Texas. That will let me know you're buying that. Next is $84.99, and this is the Grateful Dead self-titled. Audiophile, wow, pressed at Palace. A 2011 Record Store Day mono. It's in mono and pressed at Palace, $84.99. Grateful Dead self-titled. That is sealed. That's pretty incredible. Pressed at Palace, too. Luke's back in on the Dead at $121. Christopher, you're back out. I'm going to make ABBA a buy it now. No takers. I'm going to make it a buy it now for $35. ABBA Arrival. That's now first come, first serve. If anybody wants to grab that for the BIN price of $35. $35. That's ABBA Arrival. And that is sold to Shakedown. Shakedown gets that for $35. Dead is at $125. Christopher back in. Luke, you're back out. Info on American Beauty. American Beauty is sealed for $39.99. It's a 2011 180 gram pressing, sealed $39.99. 2011 180 gram, $39.99. Nicholas, you were second on ABBA. I was waiting for you to bid. You got to make sure if you really want it to lock in that opening bid. Otherwise, somebody could snatch it as a buy it now, just like what happened. Okay, let's run this other Elvis bootleg. This is really cool. 1991 German unofficial Hilton Hotel Vegas when Elvis was playing out there in the 70s. August 12th, 1971. A midnight show. Wow, that sounds like one I would go to. Hey, you going to watch Elvis play at midnight? I'd be like, yeah, let's go. $55 start. August 12th, 1971. Is that what that really means? A midnight showing of Elvis? That is 1971 Blue Splatter, a $55 start. 1991 German. 1991 German unofficial, $55 start. Near Mint has a limited edition import colored sticker on that. Christopher, you're back out on the Dead. Luke has it for $130. Luke has it for $130. Brian says he will take American Beauty. Shakedown says give ABBA to Nicholas if he still wants it. Nicholas, let me know if you still want ABBA. Shakedown's willing to surrender it to you. He's willing to surrender it to you. Okay, that means you're going to get very lucky. This next record is $64.99. It's also sealed. This is the Grateful Dead. This is One from the Vault. One from the Vault, $64.99. One from the Vault, $64.99. One from the Vault. If you want that one, Vault or One from the Vault, it is sealed. And I'm pretty sure that's a great price. I think I still got one of these on our shelf. And I think these are new over $100. It's a great price. Nicholas gets the ABBA. But also for future reference, make sure that if you really want to bid on something, and for anybody else watching, we've only had 2 auctions not sell tonight. And we've probably ran 50 or 60. I had over 50 or 60 Grateful Dead records ready for auction, plus the Japanese stuff, so probably more than that. If you really want something, you might want to make sure you lock in that bid and go ahead and bid. You might get outbid. You may have to pay a few dollars more, but that completely misses the entire, deal. You're going to completely lose the record. Does Dead have a track listing? I'm going to read what's on here, but I don't know if it's accurate. Birdsong, Playing in the Band, Dire Wolf, Searching, Ride and Cell Block number 9, Good Vibrations, I Get Around, Help Me Rhonda, Okie, Johnny Be Good, Sing Me Back Home, Uncle Jones Band, and Turn On Your Love Light. Christopher, there's the tracks. You're not the high bidder right now. Luke Shellbauer is for $130. Elvis is a $55 start. I'm about to make that a buy now. I got 2 more Grateful Dead buy it nows. $84.99. Playing in the Band, Seattle, Washington, 1974. There's a picture of their famous Wall of Sound. Look at all those speakers. Grateful Dead. That is limited to 7,400. That is sealed, $84.99. 2018 record store day, $84.99. Playing in the band. One more, EX Condition, $39.99. The electric Kool-Aid acid test. This is a 1986 Swedish import. This is San Francisco State College, October 1st, 66. Wow, that's early, Dad. 66, that's their first year together. EX Condition, $39.99. The electric Kool-Aid acid test. And that is sold to Shakedown. That is sold to Shakedown. He was first on that one. Luke's out on the Grateful Dead. He says, enjoy it, Chris. So Grateful Dead, Christopher Bruscia, 135, final call. I'm about to go ahead and wrap this one up because there's still Grateful Dead fans watching, and I'm sure they're ready to see what else I have left over here. I've got several more. We'll try to run them. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5, 6 more. Yeah, 6 more. This is a 2 LP. This is the next probably really neat one I have. I'm going to do this on a very fast countdown. First, how much is Vault 1? That is sealed. It's unopened, $64.99. And it's a 3 LP cut by Kevin Gray. Sealed, $64.99. Roy, you were second on the electric Kool-Aid. Jake Zerbel, you were third. You know what? I think we have another one of those. Let me look right over here. We might just have to clean it. This guy had a lot of duplicates. Let me see if there's another one of these. I have a whole crate of stuff. I don't have another one of those. Nope. It's this one right here. It looked very similar. Cosmic Messengers. That's a different boot. I thought I had another one of those. I don't. I know for sure, though, some of the ones we sold tonight, we have other copies. We just don't have them ready for tonight. So, who asked how much the vault was? Sandra. Sandra, let me know if you want this. If not, Rich Group says he wants it. Let's go ahead and sell this to Christopher Bruscia for $135. Christopher gets that for $135. Tracks on Elvis. Intro, That's All Right Mama, Proud Mary, Jailhouse Rock, You Don't Have to Say You Love Me, You've Lost That Love and Feeling, Poke Salad Annie. Oh man, I love watching him do that live. Johnny Be Good, It's Over, Love Me, Blue Suede Shoe, Whole Lot of Shaking Going On. Heartbreak Hotel, Teddy Bear, Don't Be Cruel, Love Me Tender, Hound Dog. Suspicious Minds, I'm Leaving, Lottie Miss Claudie, Bridge Over Troubled Water, and I Can't Help Falling in Love. And that's made in Germany. That is a $55 start. I'm going to leave that up for a few more moments since Michael Manning asked the tracks. I Don't Want to Sing a Song. And what happened to my sticky note on that? Right here. Hilton Hotel, A Midnight Show from August 12, 1971. Sandra said she will take one from the vault. Rich Group, you were second on that. So here's what's left in the Grateful Dead Buy It Nows. We have Oxo Moxa, sealed, $64.99. That's on a multicolor splatter vinyl. I'm sure that looks very trippy. We have Grateful Dead Houston, Texas, $124.99. 2014 record store day. Grateful Dead, their self-titled first album in mono, pressed at Palace in Germany. That's sealed, $84.99. And the Grateful Dead Playing in the Band, Seattle, Washington, sealed record store day 2018, $84.99. Can I get the one from the shelf? Let me see if it's over here, actually. I do have a couple Grateful Dead box sets in stock that are over here. Let me see what I have. I don't know if it's over here or not. Dio, Who's Next? Smashing Pumpkins. What happened to all of our Grateful Dead box? Oh, that was the other night, wasn't it? I showed them. Was that when it was Michael Nath and I remember selling a couple. Who bought that? Or was it James Bragg? Yeah, I don't see any over here. We don't even have the Rocktober one over here anymore. It looks like somebody's bought it here in the store. Rich, I don't have them. I will look into getting you another one of those, but I'm pretty sure the MSRP on those are over $100. I may have the Rocktober box set. I'll show that in just a second, but I don't see it. Okay, Elvis is a $55 buy it now. If anybody wants that, first come, first serve. Let's see if anybody was on standby to grab that. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the last several Grateful Dead auctions, this last half hour, or however long it takes, and I've got another bin of vintage stuff to recap, and I'm going to go through the new vinyl from tonight. We had some new vinyl come in. There's the Grateful Dead stuff. I'm going to take those out because we definitely need the crate. And let me get our next auction started. There's a crate. There's a crate, Tanner. And our next auction is going to be the Grateful Dead, the Cryptical Envelopment. This is live at the Fillmore East. It was reissued as Dick's Picks Volume 4, the very famous Grateful Dead series. Dick's Picks, this was Volume 4, so this is one of the vintage bootlegs of that. February 13th, 1970, Fillmore East, $45 start. $45 start. Very clean looking vinyl. I love, very interesting cover there. Some kind of, looks almost like a Megadeth cover or something. The Cryptical Envelopment. And that's a $45 start. Grateful Dead, Fillmore East, February 13th, 1970. $45 start on that. I remember seeing it on one of the tours of the back. It's definitely not in the back. The Grateful Dead one's in the vault. You may have seen the one from a collection we've got coming up for sale, and that was probably that. You're probably talking about the flip video from the Nashville collection, and that was probably that record. Not all these came from Pittsburgh, but these new records that I'm selling, the new ones, that didn't come from the Pittsburgh batch. That came from a lot of the new stuff that we just got from Nashville. That guy had a lot of Grateful Dead records as well. So let's go through some new vinyl that we got in tonight very quickly. And while we're finishing up the Grateful Dead auctions, and I'm going to start selling these a lot more faster. Paul T's at 45 on that. That's going once, going twice on that. And I do have other stuff. No one bought the Elvis. I've got, let's see here. Let's try this Tubes. I auctioned a Tubes late the other night. This is Los Angeles, 1976. The Tubes live in Los Angeles, 1976. This is going to be a $35 start. Darted in my own armchair. The Tubes live, and this is one of those bootlegs that looks like it was hardly ever played. $35 start. We sold some Tubes unofficial the other night. Here's this one, $35 start. The Dead is at 45 and then 47. 45 and then 47 on the Dead. That Tubes bootleg, 1976, that is a $35 start. I know somewhere I do have a Grateful Dead box set that's new. Let me see if it's over here on this table of new vinyl. Yeah, here it is. I got one. This is the newest release from the Grateful Dead. This came out the first Friday in October. It's $124.99. This is a new release. Live at Madison Square Garden. 5 LP set limited to 10,000, $124.99. You can buy it now for $124.99, or later you'll be seeing me put it in a pre-owned bin, and it will be like $224.99 where it's went up in value. Grateful Dead, Madison Square Garden, March 9th, 1981, $124.99. That's the only new Grateful Dead box set live I have in stock, and that's new. That came out the first Friday in October. Paul T's at 50 on the Dead. So Paul T was at 45, Roy 47. Here's some new vinyl we got in tonight. Black Sabbath Mob Rules, $44.99. Bruno Mars, 24 Karat Magic, $31.99. Ozzy's Greatest Hits, also known as Memoirs of a Madman, $44.99. Ozzy Memoirs of a Madman, 2 LP Greatest Hits. Queensryche, Promised Land, that should be on silver colored vinyl, $38.99 for Promised Land. Still got the Forrest Gump soundtrack, $36.99. Paul T, You're Out on Grateful Dead. Roy has bid $55. The Chilling, Thrilling Sounds of the Haunted House, $31.99. Dirty Honey, $28.99 for Dirty Honey. That's new and sealed. Sleeping Beauty, that's on Royal Peach colored vinyl. Sleeping Beauty, $59.99. Joe Strummer and the Mescaleros, Street Core, $31.99. And Elvis Christmas Album, new and sealed. The reissue of his very first Christmas album, $31.99. All right, I'm going to make the Tubes a buy it now for $35. The Tubes a buy it now for $35. That's now available for a $35 buy it now. The Tubes, that's live in Los Angeles, 1976, if anybody wants in on that one. $35 buy it now. Let me go ahead and put Elvis away in its jacket before something happens to it. That's still available for a $55 buy it now. That was live in Las Vegas, 1971. Splatter vinyl. Grateful Dead is at $55.60, now $65 of Roy Edmonds. Still bidding on that Dead. There's those, there's those. There's the note for the Tubes. Let me keep that back here on the back. Clear up my table just a little bit before we go any further. Still got the Little Feat unofficial live show. I had a feeling if Brent and Kevin was still watching, and whoever else was bidding on the Little Feet boot earlier, they would be buying that. It's only a $55 buy now. And the only Japanese record, the very first auction of the night, the only thing that has not sold in the Japanese bin, $35 for Foreigner 4. That's a buy now. All right, so let me see what else I have before I change out crates. We had Elvis, Joe Strummer, Sleeping Beauty, Dirty Honey, The Haunted House, Forrest Gump, Queensryche, Ozzy, Bruno Mars, and Black Sabbath. Those are still available. Grateful Dead still getting bids, 60, 65, now 70. And let me see what else I have here. Let's go through this bin of new vinyl. I think it's like 4 titles in here, And I'm going to introduce our next auction. It's late, so if you're watching, got 102 people still. You might get some deals on some vinyl like this Procol Harum, Shine On Live. This was from WPLD-FM. It was a radio broadcast, Procol Harum, April 12th, 1971, blue vinyl. And this is TMOQ, trademark of quality. There's the pig. And I think the label, they had like a pig smoking a cigarette on some of them as well, but trademark of quality. $45 start. And that's Procol Harum. I don't have a track listing, but that is April 12th, 1971, Procol Harum. There's another vintage bootleg. $45 start. Roy's out on the Grateful Dead. Paul T has that for $70. I'm about to sell it very quickly so we can run another one. We have Black Sabbath. This is a live unofficial from Sydney, Australia with Ronnie James Dio. War Pigs, Neon Knights, Children of the Sea, Sweet Leaf, Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, and others. That's $44.99. That should be on red vinyl. Red vinyl. Smashing Pumpkins, $39.99 for Gish. Still can't believe we have this many left over of Rob Zombie's Hellbilly Deluxe. That is $36.99. Rob Zombie Hellbilly Deluxe. Also Smashing Pumpkins Pisces Iscariot. That's $39.99. Kiss Music from the Elder, $38.99. Megadeth Rust in Peace, $38.99. AC/DC 74 Jailbreak, $33.99. And Soul Digging, Soul Music Gems for Vinyl Diggers. And that is a rare Soul Tracks compilation. Grateful Dead, Tanner, sold to Paul T for $70. That's sold to Paul T for $70. Our next Grateful Dead is going to be Captain Trips, etc. Live at the Hollywood Palladium, September 9th, 1972. $45 start. This is the Grateful Dead. Live at the Hollywood Palladium, September 9th, 1972. Captain Trips, etc. Boy, if you look at that while it's spinning, that'll be trippy. Impossible Record Works, $45 start. Next Grateful Dead boot, now up for bid. Hollywood Palladium, September 9th, 1972. They call that one Captain Trips, etc. Captain Trips, etc. All right. Let me set that down. There's new vinyl. Getting a large accumulation of new vinyl from tonight's show. There's the 2 crates there. I've been through those already. I feel like I can almost condense these here. I'm going to go ahead and try. This was the one that had the Mac. Actually, I didn't go through this one. Jake's Herbals at 45 on Captain Fager. So Jake's Herbals in. We have Run the Jewels, $49.99. Last bit of new vinyl recap. And then I'll probably do some buy it now best offer to while we're finishing up these last auctions. Killer Mike. We had Run the Jewels, Killer Mike, Skillet, Victorious, Mac Miller. Lots of Mac Miller. We have 1 copy of Slint left, Spiderland. 1 copy of Mac Miller, 1 copy of The Breeders left, 1 copy of Mac Miller left, Now Millennium. Eric Church Chief, got several of those still available. Another Mac Miller, we had like 5 albums by him tonight. We still have at least 1 each of all of them available. The Honey Drippers, the Jesus Lizard Goat, white vinyl, Motorhead, 311 Music, and another Mac Miller, Divine Feminine. So we have 1 each of all the Mac Millers on this still available. Okay, Jake's Herbal has Grateful Dead left for $45. That's a final call. And for $45, I'm going to make Procol Harum a buy it now. Procol Harum is a buy it now. If anybody wants in on that, Procol Harum Shine On Live, $45 buy it now. There is a no bid bootleg unofficial from that. And I'm going to change out crates. If no one else has bid against Jake, I'm going to call that one sold and we'll run another one. I'll run another one. How's this work? If you see anything you want to buy, just comment what you want. So for example, if you want to buy Leslie West, just comment Leslie West, and that means you're buying it, and then I'll give you instructions as a first-time buyer. We've already been through these. That was from that check condition bin, And this is the vintage stuff left over from tonight. Jake Zerbel gets this for $45. That's sold to Jake Zerbel Tanner for $45. And let me see what else is up here. I think we've sold one just like this tonight. Here's another one. It's a 1973 white label promo. White label promo of the history of the Grateful Dead. White label promo, $45 starting bid. Very cool. That's a promotional copy. Also has the promotional sticker from Warner Brothers. And this is a white label promo from 1973. $45 start. $45 start. I think we've already had one of those tonight. There's another. And that's definitely the last one we have. We'll be going through some vintage. These are buy it now best offer. If you see anything you want, just let me know. We have Led Zeppelin with the cover variant C, $34.99. Cover variant C on Led Zeppelin, $34.99. How about $14 for the tubes? Are you referring to this one here? This one here, I'll sell you this for $18. I have $22.99 on it. It has the inner sleeve from A&M. It's in shrink wrap, and that is EX condition, $22.99. I'll do $18 on it, Brian. There's Led Zeppelin, The Crazy World of Arthur Brown, $39.99. The Crazy World of Arthur Brown. Brian says he'll take the tubes for $18. We have a $45 bid on the Grateful Dead and now $50. Let me try to run two at once. We'll just have to keep the comments. Let me find one that has a unique name. Yeah, here we go. Let's run this one. If you want to bid on this one, put Rampin's Revenge or actually put RR. So I'm going to run two Grateful Deads at the same time. If you're bidding on this one, keep it at GD for Grateful Dead. And this one, put RR for Rampin's Revenge. This is live. It's a compilation of live. Paul says it sounds quite good. He listened to it. It's 2 LPs. It's live tracks from 72, 74, and 76. Overall, the vinyl's EX condition. $65 start. 2 LP. That's Rampin's Revenge. So if you want to bid on that one, put RR for Rampin's Revenge. Just so we're clear, put RR if you want to bid on that one for Rampin's Revenge. $65 start. This one, Jake Zerbel, let me know if you want back in. If not, we'll go ahead and sell it. Never mind, he just bid $51. Tony Shore, you were second on the tubes. Condition of great. This is EX. We have very nice. It's EX plus, pretty much near mint minus. It's extremely nice. EX plus, near mint minus. I don't know if you can see that through your camera or through your phone or computer, wherever you're watching on, tablet, iPad. Very nice. So that's now at 60. Rampant's Revenge, we're looking for a $65 start. Put RR if you want to bid on that one. Back to the bin. Cliff Classics. That is sealed. $19.99. Cliff Classics. Santana Lotus. Santana Lotus is a 1975 Holland pressing. $44.99 for Santana Lotus. $44.99. Santana Lotus. The Kinks' Greatest Hits. $19.99. Compilation there. Well-Respected Man. Lola. All Day and All the Night. You Really Got Me's on there too. Nagy's Theme. $9.99. Jake Zerbel, you're outbid on the Grateful Dead, of course. We have a $38 offer on Lotus. Sell that to Michael Nath. We have Grateful Dead at $60. I'm about to make Rampant's Revenge a buy it now, unless somebody wants to bid. Final call on that one. 1988 Summer Olympics, $14.99. That is a compilation. Lots of different artists on that. Air Supply is in shrink wrap. Includes the hits, The One That You Love, Here I Am, Sweet Dreams, and Keeping the Love Alive. That's in shrink wrap, $12.99. Alan Parsons Project, Eye in the Sky, featuring Eye in the Sky, Cirrus Eye in the Sky, near mint vinyl with the original sleeve, $19.99. Roy, now you're outbid on the Grateful Dead. Jake Zerbel's in at $61. Hair, the American Tribal Love Rock Musical. Hair is $19.99. And, surprised no one bought this, the Staple Singers. Already tough to get on stacks. This one's in shrink wrap, price tag, and original, or hop sticker and original hop tag. That is the Staple Singers, $39.99 from 1971. If anybody wants this, it's a buy it now. RR, Rampant's Revenge, $65 buy it now. And that's currently the high bid on the white label promo of the history of the Grateful Dead. The vinyl is EX Plus to near mint minus. It's a white label promo. Very nice copy. High bid on this is $65 of Roy Edmonds. Rampant's Revenge is sold to Shakedown, Tanner. Shakedown gets that for $65. $65. This is It's going to be confusing on this one. I'll just wait. We'll put up this one in just a second. I think we're down to a couple over here. Okay, recapping this bin. Jake, you're out on Grateful Dead. Roy has it for $65. $1 Billion Babies Battle Axe, $24.99 for $1 Billion Babies Battle Axe. The Association, and then Along Comes the Association featuring Cherish and Along Comes Mary, $14.99. Also, we have Ginger Baker, Horses and Trees. Ginger Baker from Cream, $24.99. Jake says, sorry, Bear, I tried. He's out. Thank you for letting us know. Let's go ahead and do, now that he's out, a final call on that. History of the Grateful Dead, Bear's Choice. That's Bear's Choice. White label promo. Roy has it for $65. Final call. Cut and Move. This is Get Serious. It's sealed, an original album from 1991, 1999. And Dr. Ice. That's on the Jive label featuring Full Force and Cheryl Pepsi Riley. That's sealed, $12.99. And The Excellence, Go Bob Bob, Bobbing Along, and that's $12.99. The Excellence. We also have MC Real and the House Rockers. That's also sealed. It's a 12-inch single, 3-track from 1989, $9.99. The Grateful Dead is sold to Roy Edmonds for $65. This next one is Grateful Dead, Dead Ahead. Dead Ahead. And this is live, of course. $35 start. Grateful Dead, Dead Ahead. $35 start. Picture of Jerry there on the front. And the notes that Paul has left for us, this is a $35 start. Side 1 is at Nassau, May 2nd, 1980. Side 2 is in Temple, Arizona, 77. Sides 3 and 4 is the Capitol Theater by special invitation only in California, 1978. So 2 LPs, 3 different live shows, Nassau, or selections from 3 different live shows. Nassau, Arizona, California, $35 start. And that is Grateful Dead, Dead Ahead. Dead Ahead. That's now for bid. Several people in on that one. Very cool. That is now up for bid. Next is James Taylor Walking Man, $19.99 for James Taylor Walking Man. The best of Wilson Pickett in shrink wrap. Some of his big hits, Mustang Sally, In the Midnight Hour, Funky Broadway's a good one, and of course Land of a Thousand Dances. $19.99. Grateful Dead, $35, $35, $35, $36, $36, $37. The Flock, a 1969 Pittman press. This should be on a Columbia 2i. The Flock is $19.99. It is. The Flock self-titled, $19.99. Jetstream said $12 on James Taylor. Jetstream, I will sell that for $15. $15 on JT. If you want that one, just let me know. The Dead high bid is now $40 with Christopher Bruscia. Leonard Skinner, one more From the Road. That's a German pressing. Like I said, the vinyl looks very high quality. Almost no marks. There is, unfortunately, a piece of Scotch tape or masking tape, and somebody's wrote their name, and that is $34.99, and that's a German pressing. Jetstream says he'll pass on that. That is $15 if anybody wants it. Faces Long Player. This is the green original label. Faces Long Player. Rod Stewart and Faces, $34.99. And Pilot, Second Flight, 1975 UK, $19.99. Jay Ferguson, Thunder Island. This is actually a white label promo. Thunder Island's a white label promo, $19.99. Thunder Island. The Bee Gees, Rare, Precious, and Beautiful, $19.99 for the Bee Gees, Rare, Precious, and Beautiful. And Harry Chapin, Living Room Suite, $9.99. Let's sell Fred Carnell, the Wilson Pickett for $15. Sell that to Wilson Pickett. Never mind, sell it to Fred Carnell. Wilson Pickett's not watching. Tony Shore wants Jay Ferguson. So Fred got Wilson Pickett for $15. Tony Shore got Jay Ferguson. This is The Live Adventures of Mike Bloomfield and Al Cooper, $26.99. High bid on Grateful Dead is $42. John Dorsey is the high bidder. Everybody else is out as of this moment. Original Columbia 2i, The Live Adventures of Mike Bloomfield and Al Cooper, $26.99. Robert Palmer, this one's called Secrets. It has the original inner sleeve, $19.99. Robert Palmer, Secrets, $19.99. The vinyl on that was really nice. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits, surprisingly still available. 2 or 3 people inquired. No one's pulled the trigger yet. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits, $26.99. And this was also a surprise. Like I said, very hard to find. Also has the original Decca inner sleeve, Happy Jack, The Who, top quality. That is $49.99. Sell Thomas Hujar the Al Cooper for $20. Grateful Dead's now at $45. The Grateful Dead's now at $45. We have room for another auction. Let's do Boston, third stage. This is a Japanese pressing. Grateful Dead's at $45, and that's what we need for a starting bid on Boston. $45 start for third stage. A near mint Japanese pressing. The vinyl is extremely nice. It includes this 2-page Japanese insert. It has a couple of wrinkles on it. I don't know how that happened. And the cover is extremely nice. It's a gatefold with Obi. $45 start. That's Boston, third stage. Top quality Japanese pressing. Grateful Dead's at $43, $45, and now $50. What was Faces? Faces is Long Player. The name of the album is Long Player on the original green Warner Brothers label, $34.99. How many LPs for the Grateful Dead? This is a 2 LP Grateful Dead. It says it's a 2 LP. It's Nassau, Temple, Arizona, and Capitol Theater, 1980, 77, and 1978. And that's a 2 LP. Grateful Dead, Dead Ahead. Christopher's at 50. John Dorsey's at 51. Sandra just bid 46. It just came in, but John Dorsey's already in at 51. And Boston is a $45 start. Rick Wakeman, White Rock. That's a soundtrack he did. Rick Wakeman, $14.99 of Yes. We have Peter and Gordon, Lady Godiva, $9.99 for Peter Gordon. Ray Charles invites you to listen. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99 for Ray Charles. And Yes Tormato. Yes Tormato, $19.99. We have 2 people who just bid 55 on the Dead. Luke bid 55, and so did Christopher. So Luke's in first at 55. John Dorsey, you're out, and Sandra's out. William Warback said 15 on Rick Wakeman. Sold that to William for 15. We have Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run. Bruce Springsteen is $19.99. Very clean looking copy. Jacket and vinyl all the way around. Terry Schneider wants Peter and Gordon. That's so did Terry Schneider. Sandra's back in on the Grateful Dead at 57. Eagles, the long run, $24.99. The Eagles, the long run. This has the original inner sleeve with it, $24.99. And that has hits such as the long run. I Can't Tell You Why. In the Cities on here. Heartache Tonight. Those Shoes. The Sad Cafe. It's the Eagles. They all have great hits. One of my favorites is on here, though. In the City. Heartache Tonight's great, too, of course. $24.99 for Eagles. We have Ella Fitzgerald, Swings Lightly. $24.99 for Ella Fitzgerald. Sandra's 57 on the Dead. Everyone else is out. If you decide you're done bidding, let me know by saying out, and we'll go ahead and wrap it up. Speaking of wrapping up, I'm going to go ahead and make Boston a buy it now for $45. If anybody wants in on Boston, you can claim it right now. It's a BIN price of $45. That's third stage, Boston's third and final album. I guess they had an album come out in the 2000s, but this was the last run of the Epic Boston. They had 3 albums. They were huge, and then that was it for them, just these 3 albums. That's a $45 buy it now. Sherry Darnell wants Ella Fitzgerald. Vaughn Schoenfield is going to get the Boston for a $45 buy it now. Michael Nath, you were second on Ella with the offer. Going twice, going 3 times. Sandra has the Grateful Dead for $57. Christopher, Luke, and John Dorsey. Let me know if you're done bidding. Luke says he's done bidding. That's at 57. I'm about to wrap that one up. We have Eagles 17. Rhonda, I will sell you this for $20. I will sell the Eagles for an even 20. Brian's back in on the Grateful Dead. That's a new bidder. Grateful Dead, right? Or did you get your letters are backwards there? But I think that's Grateful Dead. 58, now 60. John Dorsey's out, so I think we have 3 bidders. Down to 3. Sills and Croft. I can really keep up with this one. Sills and Croft, I'll play for you. $9.99. And Joni Mitchell, Dog Eat Dog, $19.99. I have more Japanese pressings as well. We've really took a chunk out of this bin, but I do have more. I have Jeff Beck Wired. Very nice. $35 start for Jeff Beck Wired. Looks like a very nice Japanese pressing. $35 start on the original orange Epic label. In that original sleeve as well. Near mint minus Japanese vinyl. $35 start. It includes an insert, which also doubles as a Jeff Beck poster. Rest in peace. He passed away earlier this year. Jeff Beck is a $35 start. Has the Obi with it. Man, there's a lot of people. You'll ask other great guitarists. You'll ask other you know, I think it was Kurt Hammett and somebody else, several people on record quoting like great guitarist, and they'll be like, who's the greatest guitarist? And they'll be like, Jeff Beck. Like, wow, that's saying a lot. $35 start. Grateful Dead, Brian was at 58, Christopher bid 60, Brian bid 62, Sandra's out. So now it's between Christopher and Brian. Brian Arrigo has it at 62, Christopher, you're out. Rhonda says she will take the Eagles for $20. That's sold to Rhonda for $20. The Charlie Daniels Band, Million Mile Reflections, $24.99 for Charlie Daniels Band. The Trio, Oscar Peterson, Ray Brown, and Ed Thigpen. That's from 1961, $14.99 for Oscar Peterson. Fred Carnell's at $35 on Jeff Beck, going once, going twice. This is $34.99. It's a 1978 Japanese anime. This is the story and the music from the anime series Triton of the Sea, $34.99. Jetstream wants the Oscar Peterson Trio. That's sold to Jetstream. Jeff Beck's at $37. REO Speedwagon, REO 2, $19.99 for REO Speedwagon, REO 2. Focus, Stan Jets, composed and arranged by Eddie Salter. That is from 1961. That's a Verve gatefold. Looks like it's beautiful. It is $29.99. Jacket and vinyl, $29.99. Fred, you're outbid on Jeff Beck. Christopher's at 65 on Grateful Dead. This time, Brian, you're out. Let me know if you want to bid again. The OK Jazz compilation, $12.99. Romelu wants the Stan Jets. That's sold to Romelu. Stan Jets is sold. Maha Vishnu Orchestra, Apocalypse, $19.99. Brian's back in on the Grateful Dead at 66. The Rolling Stones, Tattoo You, $34.99. Also, the Beach Boys is still available. This has the poster with it. I'll show you that if you want to see it. But great compilation here. California Girls is on here. Little Deuce Coupe, In My Room, fun, fun, fun. Those classic Beach Boys. It's a gatefold 2LP with the airplane poster, $26.99. Tony Shore wants M.O. That's Maha Vishnu Orchestra. Sandra, we've already sold Stan Jets. Romelu was first of that. Fred Carnell is back in on Jeff Beck. He's at $40, so that means Romelu, you're out on Jeff Beck. Fred Carnell has that for $40. This is the Alan Parsons Project, Eve, and that is $19.99. Price and condition on Billion Dollar Babies. That was the Alice Cooper Band record. That's right in here. That is right here. Price and condition. The price is $24.99. The cover is clipped. It does have a clipped cover. Standard generic inner sleeve. The vinyl is extremely nice though. $24.99. Very nice vinyl. EX Plus near minus on that mic. Jackson, I keep wanting to say Jackson Brown. Jeff Beck's at 42. Just venue, no track list. There's a track list on here. Alabama Getaway, Playing in the Band. Lead Garcia, Uncle John. It's kind of confusing there. Uncle John Band. Temple, Arizona. Fade Away, Reelin' and Rockin', Round and Round. California. Capitol Theater. I don't think that has a... Well, this is confusing. Side 4, Capitol Theater. Look Out, Pretty Lady, No Chance, Go Down, The Deal. Very confusing. But yeah, that might have helped you out. Grateful Dead, Side 1, recorded live, Nassau Coliseum, 5280, Alabama Getaway, Playing in the Band, lead Garcia, Uncle John Band, lead Bob Ware. Side 2, Temple, Arizona, 1977, Fade Away, Reelin' and Rockin', Round and Round. Side 3, Capitol Theater by special invitation only, 78. California, Side 4, Capitol, Look Out, Pretty Lady, No Chance, Go Down, and The Deal. And the high bid on that is at 66 with Brian Arrigo. 66 for Brian Arrigo. Jeff Beck's at 42. Fred Carnell, you're out. Romelu's at 42. Mike Langford said he'd do 20 for this. Sell that for Mike Langford for 20. Darren Davis said he'd do 16 on the Robert Palmer. Still available. It's still available, and it's sold to you for $16. And Tim, my best price on Faces would be $28. We might be a little bit too far apart on that one. Stevie Wonder in Square Circle, $24.99 on Stevie Wonder in Square Circle. Jimi Hendrix is $39.99. This is The Cry of Love. Jimi Hendrix, The Cry of Love, $39.99. Jeff Beck is now at 45. Romelu, you're out. Also, Bananarama, Deep Sea Skiving. Bananarama is in shrink wrap, $24.99. Christopher Brush is out on the Dead. So that means the Grateful Dead is sold to Brian Arrigo for $66 because everybody else that was bidding has already set out. Now, I have a surprise for Christopher, and if he passes, someone else. I have another one just like it. They're pretty much identical. I have another dead ahead. So with that being said, Christopher, I have another one just like it. Same concert. It's identical. Paul just duplicated the sticky there. If you want it, Christopher, it's yours for $66. And then who was the next bidder? Brian Arrigo. That's who got it, right? Yeah, Brian Arrigo who got it is who got it. Who else was next? I think the next highest bidder was Sandra. So Sandra was the next highest bidder. You got to take it for 66 though, his winning bid. So if Christopher passes, then Sandra, I've got the same exact bootleg. Well, you pulled my leg. I think that means he'll take it. So this is sold to Christopher for $66. Same condition, same labels, same concerts, etc. Romulu's out on Jeff Beck. That means Fred Carnell has that for $45. That's a final call. The Who Face Dances is $17.99. The Who Face Dances is $17.99. Also, Tony Bennett, just one of those things, $9.99. And we still have Joyce Manor, which was $26.99. So that's also sold to Christopher. He got it. Now, we had an entire full crate of Grateful Dead. There's one left that we have cleaned, tagged, researched, and ready to sell tonight until the next time we do this, which will be probably in about a week, or if not sooner, I will let all of y'all know. Make sure you're following our page, Facebook, Instagram. I will definitely post when we're going to have another batch of Grateful Dead records. This next one is live in Milwaukee, March 21st, 1971, Magic Bus Records. This is VG Plus condition. Paul has it tagged to start at $55. Since it's the last record of the night, we're going to start this at $1. $1. This is the Grateful Dead live in Milwaukee. It's a very crude looking bootleg. VG Plus condition on the vinyl. This one's in VG Plus. This is one of the few that I've actually called check condition. It's on Magic Bus Records, but yes, just $1 start. We had that tag to start at $55, so have fun bidding. There might be some people. Well, actually, Luke read my mind. I'm about to say there might be some people jumping up pretty quick. Luke's already in at 50. So Luke's in at 50, and we had Romulo said TB $6. What was Tony Bennett? Romulo, I will do that for $8. I'll do that for $8. Tony Bennett, $8 if you want that one. Grateful Dead, 153 and 50. And let's go ahead and sell Jeff Beck. Jeff Beck is sold to Fred Carnell for $45. Jeff Beck is sold to Fred Carnell for $45, Tanner. That's gone. Well, we might be bidding on this Dead for a few more moments, so let me go ahead. Let me show the Grateful Dead records that's still available as a buy it now. And for the first time tonight, I will say if you're interested in making an offer, we will do it. If you're interested in making an offer, we will do it. So we have Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits as our next Japanese auction. But first, if you wanted to make an offer, this was all the new sealed Grateful Dead records. If you want to make an offer, because this is all that's going to be left from tonight. By the way, if you're done bidding on this, just go ahead and let me know, because Luke Schellbauer has it for $50, and that's a final call. We had the Grateful Dead playing in the band. That was Seattle, Washington, May 21st, 1974. It's basically those two tracks, playing in the band, continued. Playing in the band and playing in the band continued, which is a whopping a little over 46 minutes. A little over 46 minutes of music, one song, playing in the band, sealed $84.99, 2018 Record Store Day. Also, the Grateful Dead, their self-titled album, that was a mono palace pressing from Record Store Day, $84.99. $84.99. Grateful Dead, Houston, Texas, November 18th, 1972. That is sealed Record Store Day, RTI. That is sealed for $124.99. And the Grateful Dead is sealed $64.99. And that's on multicolored vinyl, 2016. And that is sealed, $64.99. That's on multicolored vinyl. So if you want to make an offer on any of those, that's the only four left there. Sell this to Romulo for $7, Tanner. That was Tony Bennett. And actually, very quickly, we have Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, Japanese pressing, $35 start. Homeward Bound, Bridge Over Troubled Water, America, Kathy's Song, El Condor Pasa. We have Bookends, Cecilia, Mrs. Robinson for Emily, Wherever I May Find Her, The Boxer, 59th Street Bridge Song, The Sound of Silence, I Am a Rock, Scarborough Fair, classic Simon & Garfunkel, $35 start. $35 start. Japanese insert, Obi, nice cover, $35 start on that. Okay, I think everybody else that bid said out, out, and out. And what's your best price? The first comment was, what's your best price on the Barnes & Noble and Record Store Day Texas Grateful? Then next is Texas 100, 160 for both. Roger Waters price on box set Simon & Garfunkel. I don't know if I've never had this happen. I don't know if I can actually lower a bid. I mean, you've bid, but if you want to retract it, that's a little bit different. Maybe saying you want to just not bid at all, but I mean, I think everybody else has said out is because you've bid $50. We can just restart it if you want to, but that would mean you'd have to cancel your bid. But now everybody else has said out, so it's kind of messing things up there because now they can't really bid again. So, but Luke, we would have got there anyway. Okay, actually, if I would have started it at 55, if we would have started this at 55, it probably would have already been up to 60 or 70. So I think you actually are good at 50 because you probably scared everybody else away. So that's yours for $50, and it's a final call. Now, the first person to ask about these was Christopher Brusha on the Barnes & Noble and the Record Store Day. So he asked about this, which was 60. And Thomas, give me 1 second. I'll show the Roger Waters. $65 on that, and also final call on Simon & Garfunkel for $35. So 65 and 125, that's 180. That's $190. $190. Now somebody's already offered 100 for Texas, and he offered 160 for both. I'm thinking more like 180 for both. That would be $10 off, $5 off each one, 180 for both of them, Christopher. And that's sealed Record Store Day, RTI Houston, and this. And then, of course, we already had John Dorsey. He's back up. If you pass completely, then I'll talk to John about his offer on that. And the price on the box set. Sandra, the new box set, this is a Rocktober exclusive, $124.99. $124.99. All right, Tanner, let's go ahead and sell these. This is sold to Luke for $50. Luke Shellbauer gets that for $50. And Simon & Garfunkel is at $35, and that is sold to Romulo. And then these are pending to Christopher Brusha. I said 180 on that. No problem, Luke. Yeah, I've never had anybody ask to lower a bid, but what you did, I see probably what you're saying is like, well, I probably could have got it for 40, but not necessarily. Probably you bidding 50 got everybody out of the bidding. So that was probably a wise move, actually. Christopher said he'll take both of these for 180. Sell those to Christopher Brusha. Seth, you leaving? Oh, man, you're late. It's 11:07. What in the world? Oh, my gosh. Seth has just walked out the door. Late. Now, I will say he drove all the way from Cookeville to Lebanon today, and he said he'd be here at 6:10 to start helping me clean these records. He was here ready to clean records at 6:10, and the way he was able to calculate that, driving from Cookeville to Lebanon, I don't know, but he was here he told me that like last night at 1 a.m. He said, I'll be there at 6:10. I was like, wow. Okay, I wanted the Texas Oxamoxa. Let me see which two records I gave you there. Yeah, I gave you the wrong two records, Tanner. These two here. These two here. I gave you the wrong two. So yeah, the self-titled and the playing in the band are still available. Those are still available. Tom Waits, $25. What? Was that a new LP? Julian, if that's a new LP, it's sticker price. So of all the Grateful Dead merchandise that I've actually showed, it's those three records, which that's firm on the box set. That's a new release. Those are still negotiable, and I have one book left, A Long Strange Trip. Dirty Honey is $28.99. And did I miss anything else? And here's the only no bids. Procol Harum. That's a live vintage bootleg, $45. This is the only stuff that did not sell at auction. I can't get a bite on Foreigner, $35. Little Feet. After all the demand for the other one, I can't believe no one bought this. The Little Feet bootleg, $55 bite now on that. Elvis was a $55 bite now. And we have the Tubes darted in my own armchair. That was a $45 bite now. That was a $45 bite now on that. So Brent said he'll do $15 on this book. Sell that to Brent for $15. Book is going to a new home. And I'm pretty much at the end of the show. We have went through all the new vinyl twice. We have went through all the vintage twice and offered it for buy it now. And actually all the vintage fits into one crate. Amazing. We had 4 crates tonight. We got 2 crates of new vinyl. Well, yeah, I'll be able to condense those. 2 crates of new vinyl. And let me show y'all a couple records that I pulled out. Oh, Waters. Aha. Well, I was going to save these 2 for tomorrow night because it's late, Thomas, but I will offer it, okay? We might have one more auction here late. I hope nobody else just topped off. This is usually a hot commodity, okay? So if you're on late, I'll run one more auction. This is the Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking, Roger Waters. Uncensored cover, shrink wrap, hop sticker, original inner sleeve, $75 start. I've sold these for over $100 before in this condition. If you have the right Pink Floyd fans watching, because this is a top copy. It's perfect. It's got the shrink wrap, the original price tag, the hop sticker. It's uncensored. It's a $75 start. That is available if anybody wants to bid on it. $75 start. And that's an original 84 uncensored Carrollton press. Top copy. $75 start. So I'll put that over here. Next was Ted Stevens. Let me know if you decide you want a Dirty Honey. Sherry, I've already sold the book for $15. John Dorsey said Grateful Dead playing $60. John, I tell you what, if you make that $65, I'll sell it to you. And then Jake, this, we're a little bit too far apart on this. This was $84.99. That was the Mono Palace pressing. That was sealed, $84.99. Do you have Rush Volume 1 and 2 in stock right now? No, we sold the only copy of Volume 1, so that's going to be a waiting list. And I wouldn't know where the other ones were. Sell this to John Dorsey, Tanner, for $65. I really don't want to sell Roger Waters right now, but it's technically up for bid, and then here in a few moments I'll make it a buy it now. But right now it's a $75 starting bid. We had to cover her up, so trying to order a Tina Turner box set. Okay. So that's a starting bid for $75. And I'm going to leave that up for just a few more moments. And then I'm definitely going to try this tomorrow night. This is a nice... I'm going to have to promote this and let everybody know that this is going to be up for bid. Check this out. OG press and shrink wrap of Black Sabbath's first album. That's going to be for sale tomorrow night, or I might save that for middle night. John just had that priced and stuck down in a bin. I was like, oh my gosh, that's like a grail. First OG press of Black Sabbath in shrink wrap. Wow. Thomas, unless, Chad, you were bidding, it looks like Thomas was in first on this at 75. It looks like we got some time now because we got an auction going. Let me make a couple buy it now Japanese records we didn't get to. Somebody asked about this one. I don't know if they're still watching. And if you missed out on that last Simon & Garfunkel, Chad was bidding. So I guess technically Chad was in first at 75. Even though the numerical's not there. So Chad, his comment came in first. It just didn't have a numerical. So that is Chad's in at 75. So Thomas, you're second. These are buy it nows, $35. Rod Stewart's greatest hits and Simon & Garfunkel's greatest hits. Near mint, Japanese pressings, $35 and $35. Simon & Garfunkel and Rod Stewart. Simon & Garfunkel and Rod Stewart. $35 and $35. Simon & Garfunkel's greatest hits and Rod Stewart's greatest hits. Did not get to those tonight. And so the Grateful Dead, that's the last Grateful Dead record. Sealed, $84.99. Thomas is in on Roger Waters at 76. Chad Holder, you're out. Keep in mind, whenever I evaluate records, they always carry a premium. When you're talking shrink wrap, hop sticker, inner sleeve, it's complete. Very, very nice. Those records will always carry a premium. Roger Waters at 76, Chad's at 80. And like I said, I think the last time I had one, I don't know if it's in shrink wrap, but we had an extremely nice copy, and I'm pretty sure it brought over 100 last time we had that. Actually, I'm going to step over here on the book wall and see if I have any more Grateful Dead books, or if there's any other. I know I have some new Grateful Dead posters, but I'm not ready to price those because we got to figure out shipping on them. But let me take a peek over here on this book of walls, this wall of books, and see if I see any more that's. I know we've sold a lot already. If there's any more about the Grateful Dead that I'm forgetting about. I'm looking right now. Oh, yeah, well, this one's pretty cool. Let me show these. These will definitely sell. They're sort of Grateful Dead related. Let me look some more here. There's a lot over here. I'm looking at the spines. Seeing exactly what we have here. Lots of books about the Stones, the Beatles, and Springsteen. Yep, here's another one. Okay, there's that. Yep, here's another one. And so if you're still hanging on, Mr. and Mrs. Deadheads, there's another one. All right, now my hands are full, so let me take these back over here. These first couple are sort of Grateful Dead related, but let me show you what's going on here with these. I'm going to show them at the same time, but they're different books. So Roger Waters is at 80, Thomas Hujar is at out. So this is a final call. Chad Holder has that for $80. Scratch that. Shakedown's in at 82. Roger Waters, the pros and cons. This is hot picture worthy, okay? We had this stuck down in a bin ready to sell tonight. This is normally something I would have in an ad saying, you might want to tune in to bid on this. Okay, first is the Rick Griffin artwork book, $29.99. Rick Griffin, famous poster artist. And look what I first turned to, Grateful Dead artwork and poster. So Rick Griffin, famous, he did a lot of Grateful Dead stuff and concert posters. This is a long out-of-print book of his artwork and information, $29.99. That is sold to Jetstream, Rick Griffin. Waters is at 82, Chad's at 83. The next is the most famous of all poster artwork, Mouse and Kelly. Pretty much the same looking book, $29.99, Mouse and Kelly. Look at all the stuff and covers they did. They did Steve Miller Band, Journey, there's the Skull and Roses album, there's Grateful Dead posters, Rolling Stones posters, New Riders, they did the Journey, the Billy Thorpe artwork. This is Mouse and Kelly. There's Terrapin Station. I've had some of their original concert posters before, very desirable. I've had some that are autographed. They signed a lot of their prints. Very cool. That's sold to Brent Robley. So Jetstream gets the Rick Griffin and Brent Robley gets the Mouse and Kelly book. This next book, I've actually got two of, so maybe there'll be two people for those that are Grateful Dead fans, and this one's very informative. These are $14.99. Actually, I got one marked 19 and one 14, so we'll do $14.99 each. The American Book of the Grateful Dead, or the American Book of the Dead, the Definite Grateful Dead Encyclopedia. Grateful Dead Encyclopedia. We'll do those for $14.99. Sell that to Sherry Darnell. And make sure that one's marked 19, Tanner, so make sure that one goes in at $14.99. And I've got one more. Shakedown, you're outbid on Roger Waters. Let me know if you want back in because Chad has it for $83, and that's now a final call. As soon as one of those other people say out, I'm going to sell it. So if you want to bid, I recommend go ahead and do that. Sandra gets the other Dead book, so those are both $14.99 each. And the next one I have is Captain Trips, a biography of Jerry Garcia, $19.99. A Jerry Garcia biography. Not gatefold, hardcover book of Jerry Garcia, $19.99. Captain Trips. There's another Grateful Dead book for you. Shakedown says he's out. Chad Holder gets Roger Waters for $83. That's sold to Chad Holders for $83. There's one of the few books there. Brent Stone's books. Let me see what I can grab over here. I know I have. Let's see, where's those gigantic ones? It's going to be a pain to ship, but if I can find it. I don't know where that one is. Somebody might have already got. I can tell several things are missing. Let me see what I got here. And I may find. I hadn't gone through. Make sure. Oh, here's. Yeah, this is really cool. This is another Dead book. Oh, I found another Dead book. I didn't I? Yeah, this is a cool one. Another very informative. Let's see. Here we go. There's that one. Aha. Brent will want this one, or whoever's first. Whoever's first, and this one. Here we go. My hands are full again. He's going to make y'all's packages really heavy when you start buying these 400-page hardback books. Okay, first or next is Jimmy Buffett, A Salty Piece of Land, a novel, $14.99. Jimmy Buffett, A Salty Piece of Land, a novel. So, yeah, I guess he actually penned a book there. That's actually like fiction. Jimmy Buffett, A Salty Piece of Land, a novel, $14.99. Sold to Sherry Darnell. This is 1999. Bill Wyman's Blues Odyssey, A Journey to Music's Heart and Soul. Now this looks incredible. This looks really well done. This looks like the history of blues and rock music. Well, I didn't really realize what this was until right now. Blues Odyssey, yeah. I mean, you just look at it starts here with the early history of recordings. Wax cylinders. History. Wow. History of the blues. Now that one looks pretty incredible. I'm just now realizing really what this was. Bill Wyman. That is sold to Brent Robley. He put RS and Bill W. So that's sold to Sherry. That's sold to Brent. This is, if you want this one, put LIB or Let It Bleed or Bleed, because I think I got back-to-back Stones book. Let It Bleed, hardback, $24.99. The Rolling Stones, Altamont, and the end of the 60s. I bet this is another incredible, yeah, just absolutely incredible here. Wow. I wish I had unlimited time. I would try to read all this. I've kept several, and I'm going to have to get into these audio books, but you don't get the experience of these with these pictures. And okay, this is really cool. Out of print, The Complete Guide to the Grateful Dead Song List, $29.99. The Complete Guide to the Grateful Dead Song List. Now, I don't know, this looks like Morse code or something. This is some serious Grateful Dead stuff going on here. Look at this. This is some serious, wow, the time, once again, mind is blown. The time it took to compile all this. They have what was played, who was playing it, what was being played, how often it was played. You can look up a Grateful Dead song. They'll tell you when, where, how. So did John Dorsey. If you want this one, comment. If you want this one, comment scrapbook. Very cool. I think I had one of these the other night. The Grateful Dead scrapbook. The long, strange trip and stories, photos, and memorabilia. This is the Grateful Dead scrapbook. And this is one of those very informative books. When you open it up, it has like little mementos and replicas. The Grateful Dead scrapbook. Like you can open this up and see there's concert posters, handbills, and did I tell the price? $19.99. $19.99. That's the Grateful Dead scrapbook, new condition. CD should be in here. I'm sure Dale never did take that. Yeah, it's still sealed. This guy collected stuff, okay? That's why there's two of a lot of stuff. I guarantee the other one that had the CD that I sold, I bet he at least opened it up and listened to it. But if there was something like that, like there's some of these that there's one sealed and one open, he would buy two. He was a very serious collector. He, if there was something sealed, he would have two. Just like these bootlegs. Some of these bootlegs, he's got two of them. So John asked about this. If he wants it, it's his. If not, Sandra Jimenez does. And with that, I think I'm going to call tonight. I could go grab books for the next hour, believe me, and they're all awesome. But we'll save more for the other night. John says he's out on the books, so sell that to Sandra. Floyd, as soon as we relocate the bootlegs, they're back there somewhere in the back. I know somebody come in the other night, I just don't understand your back room. And I was like, well, if you could see it, you'd understand. There's tubs and crates 7 foot tall in some places, and they're full of records that we've never been through. So, but thanks everybody. We'll get to those. That will be a well advertised sale, Pink Floyd night, along with Led Zeppelin night. And we may do something like that later this week. Thursday's metal, but tomorrow night, we're going to have a mix of everything. We may slip in a couple Zeppelins tomorrow. We might slip in some Who tomorrow. Maybe more Dead stuff that I already have up here that I had ready to go. So I just encourage everybody to watch every night. But if you're looking specifically for an artist and you want to set aside the time, always set aside a time to, watch. Like if you were going to be like, all right, I'm going to watch Led Zeppelin night, then make sure your schedule is clear for about 4.5 hours, or you'll miss something. So, and then if you're just not into those artists, like this was Grateful Dead night, but as y'all seen, we had all kinds of great stuff. So, those books are, Sherry, I'll be doing more every night. I hope I can empty this shelf. There's only been a couple that have not sold since I've been doing that. This is one of them. So, all right. Let's see. Make sure I didn't miss anything. All right. Thank you, Shakedown, and Sherry, and Christopher, and Troy, and Craig. And I don't think I have any books. Most of the books are about the Stones, the Beatles, Bruce Springsteen, the blues. He has lots of books on the blues. But of course, we do have more books, and the Grateful Dead. But we've already sold a lot of those, and a lot more that we hadn't put out yet. So, all right, actually, I got soup and pie tonight. I'm gonna eat my same meal I had last night. I got my mom's homemade chicken soup and the rest of that chocolate pie, which me and Tanner ate half of it last night. So we're on pace to finish it tonight, right, Tanner? Tanner said, yep. So I'm gonna go get my soup and start eating and start getting ready for tomorrow night's sale. So thanks for watching. See y'all tomorrow. I'll be posting stuff on CollectCo, Instagram, and in the group, TikTok, Instagram. Did I already say that? And I'll be live right here at 7 o'clock selling records again. Hope you can tune in. Thank you.